vegetables, so it wasn't something they had very often, and when Daddy did buy vegetables, they were tasteless and sloppy. The ones growing in Esther and Rolf's garden were completely different. "Would you like rhubarb pie for pudding tonight?" said Esther, stroking her hair. Petite nodded eagerly. She'd never tasted rhubarb pie before her first night there, and it was the most delicious thing she'd ever eaten. She also loved eating stripped-back stalks of rhubarb that she dipped into a bowl of sugar before each bite. The mere thought of the blend of bitterness and sweetness made her taste buds tingle. "When's Daddy coming home?" she asked, reaching for a huge, juicy strawberry. She pretended the question wasn't all that important, even though it was actually the most important question in the whole world. Both Esther and Rolf looked at her with sad eyes each time she asked, so she tried not to ask as often as she wanted to. But this time, Esther looked happy. "Rolf called and said the doctor says she can come home on Saturday." "How many days is it until Saturday?" said Petite. Her heart was beating much harder now. She longed to see Daddy so much that she didn't know how all the longing fitted inside her. "That's in 4 days' time. That'll be all right, won't it? Staying with us for another 4 days?" Esther looked at her with gentle eyes. Petite liked her. She liked Rolf, too. They were kind. Not as kind as Daddy, of course. No one was like Daddy. But she liked them, and it was fun staying in a house with a garden. "That's okay," she said. Esther brightened up. "Then we'll have to make the most of your time here. We'll cook all your favourites. Let's start with rhubarb pie tonight, and I thought we could have vanilla ice cream with strawberries for dessert tomorrow. And maybe you'd like to try my gooseberry cream for your breakfast in the morning. My granny taught me to make it. You have it with milk." "That sounds tasty," said Petite, trying the name for size in her mouth. Gooseberry cream. It sounded so funny. And everything else Esther had made for her had been delicious. She was sure she'd like gooseberry cream, too. She took Esther's free hand in hers. To her surprise, she saw that it didn't make Esther happy. Her eyes had filled with tears. Petite took the big strawberry she was holding in her hand and passed it to her. "Here, it's the biggest one. You can have it." Esther hesitated. Then she took the strawberry and smiled. Petite squeezed her hand contentedly. No one could be sad when they got a strawberry like that. She herself was bursting with happiness. Daddy was coming home soon. 19. Eureka stopped at a 7-Eleven. She'd been overcome by a craving for something sweet. Her bloody hormones were running amok. She decided to walk back to the hotel from Blanche. The evening was unexpectedly pleasant and mild, and she'd been sensible enough to wear comfortable shoes rather than heels. The atmosphere at Blanche had become increasingly gloomy as the news from Chaleureux had spread. Speculation had crisscrossed the room about who the 3 dead people were and what had happened. The winning version seemed to be that it was Elisabeth and Henning who had been killed by their son Richard, who had then committed suicide. Eureka knew the truth, and now so did Lenora. But she'd sworn Lenora to silence until the names were released to the press. Patrick had been clear in his text that the information couldn't be shared. Eureka peered through the large shop window of the 7-Eleven. Was she really going to go inside? But she would need a distraction when she got back to the hotel. She needed to watch a film or something so that she wouldn't think about what had happened on the Bauer family island. And if she was going to watch a film, she'd need sweets. Her feet seemed to lead her to the sweets inside the shop, where she helped herself to a bag of Dummler, another of Ahlgren's cars, and another of salt licorice. The beautiful black-and-white portrait of Greta Garbo smiled at Eureka welcomingly when she reached her room. She quickly changed into her loungewear and tied her hair up. She wanted to be in bed by a sensible time so that she could get as much as possible done in the morning, but it was still too early to go to bed, and she hoped that Patrick might find time to call her. She laid out her sweet buffet on the bed and began channel-hopping. In the end, she settled for a light-hearted comedy starring Jennifer Aniston and positioned herself against the pillows. But she had difficulty focusing. Her thoughts kept wandering to the 3 body bags and to her mission in Stockholm. Eureka had no clear plan how to move forward. The threads were too sparse, and she had nothing more than her gut instinct to go on. What usually helped her to advance was being led by her curiosity. What did she want to know more about? She reached for the notebook and pen lying on her bedside table and began to work. She wrote Rolf in the centre of the page and then drew lines coming off it. By the lines she wrote Lola, 1980, Fire, Blanche, Rumours, Swedish Academy, Exhibition, Photographs, Chaleureux, Peter, Massacre. She chewed on the end of the pen for a while before popping a couple of sweets into her mouth instead. Just at that moment her phone rang. It was Patrick. She tried to finish chewing as quickly as she could, but her mouth was still stuffed with sweets when she picked up. "Are you drunk?" Patrick said in surprise. Eureka laughed. No, I've just been let loose on some sweets." She quickly became serious. "How are you getting on? Are you okay?" At first there was silence on the line, then Patrick sighed. "It's very, very tough. For all of us. I'm at the station now. We've arrested someone." Eureka managed to swallow her final sweet and was finally able to talk properly. "Who? What can you—" "I'll tell you more tomorrow. I can't do it right now. I've got a couple of hours ahead of me, and then I'll get my head down here at the station. Mum knows she'll stay over with the kids. I can't handle seeing them right now. It would hurt too much." "Sweetie." Eureka let the word linger between them. "How have you been getting on?" said Patrick after yet more silence. "We can talk about it tomorrow, or when you feel up to it. Do what you must. I just wanted to hear your voice. It would have felt weird not saying good night." "I know," he said, and she could hear him smiling down the line. "Good night, sweetheart. I love you and the kids." "I know," said Eureka, "and we love you. Good night." They hung up, and she sat there for a while with the phone in her hand. She realized she hadn't kept up with the plot of the film, but that didn't matter. It was mostly there to keep her and her thoughts company. She reached for the notepad to carry on her mind map and stuck her hand into the open bag of sweets. It was already empty. She had guzzled the lot in record time. Eureka grimaced to herself and scrunched the bag up in her hand, making it rustle. Then she froze mid-movement. She slowly opened her hand and looked at the bag as it regained its original shape. The Dumla bag. A suspicion slowly began to take hold, and as she went back in time and began to put 2 and 2 together, the suspicion began to blossom into certainty. She stared at the bag. For fuck's sake. "Do you want to wait for your lawyer?" Patrick sat down opposite Ricard. Martin was in the adjacent room with Tilda. They wanted to question them individually so that they had no opportunity to confer. "Jakobsson's coming from Stockholm, so it'll take a while. And I got nothing to hide." Ricard nonchalantly crossed one leg over the other and ran his hand through his hair. Patrick had noticed this was something Ricard did a lot, but he hadn't spent long enough with him to know whether it was a nervous tic or merely habit. "Tell me about yesterday evening and the night again." "We've been through this already," Ricard groaned. Patrick waited. "Okay," he sighed at last. "Again. After dinner, Mum, Dad, and the others had something to discuss. There must have been a lot to drink, because I only vaguely remember Tilda and I going to bed. We'd been driven out of our own cottage and had to sleep in the kids' room." "Did you wake up in the night? Did you hear anything?" Ricard shook his head. "No. I slept like a fucking log. Didn't wake up until Louise began screaming." He ran his hand through his hair again. It was by now standing almost completely on end. "Did Tilda wake up then too, or was she already awake?" "She woke up then too." "Okay." Patrick ruminated on how to proceed. He wanted to get as many details as possible out of Ricard so that he painted himself into a corner before Patrick showed him what forensics had found. "You said you weren't sure when you got to your bedroom, but do you know whether you undressed before you went to sleep?" "I woke up in my underpants and Tilda was naked, so yes, I assume we did." "And you put your clothes on the desk chair in the boys' room?" "No idea. It's all a fucking blur. I don't usually get so pissed, but I suppose I must have been pulled along by Ulla. The man can drink. And Tilda was pretty far gone, too. But, you know, Rolf's death and all that had an effect." "Yes, of course it did." Patrick made a few notes in his notebook. The tape recorder had been running throughout the interview, but writing brief notes by hand helped him to marshal his thoughts. "You said when we last spoke that you had a good relationship with your brother, but that there was some conflict in the family about your financial situation. Could you tell me more about that?" Ricard snorted. "I don't understand why you think this is so important. It's no biggie. I'm a bit short of cash, but I got loads of irons in the fire, so it'll just take a little patience, then everything will be fine. I'll have more dough than Peter." He grinned. Then his smile faded. "Fuck it, I keep forgetting." He leaned forward, resting his face in his hands. He rubbed his eyes for a few seconds before looking up at Patrick. His eyes were watery, but Patrick couldn't tell whether that was the result of tears or his hangover. "I don't get why you're wasting your time on me. Why aren't you out there looking for the people who did this? Peter was a player in the finance world. There's probably all sorts of dodgy stuff going on that he might have found out about. There are a lot of slippery customers in big business, and something like that must be behind the murder. People must have come to the island by boat while we were asleep." Hand through his hair again. Patrick tapped his pen against the notepad. Then he said quietly, "In that case, why did we find your shirt in the laundry basket with blood on it?" Ricard stared at him. His hand was heading for his hair again, but he stopped mid-movement. "What did you say you found?" "We found your shirt in the laundry basket with blood on it," Patrick repeated slowly. "In the laundry basket?" Ricard swallowed noisily. "Yes." Patrick said nothing else. A skilled interrogator knew that silence was his best ally. There was an inherent urge in people to fill silence, even when it was to their detriment. "That's impossible." Ricard shook his head. "Someone must have put it there. I haven't shot anyone. I've never even held a gun." He shook his head again fiercely. "Someone's trying to frame me, I swear. Someone shot them wearing my shirt. This is... my God! This is insane!" Small beads of sweat began to appear on Ricard's brow, and he tugged slightly at the neckline of his top. "By the way, you said the shirt was hanging on the chair." "I didn't say it was hanging on the chair. I asked you if you remembered whether you'd hung your clothes on the chair when you went to bed. That's where your trousers were, but the shirt was in the laundry basket in the bathroom, covered in blood." "This can't be happening." Ricard fell silent. He stared down at the table, his body shuddering. Finally, he looked up at Patrick. "I'm not saying another word without my lawyer here." Patrick stood up in disappointment. Their conversation was over until further notice. "Did Ricard kill Rolf?" Vivian's words fell heavily into the shocked silence in the living room. Elisabeth slowly turned her gaze to her. What was the woman on about? "No, Ricard hasn't killed anyone. Not Rolf, not Peter and the boys. He couldn't. He wouldn't. How could you even—" Elisabeth collapsed on the sofa. It was impossible to stop the tears. This was a nightmare. Henning emerged from his study and looked around. "What's going on? I'd like to ask for a little calm. Jakobsson is on his way from Stockholm, Elisabeth. He got straight into the car. This is just... it's all a misunderstanding." Elisabeth took his hand, and he sat down next to her on the sofa, all the energy he usually radiated seemingly gone. "But what if it's true?" began Louise. Her voice broke and she cleared her throat before bursting out. "You've always protected him, Elisabeth. You don't know what he's like. Not even you know what he's like, Henning. You've coddled him. He's spoilt and snotty, and he hated Peter." Elisabeth tensed. It was like being struck. "What are you saying? Do you seriously think Ricard could have killed his own brother and the boys? You're in shock, I get it. But my God, you know Ricard. He could never kill them. And why would he kill Rolf? What possible reason could he have for that?" To her chagrin, her voice rose to a falsetto, and Henning put a protective arm around her. "We're all grieving," he said to Louise. "There's no point in us turning on each other. Ricard and Peter had their differences like all brothers, but he didn't hate him." "Henning's right, Louise," Ulla said suddenly. Elisabeth's eyes widened. She'd forgotten he was even in the room. "I've known Peter and Ricard since birth," he said. "They were different, but they were like planets in a solar system. They didn't interfere with each other." Susanne nodded. "That's what it was like, Louise. They've been so incredibly different from the very beginning, but they've never hated each other. I don't understand how you can claim something like that. It's bad enough as it is for Henning and Elisabeth." She turned to Vivian. "And Ricard had no reason to harm Rolf. It's just a terrible coincidence that these two things have happened at the same time. Rolf's death must have been a break-in gone wrong. And Peter and the boys, well, I don't know. That's for the police to work out. But no one here had any reason or desire to hurt them. That goes for Ricard as well. You know that, Louise. You're just upset and shocked." Susanne looked at Louise with pleading eyes and got no response. "I want to go home," Vivian sobbed. "I don't want to be here." Her voice floated faintly across the room. "The police said we were free to go," said Ulla, pointing to the officers still moving around outside the window. "Then I want to take the boat to the mainland," said Vivian. "Ulla and I will come with you," said Susanne. We can book a room at the hotel for a couple of nights in case the police have any more questions. Then we'll head back to Stockholm. As long as you don't need us here?" Susanne didn't look Elisabeth in the eye as she asked. It was apparent she wanted nothing more than to leave the island. "Well, why didn't you go then?" was what Elisabeth wanted to shout at her. "Don't you worry," she said instead. "We've got Nancy and Louise. We have each other. There's nothing we can do. And tomorrow our lawyer will be here. He'll bring Ricard home. We've got to get him and Tilda home. We have a funeral to arrange." Elisabeth marvelled at how absent her voice sounded, so distanced. "We'll sort it all out, darling, together. Louise will help us with everything." Henning put a hand over hers. She tried to draw strength from it, but the hand only weighed her down. "He did hate Peter." Elisabeth stared at Louise sitting on the sofa. Everyone's eyes were on her. Louise stared back. Then she bent down and pulled an iPad from her bag. She swiped on something and turned the screen towards them. "Peter's text messages get shared onto our iPad. I just saw what Ricard sent to him. Last night." Elisabeth couldn't take in the words on the screen. She couldn't. Louise stood up. "I'm going to the mainland too. I've already told my parents I'm coming." "Surely you're not going to—" Henning's gaze was still glued to the iPad. "You're not going to show that to the police, are you?" "They've already got it," Louise said curtly. She began to head for the hallway, but she stopped in front of Henning and Elisabeth. "I've protected you for too long. It's cost me everything. This is enough." She turned to Viviane, Susanne, and Ulla. "Are you coming? I've told the boat we're leaving. It'll sail in 15 minutes. She grabbed her bag and headed for the front door. Grief and confusion welled up in Elisabeth, but she could do nothing but quietly cry. 20. Tuesday. Patrick woke up screaming in horror. He sat up on the narrow camp bed in the restroom at the station and cast the covers off. They were choking him. Once again the images came back to him, the ones that had woken him. Images of the dead in their beds in Chaleureux. The blood, the staring, unseeing eyes. But instead of Peter, Max, and William Bauer, it was Maya, Noel, and Anton lying in the beds. It was their blood. They were the ones who could no longer see anything. Patrick stood up abruptly to try and shake off the nightmare. Muttering, he went into the small kitchen to make a pot of coffee. It was a little spooky being in the place on his own. He poured a cup of coffee when he had finished making it and went to sit on the station front step for a breath of air. The ventilation in the police station hadn't been modernized since the 60s, and after a night there it was hard to breathe. Worse, the nightmare refused to release its grip. The traffic had started up on the road in front of the station, but so far it was sparse. The morning was raw and cold, but Patrick was wearing a coat warm enough to cope with the chill, and he'd brought a blanket from the kitchen to sit on. Apart from his time at the police academy, he'd always lived in Tanumshede and Fjällbacka. Sometimes he thought he ought to have seen more of the world. Admittedly, he'd been abroad on holiday, but he'd never really had any adventures, whatever good that might have done him. Eureka and the kids were his adventure. And he had a job where he got to experience far more in a month than most experienced in a lifetime. For better or worse. The day before, he had done all he could to repress the sight of the dead boys. He'd gone through the day with tunnel vision, trying to focus on what needed doing, who had to be spoken to, and which questions he had to ask. All so that he wouldn't think about Max and William Bauer. All the blood. But there was no escape at night. On several occasions he'd woken in a cold sweat, their faces before him. He'd been involved in cases with dead children before, and each time he'd asked himself, how could he survive? How could he move on? An old classmate drove past, saw Patrick on the step and waved. This was what he liked about places like Tanumshede and Fjällbacka. Everybody knew everybody. There was a sense of reassurance in that. There was always a neighbour who had seen something. There was always someone who recognised someone. And all those calls they received along the lines of, "It was Benck's lad who stole the neighbour's bike." People could relate to each other. The stark reality was that the vast majority of crimes were committed by someone known to the victim. Patrick had heard that as many as 9 in 10 murders were committed by someone close to the victim. The only people on Charleroi had been the Bowers and their friends. The island was not in itself an impregnable fortress. It was definitely possible to get there by boat and land under cover of darkness. It just felt so far beyond anything that Patrick was familiar with, and he had statistics on his side, which meant it was reasonable to assume that it had been Ricard who had shot his brother and nephews. The screenshot that Louise had sent the night before, with the text messages that Peter had received on the night of the murder, had been another piece of the puzzle. They would continue interrogating Ricard as soon as his lawyer arrived, at which point his messages to Peter would be something to add to the rest of their evidence. He would have a hard time explaining it all away. A cold gust of wind went straight through his coat, and Patrick shivered. The nightmare images from the night before resurfaced, and he took a few sips of hot coffee, cradling the cup in his hands. There was something about families, that fine line between love and hatred, functionality and dysfunctionality. Feelings that were so close together could easily be turned on their heads. The tragedy for Elisabeth and Henning was so immense that he couldn't even begin to imagine what it must feel like. Their family had been crushed in one fell swoop. On Saturday, they had celebrated their golden wedding anniversary. They'd had their sons, grandchildren, and friends around them to raise a toast to their long and successful life together, their life as a couple and as a family. 2 days later, only rubble remained. Their eldest son dead, their 2 grandchildren dead, their youngest son arrested for murder. Things like that didn't spring into life from one day to the next. It must have been germinating, the situation deteriorating over the years before finally exploding in catastrophe. But what? How? Maybe they'd never know. What happened behind closed doors often stayed there. Almost 30 years on, people were still speculating about what lay behind the Menendez brothers shooting their parents in America. Was it pure greed and indifference towards 2 parents who loved their children? Or was it frustration and anger that boiled over after years of abuse and sexual exploitation? No one would ever know. Perhaps the truth lay somewhere in between. Patrick had seen Ricard's loathing for Henning boil over on Saturday, and he'd seen his hatred in the texts to Peter that Louise had shared with the police. Was Elisabeth part of the tragedy too, in her failure to teach Ricard that he couldn't have everything he wanted? The cold from the step began to penetrate through the blanket, and Patrick stood up. The others would be arriving in half an hour. He'd called a briefing in the conference room. Ricard's lawyer was due at 11. Before then, they needed to have gone through everything. Facts were their only path to the truth, or as close as they could get to it. "I'm struggling to adjust." It was early in the morning. Meta was standing by the window, surveying the still dark garden. Martin couldn't get enough of her silhouette, so replete with the round belly. He went over to her by the window, stood behind her, and put his hands on her stomach. A few strong kicks showed the baby inside was awake and active, and he couldn't stop a big smile from spreading across his face. "What is it you're struggling to adjust to?" he asked, kissing her neck. She smelt clean and delicious, and of the perfume on the top shelf in the bathroom cabinet, the one whose name he could never remember. "Living with someone who goes off to work, where they might get hurt or never come home again. Oh, Meta." Martin sighed and pulled her closer to him. "You know the statistics. It's extremely unusual for police officers to even be injured in the line of duty." He turned her round so she could see his face. "I know, but facts aren't exactly helping right now. The mere thought of those poor boys. It must be a lunatic who's responsible, and it's your job to find the monster." Martin gritted his teeth so hard his molars crunched. The memories from Chalareau washed over him. What he had seen on the islands had only left him in brief moments since then, and he hadn't had much sleep. He agreed with Meta. Only an utterly callous individual could be capable of shooting 2 small children and their father while they lay defenseless, sleeping. "I can't talk about it," he said, running his hand over Meta's taut belly again. "The only thing I want to talk about is which names we should add to the list for this cheeky monkey, which rosebush we should plant next to the gravel path, and whether we should do the small bathroom now or be sensible and keep it for later when we don't have a newborn to look after." "You know we're going to do the bathroom now," Meta smiled, and they exchanged a glance of understanding. She was right. Neither of them had any patience whatsoever, or the ability to wait. Things had to be done now, or preferably yesterday. They had plenty of projects to be getting their teeth into, because the old house that Martin had inherited from Dagmar, a witness in a previous murder inquiry, needed a lot of love. Luckily, neither he nor Meta had any objection to dedicating their time and money to the old and beautiful late 19th century house. In fact, it had been Meta who had fallen in love with the house the very first time he'd invited her round for dinner, and she had stayed there with him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Martin exhaled and felt his body relaxing against Meta's warmth. Their charming but demanding house would provide a home for their respective children, and soon for their first baby together. Sometimes he had to pinch himself to believe his good fortune. Life had given him another chance at happiness. He'd been saved from the darkness he'd been in after Pia's death. "Go, do your job. Don't listen to me and my pregnancy hormones. I'll be fine." Meta stood on tiptoe to softly kiss him on the mouth. "For sure?" he said. "For sure." Martin kissed her one last time and then went out to the car. Before getting inside, he stopped and looked at the house. The legacy had led to so much more than he had ever hoped for. As he drove towards Tarnamshede and the police station, he tried to cling on to that feeling of happiness and gratitude. He needed it if he was going to cope with what the team had ahead of them. Erika clutched the strip in her hand. She hadn't slept a wink all night, and as soon as the pharmacy on Drottninggatan near the hotel was open, she'd headed off to buy a pregnancy test. She'd been staring at the strip for almost 20 minutes, but no matter how she turned it in the light and squinted, there was absolutely no doubt. There was a distinct line in the small panel. Good God. She thought it was the beginning of menopause, but it was actually a bun in the oven. She remembered the many glasses of red wine the night before with panic, not to mention the considerable volumes of booze knocked back at Henning and Elizabeth's golden wedding party on Saturday. The only consolation was that the fetus was in some kind of cocoon, the yolk sac, or whatever they called it, in the early stages, and supposedly wasn't affected by the mother's alcohol intake. But that might just be wishful thinking. Finally, Erika threw away the strip and washed her hands with soap and water. The lack of sleep was clearly visible on her face in the mirror. It wasn't only the thought of pregnancy that had kept her awake. The news about Peter and the boys had been spinning around and around her head, and she hadn't been able to stop thinking about Louise. Her heart ached for her friend, but she didn't know what assistance she could offer to Louise in the pitch-dark abyss she must be in. Erika had texted her before she'd gone to bed. She'd rewritten the message several times before sending it. What on earth could she possibly say? In the end, she'd settled for a brief, "I'm here for you, no matter what," and a heart emoji. It had felt utterly inadequate. She hadn't received a reply, but she hadn't expected one either. She dressed a little clumsily and unsteadily. She didn't know whether she was imagining it, but she thought she was a little nauseous. She wondered how far along she was. She'd been irregular for so long she was unsure when she'd last had her period. She sat down heavily on the bed. What if it was too late to do anything about it? That was, if they didn't want to keep it. Surely they couldn't have another child. Not now. The twins were still little, fighting their way through the early years, but she and Patrick had begun to see light at the end of the tunnel. The mere thought of starting over with wakeful nights and nappies made her panic. Not to mention the thought of a difficult pregnancy. It left her so anxious she could barely breathe. More than anything, she wanted to call Patrick and talk to him, but she knew this wasn't the right time for that. And she wanted to tell him to his face, not over the phone, so it would have to keep for when she got home. Erika grabbed her coat and bag and left the room. There was no point brooding, there was nothing she could do about the situation. She might as well follow her plans for the day. The address was easy to find. She took the opportunity to take a walk in the weak sunshine, and she quickly warmed up, even though it was chilly out. Newspaper hoardings screamed at her en route. "Massacre on Chaleureux," thundered Expressen. "Family murdered on island," cried Aftonbladet. Erika wondered what Patrick was doing now, how he was feeling, and how he and his colleagues were getting on. She empathized with everyone involved. Once she reached the door, she realized she hadn't given any thought to how she'd get inside, not to mention that she wasn't sure which flat it was. She knew it was the 5th floor, but there were probably lots of flats on each floor. She leaned in closer to the window in the big, heavy door and used her hand to shield her eyes from the sun. Just inside there was an information board with the names of the residents and the floors they lived on. She noted the names against the 5th floor and dialed the first of them on the intercom. It continued to buzz for a long time before Erika gave up. Then she chose the name of the next resident on the 5th floor, Eilifsson Å. After 3 buzzes, a husky male voice answered. Erika spoke into the microphone as clearly as she could. "Hello, my name's Erika Falk, and I'd like to talk to someone who knows which flat had a fire here in 1980. There was silence for a moment. Then the door buzzed and the lock clicked. Erika took the small, decrepit lift up to the 5th floor and read the plaques on the doors. Eilifsson. She rang the bell. Almost immediately she heard shuffling steps from within. A man in his 80s opened the door, then backed away to admit her. He was neatly turned out in shirt and trousers with braces, and he had beautiful white hair and a beard. Come in, come in. I've put some coffee on," he said, shuffling ahead of her to a small but bright kitchen. Eureka looked around curiously. She wondered if this had been Lola's flat, but she could see no signs of a dramatic restoration. The late 19th century feel was intact, albeit a little battered. Eureka sat down at the kitchen table and waited patiently while the man poured coffee into beautiful and dainty espresso cups and set them down on the table. "I'm afraid I don't have anything to go with it. Diabetes," he said with a shrug. "That's fine. I'm not supposed to eat stuff like that," Eureka said, sipping her coffee. "I'm Okia," the man said, after sitting down with some effort on the chair opposite her. He regarded her intensely. "Why are you interested in Lola?" "You knew her," said Eureka, her interest piqued. Something in the man's tone when he'd said Lola's name had sounded familiar. "Yes, I knew her. But tell me now, why are you interested in Lola?" Eureka carefully put her cup down on its saucer. "A good friend told me about Lola and her death, and it got me interested. I write books about murders." "Those sensational things?" Okia's mouth tightened at the corners. Eureka shook her head. "No, I wouldn't say so. It all began with my interest in people and their fates, and how things can sometimes go so badly wrong that someone gets murdered. What I try to do is bring out the individuals behind the headlines." "There weren't any headlines for Lola," said Okia, apparently satisfied with her answer. "No, and I find that strange, that there was so little written about the murder, I mean, especially given who Lola was." "Lola was wonderful," said Okia, his eyes twinkling. "Just wonderful." Eureka took her notebook out of her bag. "Do you mind if I take notes?" she asked, receiving an affirmative response. "Were you close?" Eureka continued. "No. We shared the occasional cup of coffee, that's all. My dear wife and I were fully occupied with our teenage children. One of them had gone a bit off the rails. But I always appreciated chats with Lola. It was refreshing to talk to someone who didn't see the world the same way I did." "And her daughter?" "Little Petite. A ridiculously cute kid. She was Lola's world, and Lola was Petite's world. Yes, it really was a tragedy. But you know, the fire wasn't only in Lola's flat." Eureka leaned forward with interest. "No? Do tell." "That old hag Alm's flat was fire-damaged too. She went so crazy she no longer dared to have her grandson Sigurd to visit any longer." "How old was he?" "Same age as Petite. I think they must have been 6 years old when the fire happened. They'd just thrown a party for her. The whole gang." "Who were the gang?" "I didn't know them. I usually said hello whenever I met any of them in the lift or on the stairs. But there was a group of them that often came round to Lola's, mostly late at night. Well, I was often up waiting for teenagers who never came home, so I'd hear them carrying on until pretty late." "Did you ever hear any quarrels from Lola's flat? Were they rowdy?" "No, mostly laughter and music. The only time I heard arguments and shouting was the same day as the fire. A real bloody to-do." Eureka paused, pen poised. A row at Lola's the same day she died. "Did you hear any details?" Okia shook his head. He stood up to fetch the coffee pot and refilled Erika's cup. Then he laboriously sat down again. The walls are too thick. I couldn't make out any of the words, but I thought I could hear both a man's voice and a woman's voice. But it was a long time ago. I told the police, although I don't think they even took notes. No one seemed very interested in finding out what had happened. Different times, you know. Erika nodded. No articles, and the police hadn't cared. She had sniffed prejudice when she'd started doing her research, but it was still a grim realization. How badly damaged was the flat? Which one did she live in? The one to the left of mine, and it was completely gutted. It has the same floor plan as when Lola lived there, but it's been completely renovated. Okia peered at her. Would you like to see it? I've got the key. How come you have it? I water the flowers for the family who live there when they're away. They're in Dubai this week, half-term break. I'd definitely like to take a look, said Erika, standing up. Okia grasped the back of the chair and heaved himself up. Don't get old. If it's not diabetes, then it's gout. I suppose I'm going to go gaga soon as well. The alternative is worse, Erika said cheerfully. Okia smiled wryly. Yes, at least until it isn't any longer. Come on, no need for your shoes, we can pop straight over. He took a key from a small cabinet on the wall by the front door and turned left after exiting. The neighbouring flat had Sanden on the door, and it was immediately apparent that a family with young children lived there. The hallway was full of big and small shoes, overalls, hats, scooters and bike helmets. It looked almost exactly like her own hall. Will they mind us coming in? Erika asked, her gaze wandering. It felt intrusive to enter someone's home without their knowledge. I'm assuming you won't steal or break anything. In that case, I don't foresee any issues with me showing you around. Right now, it's not their flat. It's Lola's. Okia pointed further into the flat. This is exactly how it was laid out back then. Kitchen on the left, bedroom and wardrobe on the right, living room straight ahead. Petite had her bed in the living room, but Lola had rigged up an alcove for the girl in that corner over there. He gestured from where he stood into the big, bright room. The big trunk was over there, too, he said, lowering his gaze. For a moment there was silence. That was where they'd found Petite's body. Erika suddenly felt nauseous, but fought against it. Okia cleared his throat and continued the guided tour. He tapped against one of the walls. There used to be a door into the kitchen here, and you'll have to ignore the girl's bedroom. That didn't exist back then. The family living here now bought the studio flat next door and demolished the wall to make it bigger. I get what you mean about it being completely refurbished. Erika looked around. The flat looked far more modern than Okia's, lacking all the period features. It was completely gutted. The fire destroyed everything. Erika walked towards the kitchen. She recalled what it had said in the investigation. Lola had been lying on the kitchen floor in front of the hob. Erika knelt where Lola must have been lying, but the kitchen felt so new that she struggled to picture it. She got up and went into the bedroom. It was light and airy with big windows. The walk-in wardrobe was almost like a room of its own, rather than the piece of furniture she'd been imagining. This room looked like one of those boutiques, Orkia gestured towards the bedroom and the wardrobe. "There was a lot of Lola in here. Loads of beautiful clothes and high heels and bottles of perfume and her wigs." "Sounds wonderful." Eureka wished she'd seen the room when it was Lola's. She wished she'd got to meet Lola. "Do you know anything about Lola's life before... well, Lola? Did she ever say anything?" Orkia hesitated. "For me, there was only Lola. That was the way she wanted it. But..." Eureka stood quietly and waited. "You know, it's so strange. I know she's gone and that I ought to tell the whole story because she's dead and her little girl's dead, and the only thing I can do for them now is to help the truth come out. Because I assume that's what you're after. The truth about what happened to them, I mean. But at the same time, it goes against the grain." Orkia cleared his throat and took the plunge. "There was a woman here. She called Lola Lars. I'd never seen her before, and I've never seen her since that day. But Lola didn't want her here. They were in the hallway talking, just inside the front door when I came up in the lift. I didn't want to eavesdrop, so I went into my flat and shut the door. But without hearing any details, I couldn't help but realize that Lola wanted that woman to leave, and I heard the woman call her Lars. And that... well, I didn't like it. I knew she wanted to be Lola. She wasn't Lars. And it feels wrong to even mention Lars." Eureka spontaneously placed her hand on Orkia's arm. He patted it. "Look at me, getting all sentimental. But it's lovely to talk about Lola again, and her little girl. I've never forgotten them. And I'd very much like to know who killed them before I shuffle off this mortal coil, or lose my marbles." "I can't make any promises, but I'll do my best. I also want to find out what happened to Lola and her daughter." Eureka looked around the room, and for a moment she thought she could make out the scent of perfume. Henning put down his teacup and stared at the screen. Elisabeth was finally asleep. Only once the initial shock had given way had she been able to cry. It had been hysterical and bestial, as if her heart were being torn asunder, which was probably not far from the truth. It had begun after Louise had departed with Viviane, Ulla and Susanna, and it had continued all night. She had been inconsolable. This morning he had managed to get her to take a steel knocked. It was as much for his sake as hers. He couldn't stand to hear her grief. His own feelings were confined, as if a roar had been trapped within him. The cursor flashed on the screen. Henning wasn't sitting at the computer because he thought he'd be able to write anything. He was sitting here because it felt familiar. A familiar torment. He'd spent thousands of hours in that same spot, agonizing, feeling the anxiety seeping from his every pore. In a way, it had become his hair shirt, and with the years he'd grown accustomed to the pain. Right now he was trying to make use of the familiar situation to cope with this new torment, the one that hurt so much it made him want to crawl out of his own skin. But the flashing cursor provided him with neither relief nor anxiety. None of what had once been so important was now worth a thing. Henning heard Nancy moving about in the kitchen. He'd left the door to his study open to try and vanquish the sense of claustrophobia. He couldn't understand his own reactions. It was as if the walls were closing in on him. He got up and went over to the window. He, Elizabeth and Nancy were alone on the island. Tilda had wanted to return to the island. She'd called them after she'd been questioned at the station, but Elizabeth had refused and told their daughter-in-law she'd have to stay at the hotel at their expense. Everything was falling apart. The life they had carefully crafted together. Maybe it was karma. So many of their choices had been right for them, but had been made at the expense of others. Perhaps this was exactly what they deserved. The phone rang. It had been ringing constantly all morning. The media were hounding him. Friends wanted to know how they were doing. The family's lawyer had tried to get hold of him. He'd rejected all their calls. He sat down again at the computer. He tried to find comfort in the familiar anxiety summoned by the flashing cursor on a blank page. All those blank pages. Was that to be his response? Empty pages. He closed the computer and pulled out his phone to call the lawyer back. He still had one son. That was all that was left to him. The remorse was heavy to bear. Paula had to fight herself every step of the way to the conference room. What was her punishment to be? "Patrick." Her voice sounded so pitiful, completely unlike her usual one. Patrick was writing something on one of the whiteboards while Annika laid out coffee and biscuits. "Yes," he said absently, without looking at her. "Can I have a word? In my office?" "Of course," he said, putting the marker down on the ledge of the board. When they reached her office, she looked down at her feet in shame. She couldn't look Patrick in the eye. "Yesterday, you wondered how the press were able to get to the island so quickly." "Yes," said Patrick. His voice was gruff, and Paula forced herself to look him in the eye. When she'd got home the night before, Johanna had noticed something was up right away, and Paula had promised to bring it up with Patrick first thing in the morning. But it was so hard. "It was my fault," she said. "I had a brain fart and did something stupid. I did some horse trading with a hack, and I said too much. I'm so sorry. It'll never happen again, and I'll willingly accept whatever punishment you impose." Paula's voice broke, and she blinked away tears. The last few days had taken their toll. "Okay, take it easy. Slow down and tell me what happened," said Patrick, putting a hand on her shoulder. She had to fight the impulse to throw herself into his arms in relief. That wouldn't have been very professional. "What did you get from the journalist in exchange?" he said, pulling forward her visitor's chair so he could sit down. Paula sat down at her computer and tapped a few keys. She turned the display towards Patrick. "Aftenbladet is working on a big exposé on Blanche. They sent it to me this morning. They have an inside source who's given them all sorts of dirt. Strange payouts, secret emails, dodgy contracts, the lot." "You think the source is Rolf?" said Patrick thoughtfully as he read it. "As a motive to kill him, it'd be huge." "How does it tie into the murder of Peter and the boys?" said Patrick. It sounded as if he was thinking aloud rather than asking Paula a question, but it was something she had already thought about. "Louise seems to handle a lot of the administrative side of things at Blanche. According to the article, she's identified as the person who paid hush money to people, sorted out non-disclosure agreements, etc. And Louise was meant to be sleeping in that room that night. Peter and the boys may simply have been collateral damage." Patrick looked from the screen to Paula. So someone with a connection to Blanche had a motive to silence both Rolf and Louise, both the informed source and the person in possession of damaging facts. That's not completely improbable. But who? And how does it relate to Ricard? We've got evidence to suggest that he shot Peter and his nephews. Was he paid to do it? Does he have his own interests in Blanche? Paula's phone buzzed. This can't be, she thought to herself as she read it. Then the laughter erupted. It was slightly hysterical, and Patrick looked at her in concern. She managed to stop laughing by coughing a few times. Then she held up her phone to show him. They've published the article. I sold my soul for an hour's head start with an article that everyone can read now anyway. I'm not going to tell you off, Patrick said gently. I know you get it. We all make mistakes, and there's no point dwelling on it. What we need to do now is get all our facts, all our questions, all our theories onto the wall. Briefing in 5 minutes' time, and stop hunching those shoulders. It's all fine. Tears of relief burned behind her eyelids. Once Patrick had left her office, Paula sent a text to her mother. Thinking of you. Should I bring anything tonight? 21. Stockholm, 1980. Lola anxiously examined her reflection in the mirror, but everything appeared to have healed as it should. She had refused to look at herself in the hospital. She reached for her foundation and began to apply it to her face, smoothing an extra layer over the bruises which were still shades of blue and green. She could no longer wait for them to disappear. She needed to go back to work if she was going to pay her rent. Are you working tonight? Petite had crept up behind her and wrapped her arms around her waist. She sounded uneasy. Lola turned round and hugged her daughter. Daddy has to work, otherwise we won't be able to eat. I'm not hungry, and I don't need to eat. Petite buried her face between Lola's breasts, and she felt them moving inside her bra. She took Petite's head and held her away so that she could look her in the eye. It was an accident. I didn't look as I crossed the road, which was stupid. From now on, I'll do exactly what I've taught you. I'll look left, then right, and then left again. Do you promise? Petite sobbed. Lola held her tightly and spoke seriously. I promise. I swear on your mother in heaven. I promise I'll never let anything happen to me again. Or you. The doorbell rang and both of them jumped. Lola grimaced as she stood up. She didn't want to think about how long the pain would last. She limped slightly as she made for the door and realized reluctantly that it would probably be a while before she was back in heels. When Lola saw who was outside, she wanted to shut the door, but she opened it reluctantly and took a step back. I heard what happened, said her sister. Not that you ever say anything. She stared at Lola reproachfully. Why would I? Said Lola. Things can't carry on like this, Lars. Don't you understand? It's dangerous. Her voice was loud and accusatory, and Lola had to stifle an impulse to put her hands over her ears. She hated hearing the name Lars. That was the name of a dead person, someone buried long ago. She spotted her neighbour Orkya closing the grill on the lift over her sister's shoulder. He looked at them curiously. Come in, Lola said reluctantly. No matter how much she didn't want to invite her sister inside, she was even less keen to share this part of her life with others. Looks clean enough, her sister said, striding inside. Lola had always detested the way her sister felt she owned every space. Why wouldn't it be? Her sister pursed her neatly painted lips. Is this Julia? She's called Petite, Lola said, putting her arms protectively around her daughter. Where was she while you were in hospital? Her sister said, scrutinizing Petite from head to toe. With friends, Lola said curtly. Her whole soul was screaming at the fact that her sister was in her home. She wasn't invited. She had long ago forfeited the right to be part of Lola's life, just like the rest of her family. Their parents were dead now, but she still felt the bitterness in her mouth at their cold condemnation. "Lars, how could you let your daughter stay with friends instead of calling me? How old is she now? 5? Her sister's voice had the same tone of censure as their parents', and Lola grimaced again at the use of that name. "Daddy's not called Lars. Daddy's called Lola, and I'm actually nearly 6, said Petite, pushing herself against Lola and wrapping her arms around her legs. Lola ruffled her hair. What a lovely, lovely child. "I honestly can't fathom why social services allow this situation." Her sister looked around the flat. The red Rhea rug in the living room, the collection of Lisa Larsen plump ABC girls on the windowsill, the wigs in the bedroom. Lola felt the flutter of terror in her breast. Her sister's words touched her deepest fear, that her choice would result in Petite being taken away from her. "We're managing just fine," she said stiffly, taking a step back with Petite. "It's only a matter of time before something happens," her sister said coldly, examining the kitchen in detail. "Oh, well, you know where I am if you need me. But you also know that the condition is that this nonsense has to stop." Her lip curled as she looked at Lola's hot pink nails. "I think you should go now," said Lola. "Of course. I know when I'm not wanted." She made for the door, but then turned around and looked at Petite. "Your father is stubborn and stupid. But if you ever need help, you can call me. I'll leave my number here." She pulled out a card and tucked it into Petite's rucksack. "Leave now." When the front door had shut, Lola knelt and hugged her daughter hard as she whispered, "Nothing is ever going to happen. We have each other. That's enough." Her daughter hugged her back, equally hard. It was the two of them against the world. Just the two of them. 22. Ritorno on Odengatan was packed, but Erika had found a spot in the corner where she could sit with her laptop. She had always loved the classic patisserie, which had been there for 60 years and always gave the impression that time had stood still, with its dark interior and classic bakes. Erika twisted and stretched her back as discreetly as she could. Then she pulled out her notepad and began to check her bullet-pointed list of what she needed to get done during her stay in Stockholm. It had been a long time since Lola was murdered. People would have moved or died. Those that were left might struggle to remember. Time was devastating to an investigation, that much she already knew. At the top of the list was finding out how Lola had come to be living alone with her daughter. It was unusual for Petite's mother to be out of the picture, and it must have been even more unusual in the 80s. Erika had Petite's personal identity number, and through searches with the tax agency and population register, she had ascertained who were listed as her parents. Lars Berggren was registered as the father, which tallied with what she knew already, but the mother's name was Monica Solberg, deceased 30th of August 1974, the same day that Petite was born. Erika continued to tap away. There was a Birgitta Solberg registered as Monica's mother, and she was still alive. And she had an address in Stockholm, thank goodness, in Bagarmossen. It wouldn't take her long to get there by taxi, now that the rush hour was over. Erika pulled out her phone and looked at the phone number on her computer. Should she call ahead and give advance warning of her arrival and what it was about? She tucked her phone into her bag and gathered her things. It was usually better to have the element of surprise on her side. Erika quickly found a taxi, and then it took 20 minutes to drive to Bagarmossen. The cab pulled over on a street below the animal hospital, and Erika sought out the right number among the low blocks of flats from the 50s. An elderly man exited from the main door as Erika approached, and she hurried to nip inside. She found the right name on a black sign with white lettering on the right-hand side of the foyer, and noted that Birgitte Solberg lived on the second floor. She took the stairs and stopped for a few seconds, panting, before she rang the doorbell. There was a welcome plaque hanging on the door with a picture of Jesus on it. Erika crossed her fingers that Birgitte would be in, and breathed a sigh of relief when she heard footsteps on the other side of the door. An old woman peered cautiously at her through the crack that the security chain allowed.
"I don't care what you're selling, I'm not interested. And if you're from the Jehovah's, then you should know that Christ is already in my heart."
"I'm not selling anything," Erika said, trying not to smile at the fact that she could be mistaken for a Jehovah's Witness. "My name is Erika Falch. I'd like to ask you some questions about your daughter."
"About Ingela? Why do you want to ask about Ingela?"
said the woman, closing the door another centimetre. "No, not Ingela. Monica." Birgitte was silent for a while. Then she pulled the door shut. Erika had time to curse her own pushiness before the chain rattled and the door opened.
"Come in."
Erika followed the old lady into the hall. Everywhere she looked, Jesus was looking back, from paintings, tapestries, and small porcelain and ceramic figurines. There were also crosses and Bible quotations dotted all over the place.
"Let's sit down in the living room. Victor's doing his homework in the kitchen."
"Victor?"
"Yes, my grandson,"
Birgitte said, her eyes shining.
"He's lived with me for many years."
Birgitte pointed to a floral sofa with a glass-topped wicker table in front of it, and Erika sat down. She'd never been in such a clean home. It made her own look like a crack den by comparison. "You have a lovely home," she said, and was rewarded with a smile.
"Thanks. Very kind of you to say. Well, I suppose I like to keep things in order."
Birgitte sat down at the other end of the sofa.
"So, why are you asking about Monica? She's been gone for many years."
Erika cleared her throat. It was always a little nerve-wracking having to explain herself. She never knew what might touch a nerve and what wouldn't, and over the years she'd encountered scoldings and hysterical fits of crying. "I write books about murders. I heard about Lola and her daughter through an acquaintance."
"Lola?"
Birgitte said the name slowly.
"It's been a long time since I heard that name."
Erika decided to get straight to the point. "As I understand it, your daughter was the mother of Lola's child, but the records show she died the same day the girl was born?"
"Yes, poor soul. May God have mercy upon her."
Birgitte fidgeted with the edge of a cloth on the coffee table that was embroidered with the words, "Except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God."
"This quote is from the Gospel of John. Have you accepted God into your heart?"
Erika shifted awkwardly.
Well, I'm not that ecclesiastical." "Do you have any faith?"
"As a child, I suppose." Erika's relationship with the church was complicated. In Fjällbacka and its surroundings there were still remnants of the strict, unforgiving religion that had kept the area in its grip for so long, making people live under the yoke of guilt and shame and in constant fear of God's wrath.
"That's good. Childhood faith is good."
Birgitte fell silent and looked out of the window. "We were talking about Monica?" said Erika, bringing them back to the topic. She heard someone moving about in the kitchen and assumed it was the grandson doing homework. She was surprised that Birgitta had a grandchild that young, but then again it might be a great-grandchild. That would be more likely.
"Monica was wild, even as a little girl," said Birgitta. "Never did as she was told. Quite the opposite. Well, I suppose both the girls got that from their father. The destructive part came from me."
Erika looked at her in surprise. Destructive wasn't quite the word she would have used to describe the woman before her, in her neatly ironed skirt and immaculate high-collared blouse. Birgitta seemed to spot her look because she smiled.
"My need for order comes from the chaos in my former life. Before I found Jesus, I was deep in the abyss. My girls had a terrible childhood. Their father died when they were little. I was left on my own with them, and I was too young, wild, and stupid to handle that responsibility. I shouldn't have been allowed to keep them."
She didn't let her gaze shy away from Erika's.
"My daughters were basically left to raise themselves, and they saw a lot they shouldn't have. Monica was the eldest, and she took it the hardest. In addition to looking after herself, she had to look after Ingela, too. Things went the way they went. First booze, then drugs, then doing whatever it took to raise the cash for her habit. Burglary, prostitution. And I was too deep in my own hole to help her. I only got sober 10 years after Monica died. Around that time. By then, she and the girl were gone."
Her hand trembled as she fidgeted with the fringes of the cloth. "Did you ever meet Lola? Or your granddaughter?"
"Yes. Lola once brought the girl to meet me in a park. I think she must have been around a year old, but I was so broken that Lola was wise enough not to repeat that encounter."
"Did she explain what had happened to Monica?"
"She died during childbirth. Something went wrong and she bled out."
"Did Lola say anything about how long they'd been together?"
"No, I didn't find out much about their relationship. I was in no shape to ask either. But I remember that she said they were soulmates. I've always remembered that. I thought it was so beautiful. And it's brought me a lot of comfort over the years to know that Monica met her soulmate before she returned home to God."
Erika hesitated, but was too curious not to ask. "But what was your perspective on Lola, given that—" She looked around at all the crosses and Jesus figurines and felt ashamed for asking. But Birgitta didn't seem to take offence.
"When I met Lola, I still hadn't found my God and Saviour, and the people around me were a motley crew. Who was I to judge? But I assume you mean my perspective on the situation, on her, later on. A perfectly reasonable question. But you have to understand that my God is a forgiving God. He's forgiven me for my sins, and there are many of them. And the God I know in my heart is the creator of everything on earth. That means he created us all just as he wants us to be. We all have our place. We all have our purpose."
Erika smiled. It was a beautiful way to look at God. "Grandma?" A man who was surely in his early 30s was standing in the doorway, clutching a colourful puzzle book about letters. "Grandma, I spelt banana." He smiled broadly and pointed to the book. Birgitta clapped her hands together in delight.
"Oh, well done, Victor. You're so clever."
"I'm very clever," Victor said with satisfaction, before returning to the kitchen. Birgitta watched Victor go and then spotted Erika's quizzical look.
"Victor is Ingela's son. As you may have realized, he has Down syndrome. He's been living with me since he was a little boy. Ingela wasn't quite up to it. But he's my joy in life. Him and Jesus."
"How old is he?" Erika said curiously.
33. Some people with Downs can go to school and work like the rest of us, but unfortunately that's not the case for Victor. His challenges are too great. He probably ought to be in daycare, but he's very keen to go to school, so I teach him at home."
She smiled, making the wrinkles around her eyes deepen.
"For me, he's the proof that God created us in his image. There is no one more loving than Victor. He's been made with just as much intention as the rest of us, if not more."
Erika swallowed. Birgitta's bottomless love for her grandson made her throat tighten.
"Oh, yes, Lola," Birgitta added. "She was a lovely person. That was all I needed to know. On the other hand, I was a little envious that her legs looked better in a skirt than mine did."
Erika laughed. "Yes, I've seen a photo of her, and she was incredibly good-looking."
"Wait!"
Birgitta leapt up and left the room. She was gone for so long that Erika began to wonder where she'd got to. Just as she was about to stand up, Birgitta returned with a black box in her arms.
"If you promise to return them, you can borrow these," she said. "Lola sent them to me not long before she and Petite were brought home to God. I think it was a way for her to invite me back into their lives again. Sadly, that didn't work out."
When Erika lifted the lid of the box, she gasped. It was full of photos, slightly yellowed, some with tatty corners. Photos of Lola and Monica and Petite. Her hands trembled as she thumbed through them. "Thank you. I promise to take good care of them," she said, standing up on faltering legs. As they headed for the front door, Erika stopped in the kitchen doorway. Victor was sitting at the table in deep concentration, his tongue at the corner of his mouth and a crayon in his hand. He was laboriously writing the word monkey underneath a picture of a monkey, and he held up the book to Erika and his grandmother with a smile. "Look, I wrote monkey." Birgitta went over and kissed him on the top of his head and put her arms around him.
"Thanks for letting me talk about my Monica and Lola. I hope you'll be open to accepting God into your heart in future."
Erika smiled. "The God you describe is always welcome." Patrick stood in front of the two whiteboards in the conference room, preparing to start the briefing.
"What's our status with Rickard?"
Melbear asked from his corner of the room. "I was going to start there. He's in custody, but we haven't been able to question him since yesterday because we're still waiting for his lawyer. He's due to arrive soon."
"No confession?"
said Melbear, reaching for a shortbread on the plate that Arnica had provided. Patrick shook his head. "He denies everything." "Does it seem genuine?" Paula asked. Patrick hesitated before replying, trying to recall what he'd felt the night before. "I don't know. It's hard to tell with Rickard. It feels like nothing about him is for real. But there is the alternative that he was so hammered he can't remember. Did we take a saliva sample from him? Martin asked. No, unfortunately not, said Patrick. He nodded towards the boards that he had prepared ahead of the meeting. The one to the left was full of pictures from the investigation. He pointed to a photo he had stuck to the board with a magnet. Last night I received a screenshot from Louise, Peter's wife, showing a text message that Ricard sent to Peter on the night of the murders. He read aloud from the photo. Go fuck yourself, bastard. Short and sweet, Gösta said dryly. Am I the only one who thinks this is an open and shut case? Even if we haven't found the gun, we've got the blood-covered shirt, and now we have a text showing Ricard's emotional state on the night of the murder. Sure, it's not an outright death threat, but it shows that he wasn't exactly fond of his brother. What time was that sent? 3:15, said Patrick. Do we have any indication from the medical examiner on the time of death? Said Gösta. Patrick shook his head. Not yet. We're still waiting for all the analyses, both forensic and medical. The same goes for the evidence we secured at the scene of Rolf's murder, but I know Faraday is chivying NFC along as best as she can. Given the media coverage, I suspect we'll get quick results. Gratifying in this case, but unfortunate that that's what it takes, said Gösta. Patrick didn't disagree, but right now he was happy to take it and put up with a propensity to prioritize cases that were garnering extensive press attention. Martin sat up straighter on his side of the table. What do we make of Ricard as the killer in Rolf's murder? He said. Pretty plausible, right? Likely, even. We don't yet have anything tying Ricard to the murder of Rolf, said Patrick. We don't have a motive, and there's no forensic evidence pointing to him so far. No witness statements from the night in question place him at the scene. On the other hand, there isn't anything to indicate that it isn't Ricard. He looked at the two whiteboards. The one on the left was filled with pictures. The one on the right was empty. I'd like to play devil's advocate and go through everything we've got without any preconceptions. Let's not consider Ricard's guilt to be a foregone conclusion. Let's begin with the murder of Rolf and move on to the murder of Peter and the boys. All idle speculation is welcome. No idea or theory is too stupid. Nothing is too irrelevant to bring up. Annika, can you take notes? Yep. I'll take notes, and I've set my phone to record. Go for it. I write quickly. Patrick turned to the empty board and picked up a marker. We know that Rolf Stenkler was murdered late on Saturday or early on Sunday. We're waiting for a more precise time of death from the medical examiner, but the body was cold when he was found, so he must have been dead for several hours. He pointed to a picture of Rolf's corpse on the left-hand whiteboard. As we understand it, he was at the gallery preparing for his exhibition, which was due to open yesterday, on Monday. He'd hung up frames with notes on which he'd written the names of the photographs that would later take their places. The framed photos themselves were stacked at the back of the venue. There were 15 of them in total, worth around 2 million kroner. Someone came into the gallery during the night and shot him in the back of the head with a nail gun. A nail gun, we believe, was already at the scene. There was no sign of any fingerprints on the nail gun. It was probably wiped. And there doesn't seem to be any DNA either. But there were material fibres on the gun that our forensics team secured. Unfortunately, we can't say right now whether they were there beforehand, whether they came from Rolf, or whether they belonged to our killer. Patrick wrote keywords on the board as he spoke, underlining some of them. Write unplanned, said Martin, pointing to the board. The fact that the killer used a weapon that was already there suggests it wasn't planned. Agreed, said Patrick, writing unplanned on the board and underlining it. He turned back to the team. "We're going to ask Viviane about the exhibition and ask her to take a closer look at the photos from the gallery and see if anything strikes her. You formed a good bond with her, didn't you, Martine? Could you go and see her after we're done here?" Martine gave a thumbs up. "Good. Take that video I made of the gallery with you," said Patrick. "We've also got a bit more substance on possible motives, thanks to today's issue of Aftonbladet. Has anyone seen it and had time to read it?" Everyone nodded. "Great. This is something we need to look at more closely. Someone inside Blanche seems to have leaked all sorts of information that the management won't have wanted to see the light of day. Maybe Rolf was the source. In that case, it's a motive for murder. But we still don't know whether that's the case, so let's keep an open mind and not get too attached to any particular theories."
"If it looks like a horse and neighs like a horse, it's probably a horse and not a zebra," Milbear said glumly, crossing his arms.
"I don't think that's quite how the saying goes," Martin said, but stopped when Annika flashed him a warning look. Arguing the toss with Milbear was rarely time well spent. "On the other hand," Patrick tapped the marker against his palm to emphasize his words, "on the other hand, maybe that motive also ties in with events on Chalaronne. One person clearly singled out in the article as deeply entrenched and involved in Blanche's affairs is Louise, and she was meant to be sleeping in her bedroom."
"Okay, but what would Ricard's motive be, in relation to Blanche, for killing Rolf and then Louise?" said Josta. "If we're toying with the idea that she was the real target."
He reached for a biscuit. "We should look into Ricard's connection to Blanche," said Patrick. "Has he been involved in any way? From what I've been able to deduce from the first article in the series, there's a whole bunch of dirt coming to light. Sexual assault, young girls' silence being bought, bribes to members of the Swedish Academy related to betting ahead of the Nobel Prize in Literature being announced, holes in Blanche's account. There's a long list."
"Bloody hell," said Josta. "Posh knobs. But they all shit like the rest of us."
Melbear chuckled, his stomach wobbling.
"Nice one, Josta. Well put," he said, holding up a greasy thumb still covered in biscuit crumbs.
"Look, I don't get it," said Martin. "Exactly who has been singled out by the papers?" He had a deep wrinkle of concern between his eyes, which always formed when he didn't have the full picture. "I'm not going to claim that I've got a hold on the whole mess," said Patrick. "That's something we'll have to work to map out. But as I understand it, it's largely Ulla being accused of using his status at the club to sexually exploit young women." "And what about the others? Henning, Elisabeth and Louise?" "They've covered up for him. They've allegedly used power, cash, favours, well, any currency you can name, to keep the women in question quiet."
"Holy shit, that's awful," Martin said with disgust.
No one contradicted him. "We also need to look at whether Ricard might have been paid to carry out the murders," Patrick said, turning back to the board. "He's desperate for cash. Several people around him have said as much when we spoke to them. In other words, we need to request details of his accounts and check whether there have been any big deposits lately." Patrick underlined Ricard's bank statements. "Sorry to go on about this, but I still don't want us to become fixated on Ricard. It almost feels too simple. We need to consider other possibilities. For example, whether a person or persons unknown came to the island by night. I also think we should look more closely at the possibility that Louise was the actual target." He looked at the whiteboard before turning back to his colleagues. "When I spoke to Ricard out on the island, he said something that I haven't been able to let go of. He said, Peter had begun looking into the death of his first wife. She died a couple of years ago in a hit and run. Ricard said Peter had even hired someone to do some digging. There's something there that I think we should be looking at ourselves. He wrote Peter's wife, hit and run, on the board. Does anyone have anything to add? Oh yes, Martin. We haven't had time to ask about how the interview with Tilda went last night. Did it give us anything in relation to Ricard's alibi? No, she says the same as he does, that they went to bed together, that they'd both had a lot to drink, and that they slept all night and only woke up when Louise screamed in the room next door. No discrepancies in their stories? Patrick asked. Martin shook his head. No, but we know how unreliable alibis from loved ones can be, so the value of her testimony is questionable at best. I agree. That's enough for now. We got plenty to be getting on with. I'll remain in touch with Faraday, and as soon as we get the reports from the autopsies and the results of our other analyses, I'll let you know. The search for the gun is still ongoing. I also thought I'd have a chat with Louise about Blanche. Apparently she's staying with her parents. Paula, would you come with me? Paula nodded briskly. Josta, can you investigate the hit-and-run angle? Martin, you take Vivian and try to find out more about the exhibition. Annika, can you review Ricard's bank statements as soon as the prosecutor secures them? And Melber... Patrick looked at Bertil, who held up his hands in a parry. I'm already up to my eyeballs. There's a lot of admin on a case this size. Patrick raised his eyebrows but gave an internal sigh of relief. Melber always did the least damage from the sanctuary of his office while he was having one of his naps. Then let's get to work, he said, glancing one last time at the whiteboards. For a moment he felt overwhelmed by the chaos and gigantic scale of 4 murders in 48 hours, and he couldn't help but think that time was getting away from them. It felt good to be alone for a while in the car, without his colleagues, without, Martin thought to himself with a dash of shame, Tuva and Meta. He loved family life, but he also appreciated a little alone time occasionally. He took the coast road through Grebbestad to reach Fjällbacka. It took a little longer than the road inland, but there was something about seeing the coast during the autumn. In the summer, getting through the small villages by car was hopeless. They were teeming with tourists. People were ambling along in the middle of the road, and it was generally enraging. The calm of autumn and spring was completely different. It was as if the coastal communities relaxed, unfolded themselves, and showed their very best side. The logical part of him knew that these small villages would never survive without tourism. 2 months provided a livelihood for 12. All the same, when you were a permanent resident, it sometimes felt like being invaded by a horde of locusts laying waste to all in their path. Martin slowed down as he approached Salvik. He'd called ahead to Vivian to warn her he was coming. She had no car with her, so he was able to park right by her house. Vivian opened the door the moment Martin got out of the car. "Come in," she said in a subdued voice. She looked tired and worn out. Her plait lay tangled and unkempt on her left shoulder. "Look at the state of me. Sorry. I don't seem to be able to get a grip on things." As if she were reading his thoughts, she gently touched a stain on her shirt. "Sorry we keep intruding like this," Martin said, and he meant it. It was always uncomfortable questioning a person who had just lost someone, but at the same time he knew it was the loved ones more than anyone else who wanted the police to do their job and give them the answers they needed. "Come on, let's sit on the terrace," she said quickly. They walked through the house and onto the terrace, each sitting down in a wicker armchair. "We've got a few things we'd like to follow up on," Martin said, clasping his hands in his lap. "Firstly, I'd like to start by asking whether you've thought of anything since our last conversation, related to Rolf or that night on Chalaronne." Vivian shook her head. "No. I would have got in touch right away if I had. It's beyond comprehension. It's like a nightmare. Peter and the little boys—" "We're doing everything we can," Martin said. "But what's your gut feeling? That there's some kind of connection with Rolf's death, or that it's a macabre coincidence?" Vivian heaved a trembling sigh. "I have a hard time believing they're not related, but I've no idea how, or why. Everyone liked Rolf, just as everyone liked Peter. It's a completely different matter when it comes to Ricard, but Peter was a gentle, stable, warm person." "Do you believe Ricard would have been capable of doing this? Peter and the boys? Or Rolf?" Martin didn't answer, merely carried on looking at her. Vivian wrung her hands in her lap. "I don't know," she said. "I've never been very close to Ricard. I know that Elisabeth and Henning are completely against the idea, but there's something that... Ricard's never been told no his whole life. Well, I haven't known him as long as that, but long enough. And Rolf told me he'd always been like that. I should add that Rolf was his godfather." "I heard." "Of course, he was never that involved," said Vivian with a slight sigh. "Not as far as I know. Maybe things were different when Ricard was younger, when Rolf and Esther were married. You'd have to ask Elisabeth if you thought that might be relevant. But during our marriage, they were only sporadically in touch and always in connection with Henning and Elisabeth. They didn't have a relationship of their own." Martin contemplated her, noting her tired gaze. He thought about Rolf's career and how much support Vivian must have given him behind the scenes. Silence descended between them. Down at the shore, the reeds were bending in the wind. Big chunks of seaweed were floating in the water. They must have blown in during the storm, Martin thought to himself. He shook himself, seeking to return to the conversation, and turned back to Vivian. "You said you weren't all that involved in Rolf's exhibition in Fjällbacka. Can you tell me more?" "In the past, I've always been very involved, and we worked together as a team. Rolf was responsible for the creative side, the artistic bits, and I handled the practical and administrative details. The boring bits is how many would describe it, but I loved it. Organisation and structure have always been my thing. Don't let the bohemian front fool you." She smiled wryly, and Martin was once again struck by her natural beauty. She had made no effort to stop time. There were no peculiar interventions to smooth out wrinkles or fill out her skin. The crow's feet around her eyes testified to life lived, and he personally thought it was much more beautiful than the artificial form of youth that appeared to be in fashion. "But not this time?" Vivian shook her head. "Something about Rolf was different over the last year. He was more absent. I had a hard time getting him to make decisions about things. He was forgetful. He was late. Sometimes he was abrupt and snappy in a way he hadn't been before. Offhand, I'd say something was bothering him. I even asked him on a few occasions. He always got angry and told me I was wrong and that I should leave him alone. So I let it be. Perhaps I should have been more assertive. Then he might not have..." Her voice died away. "We've got a video of the gallery," Martin said. "Would you mind watching it?" Vivian's mouth trembled slightly as she agreed. Martin pulled out his mobile. He held it so that they could both see the display, and they both peered at it. Vivian's hair grazed Martin's arm as he started the video. Patrick's recording panned across the bright space with its high ceiling. Vivian started when she saw Rolf's body on the floor. Martin placed a hand on her arm. In the video, the forensics team were visible, working away in their white overalls, and then Patrick had filmed the walls covered in cheap frames with blank sheets of paper in them. "Rolf's placeholders," said Vivian, "so that he could move the photos around until he felt they were in the right places." The video continued along the back wall, where the photographs were lined up neatly alongside each other. Vivian grabbed Martin's arm. "I never got to see them," she said. "I never got to see which photographs he was going to exhibit." She gasped as the camera panned past the photos for the exhibition. "Lola!" she exclaimed. Martin paused the video. "You recognize the woman in the photograph?" "Very well. I knew the exhibition was about Rolf's past, but not that... The funny thing is that Rolf's talk about the past got me chatting to your boss's delightful wife Erika about Lola in particular." Martin smiled. Vivian wasn't the first to think that Patrick was in charge of things at the station. Vivian pointed to the mobile where the paused video was still visible. "We've got a copy of this particular photograph at home in the flat. I really do like it a lot. It's called Innocence." "Do you know anything else about Lola?" Martin asked. Vivian put her hand on Martin's mobile, almost touching the picture of Lola. "She was a trans woman murdered in the early 80s, long before I met Rolf. She and her daughter died horribly." "Were both murdered?" said Martin. His pulse quickened. Might there be something in this? "Yes, it was unsolved. So I was talking to Erika about it and saying she ought to write a book about Lola's death. I actually think she went to Stockholm to find out more." Martin nodded. Patrick had told him that Erika was in Stockholm doing research for a book. "Can you tell me anything else about the pictures?" Martin started the video again, and Vivian began to sob. "It seems to have been an exhibition about Lola and the people around her, and about Alexa's, the club where she worked. Rolf first became friends with Lola when she was working there. Alexa's was the in place in Stockholm at the time. He always said that she was the wisest person he'd ever met, and that their souls had clicked after 3 hot shots. I think that was probably the only time I ever heard Rolf say anything about souls." Vivian smiled. "So it wasn't through Rolf's profession as a photographer?" No. I know he took quite a lot of pictures of both the staff and patrons at Alexa's, including Lola. But their friendship wasn't based on the fact that she was in front of his lens. Rolf once said that he loved her wisdom and she loved his kindness. Apparently, she hadn't had much of that commodity in her life. "There appear to be 15 photographs," Martin said, returning their focus to the video. "Yes, and I think that matches the number of placeholders on the walls. Could you—" Martin scrolled back through the film and started to play it again. He counted the frames on the walls. 15. "Wait!" Vivian said, so abruptly that Martin jumped. "Could you go back a bit?" Martin paused and moved backwards frame by frame. "There! Do you see?" Martin looked at the screen. On one of the scraps of paper there were 2 titles.
Rolf sometimes did that when he was going to hang two sister pieces next to each other, Viviane said slowly.
Martine squinted to get a better view.
It looks like one of the titles is Innocence, and that's the portrait of Lola, but I can't quite see what...
Guilt, said Viviane.
The other photo was going to be called Guilt.
Are you familiar with that photo?
Viviane shook her head.
No. I'm pretty sure it's not any of the photos in the video, but if there were 16 names on the walls...
Then there's a photograph missing, said Martine.
Is it at all possible to work out what the picture might be? From the negatives, maybe?
Negatives? That's not really how things work anymore. The pictures are on a hard drive, but I've never had access to it. It's probably in Rolf's studio in Stockholm. I'm going home in a day or so. I can check then.
Martin slipped his mobile back into his pocket. Thanks, he said, standing up. I'd be grateful if you could. Beyond the window, the wind continued to whip the reeds. The question of guilt hung heavy in the air. Come in, come in! Louise Bauer's mother, Lucien, opened the door to Patrick and Paula, glancing nervously outside. Patrick guessed she was worried the neighbours would see the police calling. The house that Lucien and Pierre were staying in was just above the old Bardis Hotel, and the houses were undeniably close together with clear lines of sight. On the other hand, most of them were empty and shuttered at this time of year. The sea views were sought after by moneyed property owners who didn't even bother to keep a single light on.
"They're turning that into flats, apparently," said Lucien, pointing towards the former hotel.
A hotel and spa venture a number of years before hadn't ended well, and the building was now empty and desolate.
"I dare say it'll be a good investment,"
said Pierre, Louise's father. He approached and shook their hands formally. He looked straight out of an advertisement for some antiquated English confectionery brand with his well-pressed trousers, white shirt and grey waistcoat. Lucien was not informally dressed either. She wore a dark blue tailored suit and gleaming pearls around her neck. Patrick hid a smile. This wasn't exactly how he and Erika dressed at home. Lucien waved her hand dismissively.
"We can't think about things like that at the moment, Pierre. Not in the midst of this awfulness."
"Yes, I'm sorry," Paula began, but she was interrupted by Lucien's heavy sigh.
"The newspapers really are beastly. I can't understand how they're permitted to make such outrageous claims. We know Henning and Elisabeth well, ever since Louise and Peter were married, and they are the most upright, solid people I have ever met. As for Suzanne, she is a literary legend. She would never condescend to such a thing. Although Ulle has always seemed a little nasty. He's a bit of a mess, and he always struggles to keep his hands to himself, so as far as he goes, I can very well imagine what they're saying is true. But naturally all of this has taken place without Louise's knowledge. How can they have the nerve to claim that she's involved in shady deals? Pierre and I are both shocked to the core. I haven't slept a wink all night."
Lucien gestured that they could sit down on the sofas positioned in front of the window, facing down towards the bay. Wallon was right outside, and Patrick caught a glimpse of the white buildings at the old children's holiday camp through the trees. Patrick glanced at Paula as they each sat down in an armchair. He knew they were thinking the same thing. How could the media scandal currently raging around Blanche be what was bothering Louise's parents most?
"Louise is resting, but I'll go and fetch her,"
said Pierre, making his way down the hall. Lucien sighed loudly again as she draped herself against the corner of a sofa. Patrick looked around. So this was how the other half lived. Everything was white, white, white. In his mind's eye, he pictured what this living room would look like after half an hour with the twins, and he shuddered. Toddlers and a white home were incompatible. "This is the home of some good friends of ours. They lent it to us while they're at their place in Spain," said Luçon, as if she'd read his thoughts. "Giggs and Yoy are wonderful people. We got to know them when we were in Marbella for a charity gala, and when it transpired they had a place in Fjällbacka, well, it was meant to be. Of course, they knew Challereux and the Bowers, and had even bumped into Louise at Zetterlind's bakery on occasion. Small world." Luçon shook her head, making her diamond earrings sparkle. Well, Patrick assumed they were diamonds. They had an altogether different lustre to the ones that Erika bought on the high street. "So when they heard we were coming for Henning and Elisabeth's golden wedding celebrations, they insisted we borrow their house instead of staying at the hotel, and of course we couldn't possibly decline. This house is a real gem, and Yoy has done a tremendous job restoring and decorating it." "Would you like some coffee?" Louise's voice brought Luçon's torrent of words to a temporary halt. A knot formed in Patrick's stomach when he saw her haggard face. He knew he needed to be professional, but it was hard to detach himself from the fact that she had lost her entire family at a stroke. "Yes, please," he said. Luçon waved impatiently to Pierre that he should sit down while Louise went to the kitchen, which opened off the living room, and began to make coffee in a big shiny machine that looked like it would be better suited to a busy coffee shop than a domestic setting. Patrick's phone beeped and he apologized and switched it to silent, but before putting the phone with its display face down on the grey marble coffee table, he read the text he'd received from Jörster. Jörster had asked him to ask Louise for the name of the private detective that Peter had engaged to investigate Cecily's death. "There's milk in the jug if you want it," said Louise, putting a tray down in front of them. Then she sat down on the sofa, at a distance from her mother. "I was just telling the officers how dreadful it is that the papers are treating you this way, especially given the circumstances. Frankly, it's a legal scandal. We've asked our family lawyer to see what can be done about it, haven't we, Pierre?" Pierre nodded as he took a sip of his coffee. Patrick could see that Louise was gritting her teeth. Then she said, "Mum, none of it matters. Peter and the boys are dead. That's the only thing I care about. Let the papers write whatever they want." "I still think it's dreadful," Luçon muttered, reaching for her cup. "What can I help you with?" Louise said to Patrick and Paula. She pushed her dark hair backwards. She had bags under her eyes and didn't seem to have slept a wink since Patrick had last seen her. "Has Ricard confessed?" she went on, her blue eyes flashing. "We can't comment on the investigation," said Paula. "No, of course not." Louise pursed her lips so hard they turned white. "It's just hard waiting." Luçon leaned towards her and patted her on the hand. Louise withdrew it. Patrick watched them. He hadn't previously reflected on how similar they were to each other, since they had such vastly different personalities. But the eyes were the same, as were the hairlines. He guessed that a younger version of Luçon must have been the spitting image of Louise. "How did you and Peter meet?" said Paula. Louise smiled faintly. "At Blanche. I started working there around a year before Cecily, Peter's first wife, died. At first, we just said hello and exchanged pleasantries when he came in to see Henning or came to our events." "And then?" said Patrick. He took a sip of the coffee. Good grief, it tasted good. He glanced towards the giant contraption in the kitchen. How much did one of those things go for? 2 months' pay? Then Cecily died. Peter was in mourning, and he was also a single parent.
One night he stopped by looking for Henning, but Henning wasn't there, and Peter and I got talking. It was so simple, somehow. I was a pillar amidst his grief, a friend when he needed a friend. Eventually, friendship turned into something else.
Louise couldn't continue. She blinked away the tears and buried her face in her hands.
"They were such a fine couple," said Lucien, patting Louise gently on the shoulder. "We were thrilled when we heard Louise and Peter Bauer were a couple. As a parent, you grow anxious with the passing of the years when your only child doesn't meet anyone. She wasn't exactly in the prime of her youth, and since Louise can't have children, there are many people who might not want to commit to a relationship."
"Lucien!" Pierre said sharply, fixing his gaze on his wife. She snorted, but fell silent.
Louise straightened her back, wiped her eyes, and looked at Pierre. "It's okay, Dad. Mum's right. I was well on my way to being left on the shelf, and the fact that I can't have kids was definitely part of that. The men who wanted to start a family filtered me out. But Peter and I... we were perfect for each other, and it was as if the boys became mine. I couldn't have loved a biological child any more than I loved them."
She wiped her eyes with her sleeve as the tears continued to flow. Unlike Lucien and Pierre, she was wearing a sweatshirt and loose-fitting loungewear trousers.
"It was incredible how well-matched Peter and Louise were. It was as if you were the same person," said Lucien.
"Yes, it was almost weird," Louise agreed.
"He spoke Russian after spending 2 years in Moscow as an exchange student. I studied Russian at university. He played tennis, I played tennis. We both loved opera and realized we'd even been to the same performances on 2 occasions, sitting a few rows apart."
"You were made for each other," said Pierre, shaking his head gloomily. "Terrible. So terrible."
Patrick tapped his knuckle on his mobile. "Ricard mentioned that Peter had hired someone to investigate Cecily's death. How did that come about?"
Louise sighed. Her gaze drifted to the view beyond the window.
"It was an idea Peter got into his head in the last year. I don't know why."
"But it was a hit and run."
"Yes, which makes the whole thing so tragic. But Peter began to see conspiracy theories behind it. He claimed someone had deliberately run Cecily down. The police looked into it and concluded it had probably been sheer bad luck. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Most likely a drunk driver."
"Was there anything in particular that made him believe there was more to it?" said Paula.
Louise shook her head slowly. "Not that I know of. Both boys went through a phase of asking a lot of questions about their mum. It might have been related to that, amplified by Peter's feelings of guilt."
"Guilt? Why guilt?" said Patrick, furrowing his brow. His coffee cup was empty. He glanced longingly at the coffee machine.
"Survivor's guilt, isn't that what they call it?" said Louise. "I think he wanted to do something, anything, to avoid feeling powerless in the face of the boys' loss of their mother."
"Do you know who he engaged?" said Patrick. Gösta must have hit the buffers on tracking down a name, he thought to himself, and was instead hoping Louise might know. But she shook her head.
"No, he never said.
He knew I thought it was unnecessary and couldn't lead anywhere, so he didn't talk to me about it."
"Didn't Ricard know?"
"No. He didn't know who it was either." Damn it. Patrick shuffled irritably in his armchair. It might be possible to find the details via Peter's call logs on his mobile or via his bank statements, but it made it infinitely more cumbersome. Lucien perked up. She pointed to Pierre.
"You guys were talking about it not long ago.
when Louise and Peter came down to see us in Skåne. I know I heard you discussing it. Didn't he say a name then?"
Pierre cocked his head to one side. "Yes, he did say a name, but blast it, I can't remember."
He grimaced, and Lussan glowered at him in annoyance. "Think!"
"If Dad can't remember, then he can't remember," Louise said, sounding just as annoyed as Lussan.
But Pierre snapped his fingers and sat up straighter.
"Radar! I don't remember the last name, but I'm certain his first name was Radar, because I made a joke asking Peter whether he'd hired Radar from Radariet."
"Radar," Patrick said with satisfaction. It was an unusual name. He couldn't imagine there was a plethora of private detectives in Stockholm either. One by the name of Radar ought to be easy to track down. He had another idea, but pushed it to one side for the time being. He wasn't sure whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. "Could we talk about Blanche?" he said, deliberately choosing not to look at Lussan. Her thoughts on the matter were already obvious, and she did indeed snort. "Of course," Louise said quietly. "There are a lot of allegations in the press right now," Patrick said cautiously. "Nonsense," Lussan snorted, clutching her pearl necklace. "I haven't read what they say," Louise said quietly, "but I can imagine." "Do you think it has anything to do with the murders?" said Paula. There was a silence for a long time. "I don't know. Maybe." "How do you think it might be connected?" said Patrick. "Things got complicated. It started small, then it got out of hand for all of us." Lussan stared at her daughter. She opened her mouth to say something, but after a sharp look from Pierre, she closed it again. Louise continued in a low voice. "It's all connected. It's hard to explain. One thing led to another, like a drop of water eroding a stone." She got up abruptly and went to the kitchen. "We need more coffee," she said, beginning to rattle around the machine. Patrick guessed she needed a pretext to give her time to think about what she should say. He decided to give her that break. Soon they had fresh coffee in their cups, and Lussan's lips were tightly pursed, as if she were physically trying to prevent herself from talking. Once again, it struck Patrick how similar she and her daughter were. "I think they had good intentions when they started, Blanche," said Louise. "It was supposed to be a cultural forum, a place where new talent could meet the establishment and where contacts could be formed. And I suppose in many ways it still is. But over time, personal motives and needs came into the picture. When I started there, it was already ingrained, but it took me a while to notice. And by the time I did, it was too late. I loved my job. Peter and I had found each other. I'd become part of the family. So I became part of the solution." "The solution?" Paula asked. "Yes. I'm good at cleaning things up. It's always been a talent of mine," Louise said dryly. "And it's a trait that's come in handy at Blanche." "What do you mean by cleaning up?" said Patrick. "One of my jobs was to pay off the women that Ulla crossed the line with so that they kept their mouths shut." "Louise!" Lussan said shrilly. Her face had turned fiery red. "I don't think you should say anything else until you've spoken to our lawyer. Don't you agree, Pierre? She can't just... what's the word? The one they say on TV. Incriminate herself." "Mum!" Louise yelled, making Lussan jump. She pursed her lips again. Louise continued, her voice now subdued and resigned. "I handled the payments, I drafted the agreements, I wheedled, I coaxed, I did everything I could to keep a lid on things." "And the others knew about this?" Ulla, Susanna, Henning, Elisabeth, and Rolf?
Yes, and eventually even Peter knew, said Louise. He realized pretty recently what was going on. He borrowed my computer, and the folder containing the non-disclosure agreements and the amounts paid was open.
And Rickard? What was Rickard's role in this? Louise hesitated. Then she took a deep breath.
Rickard was blackmailing Blanche, too. He wanted to be paid off not to tell Henning what he'd found out.
Which was? Said Patrick. He held his breath.
That Rolf was his father, not Henning.
Next to her, Lucien dropped her coffee cup onto the marble table. Birgitte's photos were scattered across the hotel bed. Erika handled them with care because they were well thumbed and fragile, and she knew how much they meant to Birgitte. It felt as if she'd been given a gift, a unique and beautiful one. She had already seen Lola in Rolf's photograph, which had also been wonderful and intimate, but this was something else. The pictures were like a story, snapshots from reality in faded colour, a bygone era that was now casting its shadow into the future. Erika carefully sorted through them. Lola with Monica, Lola with Petite as a baby, Lola behind the bar at what had to be her place of work, a shot outdoors, 2 smiling drag queens linking arms with Lola outside a bar. They looked so happy. Erika caressed their faces with her finger. It was surely the same bar Lola had worked at. The name of the place was visible behind them, Alexa's. Erika made a note in the notebook and underlined it. Erika had set aside the photo she was most fascinated by, but now she picked it up again. There was something special about that photo. It radiated love in a different way to the photos of Lola and Monica. The couple in the photo were blurry, as if they'd been caught mid-movement. Lola was being embraced by a man in whose arms she seemed to feel safe. Her face was turned towards the camera, and she was clearly in love and happy. But it was impossible to tell who the man was. The only thing visible was a grainy back. Erika sighed and put the photo down on the bed again. She sent a text to Lenora. 15 minutes later she had a reply. Through her huge network, Lenora had managed to find the name and address for one of Lola's colleagues from Alexa's. The damp was lingering in the air, and people were hurrying along Kungsgatan. The address Erika had been given was 5 minutes' walk away. As she arrived, it began to drizzle, and she hurried in through the main door. The flat was above a Thai restaurant, and Erika could hear the hubbub of the patrons through the walls. The building was neglected and in real need of renovation. Even the cleaning seemed to have been neglected, and she wrinkled her nose at the stench of urine that hit her in the stairwell. The smell turned her stomach, and she stifled a wave of queasiness. At least now she knew why she so easily felt nausea, but it was cold comfort. She resolutely pushed away all thoughts of pregnancy. Not now. The plaque embossed with Johan Hansson was on the right-hand door on the first landing. Above this there was a post-it note on which it said in pink lettering, Maggie Winter Design. There was no bell, so Erika knocked gently. There was no sound on the other side of the door, so she knocked a little harder. Eventually she heard shuffling footsteps. A lock clicked and the door opened. Erika slowly raised her gaze. The person in front of her was tall, almost 2 meters.
"Erika! Lenora called and said you were on your way. Of course, she forgot to mention how good-looking you are, even better than in your photo. That photo shoot in Amelia really didn't do you justice. Whoever did your makeup should have been fired."
"Oh, shucks." Erika felt herself blush.
Johan, by the way.
A hand with pink fingernails was proffered.
When I heard a famous author was coming to visit, I just had to change into my Maggie Winter look.
Johan let his hand glide along his silky emerald-green trouser suit with sash waist and wide flowing legs. It deftly covered a voluptuous bust formed by a generously padded bra, and the neckline was discreet. Erika was immediately overcome by a sense of covetousness.
Come in, my sweet."
Erika followed Johan curiously into his flat. After the dank stairwell, the flat was like an irresistible box of chocolates, and Erika couldn't help purring with happiness. It was personal and inviting, and there were incredible fabrics, edging ribbons and boxes of buttons all over the place. The flat was otherwise bright and boldly Scandinavian, with plenty of designer furniture she could pick out, thanks to her occasionally obsessive browsing of antiques auctions.
"What do you make?"
Erika said with fascination, fingering a pink sequined fabric.
"Stage costumes, Melodifestivalen, shows, cabaret, music videos. I'll do stuff for basically anything where they're not asking for less is more. At first it was for my own drag shows, but word of my creations got around. If you want something that's glittery, over the top and makes you stand out in a crowd, well, you come to Maggie Winter Design."
"Heavenly," Erika said, stroking a purple boa. Her own wardrobe was dominated by black, white, and beige, but that didn't stop her from being fond of glitter and bright pink.
"Sit down, my sweet. Sit."
Johan patted a white Arne Jacobsen Model 3107 and moved a neon yellow piece of tulle. He sat down opposite her and pushed over a box of chocolate pralines.
"Dark chocolate. One a day keeps the sugar cravings away, and it doesn't sit on your hips unnecessarily. When you're over 70, there aren't many vices left that you can enjoy if you want to keep your figure."
He eyed Erika from head to toe.
"Do you always dress this tragically? Girl, you've got the figure. It's a real pity to hide it in this unflattering way."
Erika looked down at her outfit and realized there was no point protesting. She'd packed and dressed for comfort and wholly ignored aesthetic considerations. Today's suitcase ensemble was a pair of slightly pilled black trousers which had, for full disclosure, previously served her as maternity trousers. Nothing was as comfortable as a wide-ribbed waistline, especially now she'd put on a few pounds. She hadn't even realized when packing them just how fitting they were. Her top wasn't in any better nick. It was an old favourite from H&M made of some sort of knitted synthetic that had been through the wash a few too many times. There were loose threads hanging from it here and there, and the sleeves had begun to fray. Johan was right. She really ought to update her wardrobe. She was still wearing clothes she'd bought in the 90s. Patrick was even worse. He had a T-shirt from the Scorpions' Wind of Change tour that he'd refused to throw out, even though it looked moth-eaten.
"How did you know Lola?"
Erika said, concealing her frayed sleeves under the table.
Johan perked up.
He took a moment to respond. Erika gave him the time he needed. She got the feeling that Johan was being conveyed back in time in his memories, which was exactly what she wanted.
"We often tended the bar together at Alexa's," Johan said eventually. "We liked working together and usually tried to synchronize shifts. Lola was a dream colleague, always showed up on time, always did her job, didn't give drinks away to her mates, and was never drunk on duty. Alexa's had a few hopeless cases over the years, but Lola was a rock. She was also always happy. That's probably what I most remember about Lola, her joie de vivre, and her blue notebooks."
"Blue notebooks?"
Yes, she always had a blue notebook with her in which she wrote during her free moments. She got through a couple in the years we worked together.
What did she write? Said Erika. This was the first time she'd heard anything about notebooks.
Lola dreamed of becoming an author, but I never got to read anything she wrote. No one did.
Do you know whether she ever submitted anything? To publishers? Johan removed an invisible speck from his trouser suit. He reached for a chocolate praline and took a bite.
I don't think so. The only thing she said about her writing was that it was a whole story. Everything had to be finished.
And you've no idea what she was writing about? Johan held out his well-manicured hands.
It's not like we didn't ask. We even teased her about the constant writing, but she just smiled, like a sphinx.
Did you spend time together when you were off-duty? Laughter from restaurant patrons below penetrated through the floor. Johan stamped his foot angrily, and the laughter died down.
Things were calmer when there was a haberdashery shop downstairs, he said irritably before looking back to Erika. Yes, we hung out a bit, but Lola had her posse. They were pretty inseparable.
Rolf and the rest of them? Johan nodded.
It was a pretty odd collection of people, but as far as I understood it from Lola, it was their passion for literature that brought them together.
How were things back then otherwise? Were there a lot of places for... Erika hesitated, unsure of which word to use to avoid treading on tender toes. She was ignorant in this respect and didn't want to come across as clumsy or prejudiced. But Johan smiled.
For LGBTQ people? Or do you just mean trans people like Lola? Well, fortunately things have moved on a bit since the 80s. After everything that happened to Lola, I became an activist in the RFSL, and while I'm a homosexual man who likes to dress in women's clothing, I've familiarized myself with trans issues for Lola's sake. I have to go back a bit further than the 80s to give you the context.
Please do, said Erika. She held up her notebook with a quizzical look.
Take all the notes you want, dear girl, said Johan.
His gaze took on a dreamy look.
Until the 60s, there weren't really any ways for trans people to meet. Nothing official, anyway. But then cautious contact began to take place through pornographic magazines, of all places. One of them was called RAF.
Johan laughed, lost in memories.
Lola and I talked about that a lot when things were quiet at the bar. One of the pioneers in the Swedish trans community, Eva-Lisa Bengtsson, made contact with Erika Schumann via the magazine. Erika had been a mariner and had come across a copy of the American magazine Transvestia, and I suppose that inspired them. Anyway, they placed an ad in RAF's sister publication, PIF, about creating a meeting place. They got answers from trans people the length and breadth of Sweden, and that led to the opening of Sweden's first club for trans people. They called it Transvestia. It became a safe place for many people who had previously cross-dressed in solitude. And it wasn't only trans people who were drawn to it. There were lesbians, gays, people with all sorts of orientations and fetishes, a number of them drag queens like me. Well, everyone who was hiding in the shadows at the time.
How long was Transvestia around for?
Only till 1969.
And when did Alexas come into the picture?
That's what I was getting to. It was a blessing when Alexa's opened in the mid-70s because it became one of our most important gathering places. Homosexuals and bisexuals, trans people, drag queens, everyone came there, just like they had previously done at Transvestia. The difference was that it wasn't only for us. Everyone was welcome. Everyone went there.
Erika looked up from her notebook. Excuse the stupid question, but what's the difference between a drag queen and a trans woman? Johan flashed another smile at her. Erika got the feeling that he liked having such an attentive listener at his disposal.
A drag queen is a cis man, so that's someone born a man who sees himself as a man, but likes to dress in women's clothes.
Johan had quickly added the last part when he'd seen Erika's thoughtful expression.
Drag is a way of playing with the expression of gender. Often, but not always, it's used to explore the boundaries of femininity or masculinity.
Once again, a dreamy look subsumed Johan.
I've always been a big, tall guy, but there's something about the feminine that attracts me. I tried to resist, but in the mid-70s, when I was around 20, I finally dared to venture into these clubs, and it was like coming home. As a drag queen, I could live as my full self. It was a big step for me.
Erika was moved by Johan's honesty and his fearlessness as he told his story. She could sense the brokenness between the lines and realized that Johan had many scars from his childhood. "Can we go back to Alexa's?" she asked.
Absolutely. I started there around 1977, and Lola started not long after I did. But we already knew each other before that. I knew Monica, and that was how I met Lola.
What did you make of her life with Monica? And, forgive my complete ignorance, but was Lola considered hetero or lesbian?
Monica and Lola were never together, Johan said with a snort. Lola wasn't interested in women. She wasn't a lesbian.
But what about the daughter? Erika said in confusion.
Monica and Lola were close. They lived together like a family, but they were sisters, not lovers. I can guarantee that it's physically impossible that the girl was Lola's. She would never have slept with a woman. She was a heterosexual woman in every way except her innate physical condition.
But she took the girl as her own.
Yes, she did. She promised Monica she would take care of the girl. Monica was in deep with her addiction and selling her body to fund it. It was impossible to know who the girl's biological father was, even for Monica. But I know Lola loved Petite as her own. She was her everything. And they put Lola down as the father on the birth certificate, so Lola never had any problems with securing legal custody. She was hers in every way except biologically. Lola once said that Petite called her daddy because she wanted Petite to remember Monica as her mother.
Do you know if there was anyone else in Lola's life? Erika said curiously. Johan nodded. The sound from downstairs intensified again, and he stamped his foot hard on the floor.
Yes, there was a man, but she was very reticent about him.
Erika looked up from her notes. Do you know anything about him?
No. She was good at keeping her secrets. But she was in love. She was always a little more radiant when she'd seen him.
Erika pondered. No men had been questioned in connection with Lola's and Petite's deaths. That had the potential to be a very interesting avenue of inquiry, a love story gone wrong. Erika took the plunge and asked another question she suspected might be sensitive. What about hormones and surgery in the 80s. Was that something Lola considered?
Yes, she did. In 1980, you could get surgery in Stockholm as part of the transition to being a woman. Before that, you had to go to Copenhagen or Casablanca. But the operations were still at a very experimental stage. The same was true for hormone treatment. The side effects were terrible. I know Lola began taking hormones before Monica died, but when she became responsible for Petite, she stopped. She didn't want the side effects to make her feel so unwell she couldn't care for the child. So she bore the burden of living in a man's body for the girl's sake. But she always intended to continue her transition to being a woman as soon as Petite was a little older. It was her big dream. And she said that writing helped her to manage her big decisions in life.
In the blue notebooks?
Yes. The blue notebooks were her lifeline.
Erika helped herself to a praline and felt it melt in her mouth. She had to finish chewing it before she could ask the next question. Below them, laughter rose from the restaurant. Was mixing with people from outside your circles, the way Lola did, common?
Yes and no. Many were living double lives. They had a life with us, their true life, and then they had a life that was acceptable socially and to society alongside that. Many had wives and children, or husbands and children. From the outside, they were living a conservative life. It was probably pretty unusual to be accepted in the straight cis world as a trans woman in the way Lola was. But her posse were cultural folks, so I dare say that explains it.
Johan laughed. How did Lola get to know the group? Said Erika. She hesitated, then took another praline. If she couldn't drink wine any longer, then she might as well eat chocolate.
Via Rolf. They got to know each other at Alexa's. Then it was Rolf who introduced her to his friends because of her interest in writing. And after that, they were inseparable.
You've heard Rolf's dead?
Yes, I have, sadly.
What happened? No one knows. I thought I would find out more about Lola and Petite and what happened to them, but my thoughts are also drawn to Rolf and his murder. He was going to do an exhibition on his past, according to his wife Viviane. She showed me a photo of Lola. It was called Innocence. Do you know anything about it?
Johan shook his head slowly. No, not a clue. It's been years since I heard from Rolf. He dropped off the radar after Lola's death. I don't even think I've met him since then. Actually, no, I tell a lie. Well, it depends on how you look at it. I haven't had any contact with Rolf, that's true, but he tried to get in touch a couple of weeks ago. I had my hands full with costumes for Alcazar's new show, so I didn't have time to take his call. Then I forgot all about it, so I never called back.
You don't know what he wanted? He didn't leave a message?
No.
Johan shook his head apologetically, making the curls of his long dark wig tumble around his face and shimmer. And you don't have any leads on who the man in Lola's life was?
No, nothing concrete. I suspected he was married, but Lola never said as much. That was just my reading between the lines.
Erika asked the question, buzzing away at the back of her mind. Could it have been Rolf? Johan hesitated.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought the same, he admitted.
As Erika left the glitzy flat, she felt the pieces of the jigsaw beginning to fall into place. The picture of Lola in Rolf's bedroom had been bothering her in some way. Now, all of a sudden, it felt much more logical.
How did you get on with Louise? Josta asked when he met Patrick and Paula in the corridor.
Let's sit down. Patrick led the way to the kitchen and Josta and Paula followed. Martin was already there. He had his back to the wall and his feet up on the chair next to him, but he took them down when they came in so everyone could have a seat.
Coffee?
Josta asked as he picked up the pot and poured himself a cup. Patrick and Paula quickly shook their heads. I don't think I can hack station coffee after what we were just served, Patrick said, sitting down next to Martin. He patted him on the leg. How's Meta feeling? Is she longing for you to get back to working regular hours? Yes, it's a bit much for her right now, and she's doing most of the heavy lifting with Tuva and Jon. But she knows the score, and so far she seems to think life as a police officer's wife is totally okay. Wife? Paula said meaningfully. Martin blushed all the way up to his hairline. Police officer's cohabitee, I suppose. So when... Let's change the subject, Martin said, folding his arms. For instance, it turned out that there is most likely a photograph missing from the exhibition. It's called Guilt. The tricky bit is that Rolf didn't say much about the exhibition, so Viviane doesn't know what it was of, but it may have been of a trans woman called Lola. I think your wife is looking into that. He looked at Patrick, who swore under his breath. Bloody Eureka and her nose for mysteries. He'd have to text her after this meeting. We need to unravel that, Patrick said, scratching his head. The long hours were beginning to take their toll, and his back reminded him that the camp bed at the station was best used for brief naps rather than full nights. We've also turned up something of interest, said Paula. She exchanged glances with Patrick before she dropped the bomb. According to Louise, Ricard was blackmailing the management at Blanche for big money. Martin let out a low whistle. Why were they letting him blackmail them? To protect Henning, said Patrick. Protect him? From what? The knowledge that he's not Ricard's father. Josta froze, his coffee cup halfway to his mouth.
What the hell are you saying? Henning isn't Ricard's dad? Then who is?
Paula and Patrick looked at each other again. Patrick indicated that she could take the lead. Paula raised her eyebrows and said, Rolf.
And Ricard knew that, said Josta, and was being paid out of Blanche's coffers not to tell Henning.
Yes, that was how Louise explained it, said Paula. Martin cleared his throat. What should we do about Ricard? His lawyer got here a couple of hours ago. Should we continue the interrogation? No, let's leave him to sweat for a while longer. Patrick drummed his fingers against the tabletop. I'm hoping for at least a preliminary report from Faraday in the morning, and we can hold him for up to 72 hours. I want as much material as possible before we speak to him again.
Did you find out anything about the private detective?
Josta asked. We did, as it happens. Louisa's parents had talked to Peter about it on some occasion and remembered that he was called Radar. I reckon that should be enough for us to locate him pretty easily.
I'll get on that right away. Then I'll call the guy.
Josta stood up and pushed his chair towards the table. Patrick held up a hand to stop him. No, hold off on contacting him. Eureka is in Stockholm. If you can get hold of a number and address, why don't we ask her to talk to the detective? Josta's brow furrowed, but then he nodded.
Right you are. I'll find out the details.
I'm going to chase Faraday up, said Patrick. Paula, can you keep digging through Blanche's dirty laundry? Martin, try to find out more about the missing picture. Ask galleries, photography connoisseurs, etc. See if you can find anything online. There must be places to sell stuff like that. And check whether there's anyone around Rolf who might have been familiar with the picture and knows what it's of. For example, did he have an assistant? They left the table. On his way past the coffee pot, Patrick hesitated. Coffee was just coffee. He poured himself a cup and headed for his office. It was going to be another long night. 23. Stockholm, 1980.
6. I can't believe you're turning 6 on Saturday.
Elizabeth pinched Petite's cheek as she passed by. Petite's cheeks flushed with joy.
Yes, only 3 days to go. I'm having a party with Sigge.
Elizabeth stopped.
Who's Sigge?
Lola exhaled a perfect smoke ring and winked.
Petite's boyfriend. No, he's not,
Petite said, stamping her foot. Rolf laughed. Don't tease Petite. She's never going to have a boyfriend. Uncle Rolf has made up his mind.
No, I'm never going to have a boyfriend,
Petite said, stamping angrily off towards the bedroom. My goodness, to think that she's almost 6 years old. A grown-up lady, said Susanne, wrapping her arms around Ulla's neck.
She'll be starting school soon,
Lola said, unable to conceal her pride.
She's so excited about learning to read, count.
And making new friends, Esther said warmly. Her gaze had lingered in the direction of Petite's retreat for a long time.
Yes.
Lola didn't know how to articulate her feelings about Petite starting school. The others lived such normal lives. They'd never understand. Rolf looked at her from under his blonde fringe and said gently, You're worried about how they'll treat her when they find out about her dad. Lola felt the love washing over her. He understood her like no other. He'd got to know her in depth through his lens, but that wasn't what defined their relationship. He saw her, always her.
Yes, I'm terrified.
The words tumbled towards the shabby tabletop. The cigarette in her hand had almost burnt down, and she tapped it against the porcelain ashtray in the shape of a polar bear, one of the few things she'd taken from her childhood home.
She'll do beautifully,
said Esther.
She's tough. She's loved.
Henning and Elisabeth were silent, but they exchanged a glance. Lola saw it.
You don't agree?
Elisabeth hesitated. Then she said,
It's not easy for kids, and you're on your own. Are you sure you don't want to rekindle contact with your family?
Lola shook her head fiercely. She lit a new cigarette and took a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke.
My sister was here, she said.
Oh? Rolf said in surprise. Lola took another puff.
She was here. She judged me. She left. But did you give her a chance? Said Elisabeth. Maybe things have changed. Maybe your parents. They died a couple of years ago,
Lola said, swirling the red wine around in her glass. The flames from the candles made the wine glow, and she contemplated the ruby-red liquid in her glass intently.
But why didn't you say anything?
Esther put her hand over Lola's and almost burnt herself on the tip of the cigarette.
To me, they've been dead since the very moment I walked out of their front door. I wasn't welcome. I wasn't their child. But your sister, Elisabeth persisted. Isn't there any way you can reconnect? Doesn't she understand? Blood is blood, after all.
Rolf gave Elisabeth a sharp look, and she fell silent. Ulla watched them both with an amused smile. For a moment he looked as if he was about to say something, but Susanne gently placed a hand on his arm, and the room fell silent. Lola gestured to Petite, who had emerged from the bedroom and was now doing pirouettes on the kitchen floor in front of the hob. Petite crawled into her lap and Lola kissed her on the head. She looked around the kitchen. Then she raised her wineglass. "Petite is my family, and in 3 days' time we're going to throw a roaring party. That's all I want to think about right now." "I'll drink to that," Rolf said, raising his glass. The others hurried to do the same. Lola closed her eyes and leaned her cheek against the crown of Petite's head. The only family she needed was here. 24. Erika ended the call. She'd been on her way into the lobby of the Haymarket when Patrick had called, but now she turned on her heel and headed for the taxi rank round the corner. There were 2 cars waiting there. Erika got into the one at the front and gave the driver the address Patrick had supplied her with. Apparently, Peter had engaged a private detective to investigate Cecily's death, and the man was based in Årsta. She leaned back and closed her eyes for a moment, but almost immediately regretted it when she felt the nausea welling up. She looked around for something to throw up into if push came to shove, but found nothing. Instead, she opened the window and put her face to the crack. The taxi driver watched her anxiously in his rear-view mirror, probably concerned at the possibility of having to remove vomit from his back seat. She tried to smile at him, but he didn't look particularly reassured. What a turn-up! Rolf's exhibition had been going to be about Lola. The nausea eased a little as Erika thought about it. She would have liked to see that exhibition. "We're here," the driver said, pulling over. He was doubtless relieved that Erika hadn't thrown up. She paid and got out, standing still for a moment and breathing until the final remnants of the nausea were gone. She put her hand on her belly, but quickly took it away again. No, she couldn't think about the reason for her nausea. If she did that, she'd end up stuck in thoughts that took her nowhere. First, she had to tell Patrick. Then they could work out what to do together. Radar Tiveus had an office at Årsta Torg. It was years since Erika had last been in this neck of the woods, but the square still looked like she remembered it. It was as if time had found a crack in the space-time continuum at Årsta Torg, where everything stood still, decade after decade. Flaking, faded signs, businesses that seemed to be asleep, or at least very, very dozy. The office was next door to a hairdresser. It was on the ground floor, with large windows with the blinds drawn down to hide the interior from both the sun and people's curious eyes. There was no bell, so Erika tapped on the glass door, which had rather grubby, drawn-down grey blinds. A sign that read, "Radar Tiveus, Private Detective," showed that she had at least knocked on the right door. No one answered, and she knocked again. After waiting for a while, she tried the door handle, and the door opened. "Hello?" Erika stepped in and looked around. The office looked like it could feature on a TV show about hoarders. Folders, stacks of papers, and newspapers covered every available surface. A door towards the back rattled and opened. The man who emerged buttoned his trousers over a huge belly and carefully smoothed his shirt. "Sorry, I didn't hear anyone come in," he said with a big, beaming smile. He proffered his hand, and Erika took it after some hesitation, given where he had come from. But the handshake was warm and firm. "Please, take a seat. I'll clear this chair," he said, laboriously making his way between the stacks to a chair in front of his groaning desk. Radar unceremoniously removed the huge heap of papers weighing down the chair and dumped it on the floor. A gentle cloud of dust rose from the stack, and Erika discreetly wiped the seat before sitting down. He nudged the desk slightly so that he could fit behind it, and then sat down with a loud sigh. "You wouldn't think I was an elite athlete in my youth," he said, with a smile that extended to his eyes. Eureka didn't really know what the polite response to this statement should be, so she said nothing and merely smiled. The private detective reached for a framed photo on his desk. "The 1980 Olympics in Moscow. I nearly took the bronze, but Lars Erik Schwold beat me to it." He shook his head regretfully. The photo depicted a young and decidedly slimmer Radar wearing a skin-tight wrestling suit. Impressive. Eureka meant it, although she could hear she mostly sounded polite. Since she had a hard time even motivating herself to take a walk if there wasn't a coffee shop at the end of it, elite athletes won her undying admiration. "I don't suppose you came here to talk about my ancient sporting career? Do you suspect your husband is sleeping with his secretary? Maybe you need help finding a sibling you just found out about? Do you want to dig up some dirt on your business partner? For all this and much more, Radar is at your service." He held out his arms and flashed another big smile at her. It was impossible not to be charmed by Radar Tiveus, private detective. "I'm helping the police with an investigation. Peter Bauer and his sons were shot dead on their island near Fjallbacka. One of the things the police want to look into more closely is the rumor that he hired you to look into his wife's death." Radar stared at her. He'd gone pale and his smile had disappeared. "Peter's dead? And the little boys?" Eureka nodded. She assumed he didn't keep abreast of the headlines. "Yes, on Sunday night." "Jesus Christ," Radar said, looking a little sick. "But yes, it's true that Peter engaged me to take a closer look at the hit and run." "Do you know why?" Eureka's nose was intensely ticklish from the dust, and she was trying to hold back a sneeze. "He told me he wanted to find out who the driver was, which I can understand. The police didn't succeed on that front, but it's not like they tried all that hard. Probably some drunk driver, to quote the investigating officer when I asked what the police knew." "There's nothing in the file that hints at the identity of the driver? It's been years since Cecily died. Do you know why Peter waited this long to start looking for her killer?" She could no longer contain the sneeze. "Bless you. Thanks." Eureka wiggled her nose to try and get rid of the ticklish feeling. "I've no idea why he hired me now," said Radar. "But from what I know about the grieving process, I encounter it a great deal in this line of work. It takes time to heal from grief. It can be paralyzing. Maybe it was only now that he was in a place where he could bring himself to grapple with it." "That sounds plausible," Eureka said thoughtfully. "He was in a new relationship, too, a good relationship, so that might have given him the security to confront it." "You see," Radar said, once again holding out his arms. "But to answer the first part of your question, no. There's nothing in the formal investigation that gives even the slightest lead on the driver. But please bear in mind that I use the term investigation very loosely. They didn't do much to find out who it might have been. It wasn't a priority." "And how far have you got in your own inquiries?" "Peter only took me on a few weeks ago. I warned him up front that I wouldn't have much time in the first few weeks, since I had another big case to wrap up. I've only really been focusing on Cecily's death for the last few days. So far, the results have been pretty slim." "Could you tell me a bit about the circumstances of her death? I've heard so little, you can assume I don't know anything at all." Her nose was tickling again, and she tried to wiggle it to avoid sneezing before realizing how absurd she must look.
They were at their place in the country, Breivik in Tyresö. We're talking July 4 years ago. Cecily went running every day. The same route, same time. She went out at 8 and ran for about an hour. She was usually home by 9. By the time it was going on 10 o'clock, he was worried. So yes, then he called the police. Cecily was found not far from their house, about 20 minutes away, given her usual pace. No witnesses.
No one saw anything?
No, not according to the police report. But I don't think the cops went to the trouble of asking around much. According to Peter, there wasn't much traffic at that time of day in July.
So no one saw her get run over and the driver fled the scene, Eureka said thoughtfully. Could you show me on a map exactly where she was found? Radar looked dismayed.
Sorry, I don't have a map.
I've got one on my phone, Eureka said, pulling up her mapping app. She searched for Breivik Tyresö and pushed the device over to Radar.
I've still got an old Nokia. You'll have to show me how to use one of these things.
Okay, so where was their house? Was it a year-round place or just a summer house?
Summer house,
Radar said, squinting at the display she'd pushed over the desk to him. He took a minute or so to get his bearings and then pointed at a spot at the tip of a promontory.
The house was there. Now, let's see where she usually went running.
He pointed to one edge of the display.
Can you keep going that way?
Yes? Eureka dragged her fingers on the display to make the map move to the right. Radar pointed at a road winding its way through what looked like countryside.
That's where she went running, and here's...
He leaned forward and slowly followed the bends in the road.
Here's where she was found, on this corner. You've got woods on one side, and it banks away steeply down to the water on the other. There are houses at the bottom of the hill, but they're hidden by the trees.
That looks like a deadly spot to go running. I know what drivers are like on country roads, Eureka said, following the twists and turns of the road with her gaze.
Yes, Peter said he was always worried when she went out, but she insisted it was safe. I actually checked on the accident rate in the area, and there had been a number of incidents prior to them putting up the speed camera the year before Cecily died.
Speed camera? Eureka said, sitting up straighter. Where is it located? Radar leaned over the screen again, squinting. He pointed at a spot a couple of kilometers away from the location where Cecily had been found.
Here. Sneakily, it's at the bottom of a hill where the limit suddenly changes from 50 to 30. I dare say plenty of drivers who don't know the area get done there.
Eureka memorized the location Radar had pointed at. An idea had slowly begun to take shape. Would you mind if I took photos of the pages from the investigation? Radar pulled a bound file from the middle of a stack on his desk with uncanny precision.
It's not my case any longer, given that it was Peter who hired me. Take whatever you need.
Eureka gave him a look of gratitude and carefully took photos of the 2 pages of the police report. When she emerged into the fresh air after carefully navigating her way through the stacks of paper, she took a deep breath. Finally, her nose had stopped bothering her. She checked her watch. It was high time she was on her way to the hotel to pack up and catch her train. She would call her police contact Frank from the taxi. What she was going to ask him for was difficult, but not impossible. Vivian had spent the whole journey to Stockholm imagining what it would feel like stepping through the door to the flat in Södermalm. Her and Rolf's flat. Now it was just hers. He would never take another step in there. His voice would never again be audible from the bathroom as he sang some old favourite in the shower. Vivian dropped her bag onto the hall floor. Rolf's things were still in the cottage they'd rented. She hadn't felt up to packing them up. All she had wanted was to get home. It would all work itself out later, somehow. She went into the living room and sat down on the sofa, not knowing what to do next. What did you do when the man you loved was gone? She had lived for many years before Rolf. She ought to know how to live without him, yet it still felt impossible. They hadn't had a perfect relationship. Sometimes she'd been overcome with jealousy at the life Rolf and Esther had shared. He'd always spoken about her with such love in his voice. And sometimes when Henning, Elisabeth, Ole and Susanna were wandering down memory lane, memories that had included Rolf and Esther, those dark emotions had almost consumed her. But she and Rolf had also had something unique. On the train, Vivian had read all the articles about Blanche over and over, and reading between the lines, she'd recognized Rolf's voice. He must have been the one who had given all the information to Aftonbladet, but she couldn't understand why. There was a lot about the last year she hadn't understood, and that still didn't make sense. Where had he gone all those times she hadn't been able to get hold of him? Before, they had always agreed the plan for the day, and they had always known where the other one was. Not in a controlling way, but just because they liked to be part of each other's days. But then that had disappeared from one day to the next. She had noted that Rolf had begun to keep secrets from her. Any attempt she had made to get him to explain had only made him retreat even further into his shell. Then there were the letters, the big white envelopes that had been arriving in recent months with no return address. She regretted not opening any of them, but they weren't in the habit of opening each other's post. Vivian had never seen where Rolf had put the letters. Had he thrown them away? Maybe he hadn't. What was more, the young and sympathetic policeman had asked her to see whether she could find out any more about the missing photograph. Guilt. She had already called Rolf's most recent assistant, Raphael, from the train, but he hadn't known anything about the exhibition either. However, Rolf's studio was only a stone's throw from the flat, and if there was anywhere he'd keep something important to him, it would be there. Vivian stood up. She finally knew what to do. Darkness had fallen on Fjällbacka by the time Patrik drove home. The car's headlights were reflected in the garage door as he sat there, taking deep breaths in order to change focus from his job to being a dad and son before he went inside. Erika was due back in an hour or so, and he wanted to relieve his mother and get dinner ready. Fatigue was dragging him down, but he refused to give in. The fact that Erika would soon be home dissipated some of the fog of exhaustion. He always missed her when they were apart, and he loved that he still did. There were so many other couples in their circle who barely wanted to be in the same room as each other, and were only maintaining Project Family for the kids' sake. He and Erika had sworn never to end up there, and it didn't feel like it was a looming risk. "Hello?" Patrik shouted from the hallway as he took off his shoes, and was rewarded with what sounded like a herd of elephants. All 3 children came running and hurled themselves at him. "Goodness me, what a welcome!" Patrik hugged and kissed each of them, but gave Maya an extra long hug. He knew she took a lot of responsibility for her brothers when he and Erika weren't at home, and it didn't matter how much they tried to tell her she didn't have to. It was simply in her nature.
Granny and Gunnar have done loads, said Anton, tugging him along. Come and see.
Done? Loads? A tight knot formed in Patrick's stomach. He knew deep down that it might not have been a great idea to sleep at the station, leaving his mother and Bob the builder alone in the house for a couple of days. His sons' eager faces told him his concerns were justified. His mother clapped her hands together in delight when she spotted him, which did nothing to reassure him. What had she been up to?
Boys, don't spoil a surprise. Let your father see for himself. Close your eyes, darling.
Mum... Patrick groaned, but Noel and Anton were dragging him along, holding a hand each, and he realized he was backed into a corner.
Close your eyes, Dad! Close them!
They yelled, and he reluctantly did as he was told. This did not bode well. He knew his mother and her husband all too well.
Come on!
The twins continued to shout, and with his eyes shut he allowed them to guide him forward.
You can look now,
his mother said happily. Patrick steeled himself and then opened his eyes. Good God. Erika was going to go apeshit. The cursor flashed on the screen. He was once again sitting at the computer looking at a blank page. That was his only source of comfort at the moment. If Henning looked out to the right through the window, he could see the cottage surrounded by police tape fluttering in the wind. Were they allowed to go in there now? Were they allowed to clean up? Who would do the cleaning? Nancy? She'd known Peter since he was little. She'd seen the boys here on the island since they were born. How could they ask her to clean it up, to wash away the boys' blood, Peter's blood? Henning blinked away the tears and turned back to the screen and the flashing cursor. He knew everyone was waiting, or rather they had been waiting. Surely no one could expect any writing from him now. Everyone would understand that he couldn't finish the 10th book, the final installment in his decalogy. Things had fundamentally changed, and he didn't have to deliver. Not anymore. The Nobel Prize was his without the series being complete. So amazing were his achievements. No one could take that away from him. Or could they? Henning stopped mid-movement. Could they take it away from him now? They hadn't made the announcement yet. Before that, nothing was certain. Before that, they could be influenced by all the lies being spread around the world. Well, lies and lies, some of it was true, but things weren't as black and white as they looked in newspaper print. The articles left no room for life's shades of grey. Had they paid off the girls Ulla had slept with? Yes, of course they had. None of them could deny that. But it wasn't how it sounded. The girls and women had all had their own agendas. They had sought out Blanche like moths to a flame, hoping to gain success, fame, and attention. They had wanted to be close to the epicenter of culture with people who were someones, people who mattered. They had used their femininity. And Ulla was weak. Henning hadn't fallen for the siren calls. It was a blessing that he was impervious to them. But Ulla was weak in the flesh, and those women had exploited that. And for that, Blanche was having to pay. Twice over. The verdict in the court of public opinion was unjust. Henning moaned. He couldn't lose any more. He'd lost Peter and the boys, perhaps even Richard. But the man he was, and even more importantly, the man he was about to become, couldn't be lost. Hands trembling, he rang the permanent secretary of the Swedish Academy. Hello, this is Henning. Thanks. Yes, it's terrible. Elisabeth and I are devastated. Yes, I've read that too. It's dreadful how they twist and turn. Yes, quite. That's exactly how we feel about it. I just wanted to make sure that there hadn't been any change in what we discussed a couple of days ago. No. Yes, exactly. The Academy is above such worldly things. And it's all based on misconceptions, prejudices, and sometimes nothing more than downright lies. Opportunism. But yes, well, you know yourself how hungry the culture group is. Yes, by any means. But that's a relief to hear. Of course, nothing has the same meaning any longer in light of our loss, but it does provide a glimmer of joy in this dense darkness. Thanks. I'm grateful for the Academy's continued support. Yes, I'll let Elisabeth know. We appreciate your solicitude. Thank you. Henning hung up. Thank God the Academy was made up of sensible people. People who could tell the sheep from the goats. The prize was still his. His name was going to be chiseled into the halls of immortality, and he no longer had to stare at a flashing cursor. He hesitated. Then he sent a text to Louise. She, of all people, would understand the significance of the news that the prize was guaranteed to be his, regardless of the tragic circumstances, and she needed to be there, with them. What was more, he could do with Louise's help to clean up the mess at Blanche and unburden Elisabeth of the preparations for the funeral. His wife was far too fragile to handle it. But Louise was a rock, and the family needed her right now. She could book a cleaner to handle the cottage. "I'll come with you tomorrow." Bertil slapped his hand on the kitchen counter to emphasize his words. Ernst vacated the kitchen in terror, seeking out a quieter part of the flat. At the same moment, the streetlight outside dimmed, and the room became even darker. Bertil shivered. It felt like an omen. He hurried to switch on the light by the window and then looked at Rita. She smiled quietly at him, but it was such a faint and forced smile that it pained Bertil. "There's no need for that," she said. "I'll manage just fine by myself. You've got an investigation to look after. Those poor kids on Chalaronne." "Patrick can deal with that. You and I both know that Patrick is really the man in charge of things at the station, and he has been for years." "Well, I know that. I didn't realize you did too." He looked at her and saw the sly smile she was unable to conceal. "I'm lazy, not stupid," he replied, sitting down heavily on one of the kitchen chairs. "Yet another thing I love about you," said Rita. She came closer, and he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her down onto his lap. "Are you sure this chair will take the weight of us both?" she said, wrapping her arms around him. "If not, there are always new ones at IKEA." Bertil leaned his head against hers and closed his eyes. They synchronized their breathing, as they had done so many times before. "Aren't you afraid?" he said, his eyes still closed. Rita hugged him more tightly. "I'm terrified. I'm not just scared of dying. I'm scared of the nausea, the weakness, the uncertainty. And I know it's vain, but I'm scared of losing my hair. I know the doctor said some people prefer to shave it off before it happens, but you'll be just as beautiful without it," Bertil said, opening his eyes to look at her. "And it'll grow back." "Yes, I know. And it is vain to worry about that kind of thing. but it's the most palpable thing to worry about, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm pushing the unknown away.
You're not going to die.
Bertil's voice broke, and he shook his head firmly.
You're not going to die.
None of us know that, she said calmly. Now might be my time. Or later. It's not something we can control.
I can't live without you.
He buried his face in her neck and breathed in her scent. If things go that badly, then you'll cope, she said. But she also pressed herself closer, and Bertil felt the pulse at her collarbone quicken.
I won't,
he managed to say, even though his chest ached so much. Yes, you will. I promise, my love.
You're not the one meant to be comforting me.
You'll get to comfort me in time.
What if I'm not strong enough?
It was his innermost fear, and his voice faltered. She took his face between her hands and held it some distance away. With her gaze fixed on his, she said gently, You're stronger than you think, and I'm grateful to have you by my side.
I won't be able to do it,
he said dejectedly. Tears were flowing without him being able to stop them. Yes, you will, she said, gently cradling him in her arms. Hi, sweetie. Erika kissed Patrick's cheek and took her shoes off with a sigh of relief. The train had been both hot and delayed, and her feet had swollen up considerably. It's good to have you home again, said Patrick, but something in his voice made Erika look at him suspiciously. Okay, what have you broken? What have you bought that was much too expensive or unnecessary? Who did you sleep with? Patrick smiled stiffly. You may come to wish that it was one of those options. Oh, no. Erika hung up her coat and looked at him, her hands limp at her sides. Explain? Then her hand flew to her mouth. Christina and Bob the Builder have been here, she exclaimed. What the hell have they done? I think it's probably easier if I show you. Patrick led Erika towards the kitchen, and she followed hesitantly. She came to a halt in the doorway, her jaw dropping. What on earth? Honestly, I find you get used to it after a while. I don't think it's too... Erika glared at her husband, and he fell silent. She couldn't believe her eyes. Roman arches? Salmon pink? Who's the designer? Barbie? Oh no, that's right. Your mother. Erika didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But they've done a nice job in the garden, Patrick said, his voice slightly desperate as he waved his hand in the direction of the outside. They've had a go at that too? How do they have the time? And the energy? Shouldn't they be old and tired? Instead of 2 lethargic, compliant pensioners, we've got 2 interior designers on speed. Her voice rose to a falsetto and left her breathless. Erika sank down onto one of the kitchen chairs. Only then did she spot the new seat cushions. Lemons? Lemons? Patrick held up his hands to placate her. They can be changed, he said resignedly, and cupboard doors can be repainted. And the Roman arch? We did say we were going to knock that wall down when we redo the kitchen. Erika stared at the wall and realized that Patrick was right. She shook her head. Good God. Can't a person even go away for a couple of days without seeing their home transformed into an 80s pizzeria? Sorry, I should have kept an eye on things. Patrick looked guilty as he laid the table. "Did you eat on the train? I've warmed up some of Mum's lasagna." "I'm famished," Erika said, inhaling the aroma of toasted cheese. You could say what you wanted about Christina. She was a good cook. "Anyway, there's no need for an apology," Erika said, wiggling her toes to get her circulation going. "You've got far more important things to be dealing with, and you're right, we can repaint, and we were actually planning to take down that wall. It's only stuff. Now that's dealt with. How are you getting on?" Patrick served each of them a big helping of lasagna and sat down opposite her. "Wine?" Erika waved her hand dismissively. "No, not tonight." Patrick raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Instead, he began to tell her about everything that had happened since she'd left for Stockholm. "So Rolf is Ricard's dad?" Erika said, wide-eyed, as she took a big mouthful of lasagna before reaching immediately for her glass of water in a panic. "Wow! I didn't realize it was this hot." She took a couple of sips of water. "Would you like me to blow on your food?" Patrick said in amusement, and Erika stuck her tongue out at him. She'd missed him so much, she ached. She'd spent so many years single and had been totally fine with that, but now she couldn't imagine life without Patrick at her side. Her thoughts grazed past the issue she knew she had to raise with him, but she wanted to postpone it for a while longer. "I wonder if Henning knows that," she said instead, blowing on a new mouthful of food. She wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. "No idea," said Patrick. He stiffened when he heard a sound from the children's bedrooms upstairs, but relaxed when there was no follow-up noise. "What was the vibe like at Blanche?" he said. "It must have been at boiling point." Erika rocked a hand to and fro. "News about Peter and the boys spread while I was there, but the articles about Blanche hadn't been published yet. I dare say the place is in chaos by now." My God, Henning and Elisabeth must be going through hell. Peter and the boys dead, Rolf dead, Ricard as the prime suspect, and now their life's work is mired in an unparalleled scandal. "Their lives have been ruined in the space of a few days," Erika said slowly. She hadn't thought about it like that before, but it was the truth. From all the happiness and rejoicing of last Saturday, when they had been at the pinnacle of their lives, personally and professionally, to the nightmare they now found themselves in. Everything now like shattered glass around their feet. "I wonder what's going to happen to the prize," Erika said as she chewed her way through a big chunk of lasagna. "What prize?" "There was a rumour on Saturday that Henning is going to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. I wonder what'll happen to that, following Aftonbladet's articles. It can't be a given that it's his for the taking any longer." "But surely the scandal has nothing to do with his books. Surely that question has to be judged separately." Erika put down her water glass. "That's how it would be in a perfect world, but I have a hard time believing that the Swedish Academy is completely neutral on the issue, and it must be a tough situation for Susanne." "I can't imagine either Henning or Elisabeth being all that bothered about a literary award right now," Patrick said. "Probably true. But it's not just any old prize. It makes you an eternal star in the literary skies." "Still," said Patrick, "their son and grandchildren have been shot dead. Worldly things surely don't mean much in that context." "Speaking of dead children, how's your investigation into Lola and her daughter going?" "Slow progress. But isn't it a bit of a coincidence that Rolf's final exhibition was going to be focused on her?" Erika told him about her conversations with Lola's neighbour, Birgitta, and Johan. I've also got a copy of the full police file. Could you ask Pedersen to look over the autopsy report? Patrick grimaced and glanced at her apologetically. He's pretty busy processing what we sent him, alongside his usual workload. Okay, I get it. But if you get the chance, could you ask him? Yes, but I can't promise any more than that. I'm going to speak to him tomorrow and find out how far he's got, and if I get the chance, I'll ask then. But I don't think he has time, just so you know. He held up his hands deprecatingly. That's all I ask, said Erika. How did you get on with the job I gave you, the private detective? Oh, he was a character all right, but it went well. I've got copies of the full police report. All 2 pages of it. But I don't have anything concrete to offer. Peter Bauer simply seems to have wanted to find out who ran his wife down and then did a bunk. Perfectly reasonable, if you ask me. Erika avoided Patrick's gaze. There was a small possibility that she might be able to find out something crucial that would help him, but that would have to wait. Right now, she had something to tell him that couldn't wait any longer. The plaster had to come off. She took a deep breath and said, I'm pregnant. There was a loud clatter as Patrick dropped his fork on his plate. 25. Wednesday. Patrick aimlessly shuffled some papers on his desk. He didn't really know how to take the news that Erika was expecting. On the previous occasions, he had been happier than he had thought was possible. But now they had 3 children, and life was, to put it mildly, intense. But they could see the light at the end of the tunnel as they got past the early years. Neither he nor Erika had ever been particularly fond of the baby years, and mostly regarded it as heavy toil with 0 sleep and extreme stress to boot. Could they manage it one more time? He shuffled the papers around the desk again. There was a ton of work to be done, but after a night spent pondering, he was so tired he could barely formulate a sensible thought. But he had to. Ricard was still in custody, but there wasn't long left until the prosecutor had to make a decision on whether to have him remanded. The prosecutor would probably be that way inclined, but Patrick still wanted a confession. There was something that felt wrong, and they still had nothing to tie Ricard to the murder of Rolf, the man they now knew to be Ricard's father. Patrick sighed and decided to apply the advice he gave others when a task felt insurmountable. It had been his grandfather who had always said, "How do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time." Right now, Patrick felt like he had an enormous elephant in front of him. It had been a long time since he'd felt this overwhelmed. The cases, were merging into each other, subsuming one another. It was all too sprawling, too dreadful, too improbable that this had all happened at the same time by chance. And then there was the media constantly calling Annika in reception and trying to get hold of every officer on duty in the station as they filled page after page with dark headlines about people mixed up in the case. The press was like a constant disruptive noise, like a buzzing fly, always within earshot but out of reach. He reached for his notepad to start figuratively dicing up the elephant. He quickly wrote down the things he considered top priorities and decided to start with the elephant's trunk, which in this case was Pedersen, the head of forensic medicine in Gothenburg. Pedersen picked up on the first ring. "I was about to call you." The voice was familiar after their many years working together. They had long ago done away with all the pleasantries and always got straight to the point. "I don't have everything as yet, we're not done," Pedersen added, "but I do have some findings to report, so you've got something to be getting on with." "Why, thank you," Patrick said, and found himself almost bowing slightly. He knew how bogged down they were in forensic medicine, but he suspected that the 2 children lying on the shiny autopsy tables meant everyone was prioritizing this case and very probably working around the clock. "How's the investigation going otherwise?" Pedersen asked. "Oh, it's fine. We've had a few preliminary findings from NFC through Faraday. She's had to pull some strings. She's been a rock." "See, you'll get used to her," Pedersen said with a chuckle. "I suppose I will. And like I said, she seems sharp." "She is. We've already established a great partnership. Anyway, why don't we go through what we've got so far?" Patrick turned to a fresh page in his notebook. He knew he would also receive a written report from Pedersen, but taking notes while he listened helped him to focus and structure his thoughts. "Let's start with Rolf. Well, we know the cause of death, so no surprises there. A shot to the back of the head with a nail gun. He probably had no idea what was about to happen." That was some consolation, at least, Patrick thought to himself. "Okay, what else? Anything else of interest in Rolf's autopsy?" Pedersen paused for a moment. "He almost certainly had only months left to live." "What are you saying?" Patrick straightened up in his chair. "Advanced cancer." "Fuck me. Is it at all possible that he wasn't aware of it?" "No, not given the spread and where I found tumours. He must have been having quite a bit of trouble. He'll have seen a doctor. There should be details in his medical records." Patrick mulled this over thoughtfully. How did this relate to everything else? "And Peter and the boys?" "We're talking about pure execution. The kids likely died in their sleep. Each had a shot to the forehead. Close range." Pedersen's voice was gruff. "I suspect Peter woke up when the boys were shot because he took 2 shots. One of them went through his left hand before it hit his head. The eldest of the boys still had a bullet in the back of his skull. It was a through and through on the youngest. The bullet ended up in the headboard. In Peter's case, one bullet was still there while the other was in the wall." Jesus Christ. Nausea rose up within him. The thought of the baby in Erika's belly threatened to overcome Patrick, but he quickly pushed it aside. Distancing himself was the only possible way to keep a cool head and carry on working. "What state were the bullets in?" "There were fine traces of rifling from the barrel. If you find a gun, we'll be able to match it. Do you know any more about that, by the way?" Patrick checked his emails. The ballistics expert's report had finally arrived. A classic. What springs to mind if I say Bond? Walther PPK. Not just Bond. It was the standard police sidearm until the 80s. 7.65 caliber, full metal jacket ammunition. That's right. And if the bullets are in as good nick as you say, then it may even be possible to find something in the database, Patrick said, thinking aloud. Pedersen didn't answer. He realized it was a rhetorical statement. NFC had probably already started a database search. By the way, Patrick said quickly before Pedersen had time to hang up, I have a favour to ask. Well, it's Erika asking the favour. Pedersen laughed dryly. Normally, I'd say no on the spot, without even asking how big a favour, since we're drowning in work. But since it's Erika, at least tell me what she wants. You want to be in the acknowledgements for her next book, don't you? Patrick grinned. It felt good to lighten the mood after the gloomy subject matter they'd been discussing. Of course. It's my only shot at immortality, said Pedersen. So, what does your distinguished wife want help with? Patrick briefly summarized the Lola case. So that's Erika's next book. Looks that way. She's been in Stockholm for a couple of days doing research, and she dug up some of the old investigative file. To describe it as thin is probably the kindest thing I can say. My guess is there was a degree of transphobia at play, but if that's true, then it's awful, given that Lola had a kid who also died in the fire. People's bigotry never ceases to amaze, Pedersen said gloomily. But let me guess, your dear wife would like me to glance over the autopsy report? Patrick managed to force out a yes, feeling slightly ashamed. Then again, Pedersen was a grown adult who was perfectly capable of saying no if he didn't want to do it. Of course I'll help. Email it over and I'll have a gander. It'll be in your inbox in 10 minutes, Patrick said gratefully. Give Faraday a ring. Right away, said Patrick. When he'd hung up, he looked at his spider diagram. Then he underlined Rolf dying with several thick lines. It wasn't necessarily of significance, but something told him that it mattered, that it was a piece of the puzzle that fitted into the whole somehow or other. He just needed to figure out how. 26. Stockholm, 1980. When do I get to read it? Lola glared at Rolf while keeping a watchful eye on Petite, who was on the swings in the playground at Wasserparken. I got to read the poems you wrote. Why is this so different? Rolf waved merrily at Petite, who waved back. By the way, Esther and I loved having her to stay with us, despite the sad circumstances. You know that you only have to ask if you need help. She's always welcome at ours. I promised to get better at that. Lola waved to Petite too, and tried to master the impulse to rush over and stop her from going so high. She had to let Petite fly. She had promised Monica that. Don't you trust me enough to let me read it? Rolf continued, his expression hurt. Lola put her hand on his arm. The sun was beating down on them, making beads of sweat run down their lower backs. She raised her face to the sun, luxuriating in its beams. She loved the sun. She loved the colour it gave her. During the summer, she always sat on the balcony for a spell every day, clutching a foil-covered tray under her chin to help her tan along. Sun was good for the health. The more, the better. There's no one I trust more than you, Rolf, she said, her face still turned towards the sun. You know that. And there is no one whose opinion matters more. That's precisely why I don't want you to see my work in progress piece by piece. I want you to see the big picture. She turned her head towards him and tapped her long red nail on the thick blue notebook. This will be done soon. The story is coming to an end. And if it turns out the way I think it will, it's going to be beautiful, strange, special, and something that no one has ever read before. That sounds incredible, Rolf said, a warm smile spreading across his face, the smile she liked so much. Have you thought about showing it to Elisabeth? I know she's looked at some of your shorter works. She's so keen to publish something by you. I'd even say she's itching to publish something by you, with her as your editor. Of course I'm going to take it to Elisabeth. Who else? So once you've seen it, Elisabeth will be the first to read it. But until then, the words are mine alone. Lola tapped on the blue cover again. I understand how you feel about your family, said Rolf. Mine weren't much to write home about either. The last time I saw my old man, I knocked out his front teeth. I was sick and tired of being beaten. My wounds are only on the inside, said Lola, and it was as if the sun no longer warmed her. Frostbite. No one ever beat me with their fists, only their words.
I grew up in a cold place you can't even imagine. Everything had to be correct. Everything had to be just right, polished. I was a strange bird from the very beginning, and I've always known I wasn't the person my family thought I was. The image of a bird brought an old memory to life. When I was little, I often read a story about two birds who found an egg in their nest and decided to brood it as their own, she said, looking at Rolf. But when the egg hatched, it wasn't a chick. It was an alligator. And it grew and grew and grew until it was so big it no longer fitted into the nest. So the bird parents decided to teach it to fly, because that was the only thing they could imagine their child would do. They pushed the baby alligator out of the nest, and he flapped his legs for all he was worth. But instead of flying, he tumbled straight down into the water below the tree, where he found the world he hadn't ever realized he was missing, but that he knew from that very moment was his. In the story, the alligator's bird parents were happy for him. They were happy because the child they had raised in their nest had found his home. There wasn't a happy ending like that in my story. Rolf caressed her tanned cheek. I'm sorry, but you have us now, and Petite has us too. He brightened up when Petite came running towards them. Daddy, 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 can I buy an ice cream? Here, you can have 5 kroner from me. Rolf pulled his wallet out and produced a 5 kroner note, and she skipped off happily towards the ice cream kiosk. Lola knew that Petite would spend ages there deliberating before she finally settled on a pear ice, both because she liked the flavour and because she loved the surprise of the small picture that came inside the packaging. You're spoiling her. It's a true pleasure, Rolf said, grinning from ear to ear. Sometimes she's so incredibly like my grandmother, said Lola. The only person who saw me for who I was. Petite's named after her. But I thought, Rolf couldn't hide his astonishment, that she wasn't mine. Lola smiled. A perfectly reasonable assumption. She bowed her head. Yes, I prefer men. But Monica, I loved her more than I've ever loved anyone else. And she loved me and wanted me to love her the same way. I so dearly wanted to, and I figured if I just gave it a chance. But Lola shook her head. I am who I am, and I could only love Monica in a different way to the way she wanted. But Petite still somehow came into the world. There aren't any other possible candidates because Monica wasn't... She wasn't working then. And we were so unspeakably happy that it happened. Monica would be so proud if she could see Petite now. Petite approached them, holding a pear ice, already dripping down her hand, and Lola put her notebook into her handbag to avoid getting ice cream on it. My sister says she wants her, she continued thoughtfully. Apparently she and her husband can't conceive, and in my sister's eyes that's an imperfection. But in her perfect world, Petite would just be part of the backdrop, rather than a unique person. Lola fell silent as Petite got close enough to hear. The ice cream was gone, only the stick remained. And the picture. Look, there was a hedgehog in this one. Petite eagerly held out the small picture, which was now sticky from ice cream. Lola took a handkerchief from her bag, spat on it, and began to wipe her daughter's mouth. Ooh! Petite exclaimed, but Lola didn't stop until her daughter was clean. She took the messy stick between her thumb and forefinger and passed it to Rolf. bin this for me, will you?"
She wiped Petite's hands carefully with the handkerchief and then cleaned the picture of the hedgehog.
"Can I play now?"
said Petite, looking longingly towards the kids running around the park.
"Of course,"
Lola said, waving her away.
"Is everyone coming on Saturday?"
Rolf asked.
"Yes, all of you lot. And Sigge."
"Oh yes, the boyfriend."
I think it'll be a while."
Lola angled her face towards the sun again.
"Poor kid. Sigge's mother is God knows where, and his grandmother can't cope with him. She just wants to be shot of him."
"Petite's lucky to have you for a father." Lola leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek.
"And I'm lucky to have you."
In the distance they heard Petite's laughter rising wild and free into the clear blue sky. 27.
"Hello,"
Anna bellowed.
"Welcome home. Can I get a Hawaiian?"
Erika dashed into the hall with a grumpy expression.
"You knew,"
she said accusingly to her sister.
"You saw what they were doing and did nothing?"
"Did nothing? I helped Christina find the right shade of salmon pink for your cupboard doors. She was drifting towards something at the terracotta end of the scale, but I thought something a little more like apricot was the right fit. If you weren't holding the world's cutest niece, I'd box your ears. Hand over the kid and go and savour your handiwork, you quisling." Anna passed Fleece over. When she entered the kitchen, she laughed so hard tears ran down her face.
I didn't see it finished. My God, I'm dying."
She wiped away the tears as she continued to giggle.
"Yup, I died too. It was a nice surprise to come back to last night, a trip back in time to the 80s. I'm only grateful they didn't conjure up a tapestry too." "Well, there were samples."
"Shut up," said Erika, slapping her laughing sister.
"You've been talking about doing the kitchen for years. I thought this might be a good kick up the backside,"
said Anna, grinning. Erika snorted, put Fleece in a high chair and made them each a cup of coffee.
"Well, you do have a point. The process has been shortened by around 2 years. That's about how long it would have taken us to pull our fingers out. Now there's no choice. That wall has to go."
She regarded the Roman arch with a shudder.
"You should have known better than to let that pair in here unsupervised," said Anna.
Her sister opened one of the cupboards and took out a wafer for Fleece.
"I learnt the hard way, which means that next time I go away, you have the honour of looking after 3 young kids. Nice, huh?"
Anna shuddered before sitting down at the kitchen table.
"Speaking of which, how was Stockholm? Did you turn anything useful up? Is the new book going to be about Lola?"
Erika nodded. She told Anna briefly what she'd found out and how desultory the police investigation had been.
"No one has bothered to find out what happened to Lola and her daughter. Not for all these years. Her closest friends, they were like family to her, just moved on. All of them. Rolf and his wife, Henning and Elisabeth, Susanna and Ola, right up until Rolf decided to exhibit his photos of Lola and her friends." "Have you talked to Lola's biological family?" "I've only had time to scratch the surface. What I do know is that Lola broke off contact with them long before the little girl was born. But a sister apparently turned up shortly before Lola's death. I'd obviously like to talk to her, if she's still alive. A lot can happen in 40 years. But first, I'd like to get a second opinion on the autopsy report." "Did both of them die in the fire?"
Anna gave Fleece another wafer. The first one had been partially eaten and then spat out, and was now lying in a damp heap on the table. Yes and no. Lola had 2 gunshot wounds to the head, which was the cause of death. But Petite had smoke in her lungs, and the cause of death was listed as carbon monoxide poisoning. They found the little girl inside a trunk. Lola was in the kitchen in front of the hob. Anna shook her head. It's not like you can ask her old circle what they know, even though it was Viviane who first mentioned Lola to you. No, I can't really give Henning and Elisabeth a bell and say, "Hey, I'd like to chat to you about Lola." That'll have to keep for later, once they've had time to grieve. How is Louise, by the way? Anna asked. Have you talked to her? No. Erika shook her head. I don't really know what to do. I don't want to intrude, but I also don't want to be that friend who doesn't get in touch. Text her and say you're there for her if she needs to talk. Then it's up to her. Yes, I guess that's smart, said Erika. She didn't need to tell Anna that she had already done just that, and it wouldn't hurt to send another text. Then she took a deep breath. I'm pregnant. What? Anna shouted her reply, and Fleece was so startled she began to cry. No, sorry, sweetheart, sorry. Here, have another wafer. Anna stared at Erika in shock while the little girl calmed down. I thought it was the menopause, but apparently I'm up the duff, Erika said with a sheepish smile. Well, congratulations, eh? What does Patrick have to say? I think he's in shock too. I told him yesterday evening and I could hear him tossing and turning all night. Anna got up and began to pace around the room. Erika knew how she felt. She had been wandering around the house like a lost soul that morning. So what are you going to do? I'm not actually sure. Erika looked down at the tabletop. I felt very, very done with this. The same is true for Patrick. At the same time, it's a big decision, not... Only you can decide whether you're up to it and want to do it all again. Anna put her hand over her sister's. Then there's the whole age thing, the risk. You can find out about that in advance. I don't know if I'm brave enough to have amniocentesis. That needle. And the test itself comes with a risk of miscarriage. No, there are more modern ways now. I don't remember what it's called, but they start with a simple blood test. And you can do it sooner than the old test. Erika looked up at her little sister. I'll have to call the maternity clinic and ask. But still, I don't know if I want... Start by finding out how the land lies. Then you can make up your minds. Sounds sensible, said Erika. You're almost forgiven for that arch. I think it's very you. Oh, shut up. Erika began to relax. Everything would work out somehow. She had Anna, and she had Patrick. It hadn't been possible to reach Faraday by phone. She was out on a job, according to her voicemail. Patrick drummed his fingers impatiently on the desk. He wanted her pieces of the puzzle before he moved on. At the same time, Pedersen's words about Rolf were gnawing away at him. Somehow it felt like Rolf was the key to both cases, and therefore to Rickard. Patrick went into the corridor and over to Jörsta's door. He knocked on the frame of the open door. Fancy joining me for a chat with our suspect? Of course. But his lawyer isn't here right now. Do you think he'll agree to talk? We'll see. Patrick headed towards the custody unit and felt himself adopting his grim face. He hoped Rickard had been humbled a little by his detention. Rickard, I'd like to ask you a few things. Do you want your lawyer present? Ricard looked up at Patrick. He seemed tired and dejected. There was no trace of the man who had refused to talk without his lawyer.
"I just want to get out of here. Anything. Ask me anything."
Gone was the snotty tone and the superior gaze.
"When will you decide whether to release me or not?"
"We can hold you for 72 hours. We're on to day 3. After that, we can request that you be remanded. That means we can hold you for a fortnight. Then we have to hold a new remand hearing."
"Didn't Jakobsson inform you of this?"
"Probably," Ricard said tiredly.
"I'm struggling to focus, and the days all merge into one. Are you going to remand me?"
"There's a lot pointing to your guilt, enough that you're highly likely to be remanded. But if you help us with our investigation, that may change. We have a few question marks, and we're wondering whether you'd discuss them with us."
"Go for it,"
Ricard said, getting up from his bunk in the small room where he was being held. They headed for the interview room, and Patrick and Gösta sat down opposite him at the table. "Tell us about Rolf," said Patrick, watching Ricard closely.
"Rolf?"
Ricard said indifferently.
"What do you want me to say about him?"
"Rolf was your father." Ricard started. He stared at Patrick and Gösta.
"How the hell—"
"We know you were blackmailing Blanche." Ricard remained silent, looking down at the table. Then he looked up defiantly.
"What do you want me to say?"
"I saw an opportunity, and I took it." "Why Blanche in particular? What made you think they would pay to keep quiet about it?"
"For Dad's sake.
Henning, I mean.
He doesn't know a thing. They've always protected him and Mum."
"So it was Susanna and Ulle who approved the payments?"
"And Louise. Nothing happened at the club without Louise's say-so. But yes, I figured they were already used to paying hush money, so why not cut me in on the deal?"
There was the cynical smile that so bothered Patrick.
"How did you find out that Rolf was your father?" said Gösta.
"He told me himself. Made a big deal out of it. He asked me to come to his studio in Stockholm, and he showed me a load of pictures of trannies he was going to exhibit. He was waffling on about coming to terms with the past. Then he asked whether I knew that I was his son."
"Had you suspected anything?" Patrick asked curiously.
Ricard shook his head.
"No, I had no idea. And I'm absolutely certain Dad doesn't know either. He'd never have been able to handle it."
"So that's why Susanna and Ulle were paying, via Blanche?"
"Yes. For them, Blanche is everything. Well, mostly for Ulle. Susanna has the academy. But if it's important to Ulle, then it's important to Susanne."
"Was Rolf going to tell anyone other than you?"
"I didn't get that impression. I don't think he wanted to cause any trouble for Mum. It felt as if he wanted, I don't know, to stop having to keep the secret. Perhaps he was having some kind of midlife crisis. I don't know. I had to swear not to tell Mum that I knew."
Ricard looked down at his nails and poked at a cuticle. He was becoming more and more like his nonchalant self now that he was out of the cell. "He was dying," said Patrick. Gösta looked at him in surprise. "From what I've understood, he only had months left to live. Cancer."
"Jesus," Ricard frowned. "I suppose that explains it."
"If your father had found out that Rolf was your father, how do you think he would have taken it?"
"He would have gone completely nuts. Henning has a temper. There are not many people who know that. Mum's been tiptoeing around him their whole marriage. If Dad doesn't get his own way, then—"
Ricard shook his head so that his fringe fell across his face. He brushed it out of the way with his usual practiced movement. So if Rolf had told him... Ricard punched his hand into his palm in reply. Patrick said nothing, but exchanged glances with Yersta.
"I didn't do it," Ricard said wearily. "Not Rolf, or Peter and the boys. I could never do that. And where would I have got a gun from? I've never owned a gun, and I don't have a clue where you'd get hold of one either. And damn it, I loved Peter and the boys. And Rolf had never done anything to me. I had no reason to kill him. He was worth more to me alive, given the money I was getting from Blanche." He had been gesticulating, but now his hands came to rest on the table. "You could continue blackmailing them even with Rolf dead," said Patrick. "The information remains true." "Yes, but without Rolf alive, it loses a whole lot of its edge. It would be a lot harder for Dad to be pissed off at a dead man."
"Or maybe Rolf found out about the blackmail and confronted you," said Patrick.
"I may be a shit, but I haven't killed anyone. Ask Tilda. She knows I was in bed all night."
"A partner's testimony in this situation has less weight than the forensic evidence." Patrick cracked his knuckles. It was a habit he'd picked up lately.
"The forensic evidence is wrong. I didn't do it."
"That remains to be seen," Patrick said, standing up. Yersta followed his example. As they led Ricard back to the cell, he looked just as dejected as he had when they brought him out. The last thing they saw before they shut the door and locked up was Ricard on his bunk, staring into space. Patrick and Yersta walked all the way back to their offices in silence. The only thing that could be heard was the tread of their feet.
"So, what do you think?" Yersta said at last.
Patrick hesitated. The facts didn't correlate with his gut. But his intuition had the benefit of many years' experience. He sighed deeply. "I don't have a fucking clue. But I'm going to call Faraday, so let me get back to you on that." He went into his office and picked up the phone. He needed some more answers, and hopefully Faraday could give them to him. Viviane stretched and rubbed her eyes. She had been searching for hours. She had turned the studio upside down and had completely lost track of time. She'd nodded off for a while on the daybed on several occasions, but she had spent the lion's share of the night searching. The studio looked like it had been broken into. Everything was ripped out, strewn across the floor. But nowhere had she found any sign of the envelopes that Rolf had received, or the missing photograph. Guilt. Admittedly, she didn't know what she was looking for. She didn't even know what guilt looked like. She had found a lot of other things linked to the exhibition, thoughts on what he was going to say with the photos of Lola, but guilt was only named in the odd place. Why had Rolf kept this from her? And what other secrets had he kept? Secrets that might have led to his death? Viviane looked around in resignation. Had Rolf actually kept the envelopes and photos somewhere else? There were countless storage companies around the city, and he could have rented space from any of them. Then again, she knew what Rolf was like. He liked to keep his things close. He would never trust an unknown company. If he had hidden anything, then it would be here. Viviane sank to her knees in the middle of the floor. The studio was on the ground floor, a stone's throw from their flat, with high windows letting in plenty of light. It had been she who had found the place, and she had immediately realized that he would love the floor in particular. It comprised wide wooden floorboards that had been worn to a pale grey patina by footsteps over the decades. It creaked when you walked around, something that had become a soundtrack to Rolf's shoots in the studio. While he preferred to shoot on location, in the setting, in the situation, he had still done countless shoots here over the years to pay the bills. Celebrities, politicians, royalty, and the plain old rich who were prepared to pay to have their portrait taken through Rolf's lens. Viviane ran her hand over one of the grey boards. Her eye was caught by something in the far corner. She squinted. Then she hurried closer and closer until she got to the corner and saw what her eye was reacting to. One of the planks was a slightly different shade to the others. It looked newer. She pressed it lightly. The plank bowed a little, but it seemed to be nailed down. Viviane looked around for something to prise it loose with and found a table knife in the jumble on the floor. She carefully inserted the knife into one of the cracks around the board. It gave way with surprising ease. The nails were only for show. None of them were actually embedded into the wood beneath. There was a cavity under the plank, running under the floor. Viviane squinted, but it was too dark to make anything out. She turned on the torch on her mobile and shone it down there. There was a clutch of folders in a crate. The crate was too big to lift up through the hole, so on some occasion the other boards must have been loosened and replaced with the box in situ. But it was no trouble at all to remove the folders. There were so few she could pick them up with one hand. Viviane fanned the folders out in front of her. There was nothing written on them, so she would have to open each one to see what was inside. The top one contained the envelope she'd told Martin about. She recognized the handwriting on the front. It seemed the contents were still inside, and it was just as she had thought, information about Blanche. Every time they had covered up Ulle's indiscretions, his abuse of young women. Of course it was. Viviane trembled when she realized that the next folder contained love letters. The handwriting was florid and hard to read, but she quickly realized that they were letters from Elisabeth to Rolf, from the time when Rolf had been married to Esther. The words jumped off the page at her: longing, passion, love, despair, sorrow, hope. They had been considering a life together. That much was apparent from several of the letters. But their correspondence increasingly reached the conclusion that it was impossible. They couldn't leave what they had. They couldn't hurt their spouses and break up their families. There was also confirmation of what Viviane had always suspected, that Ricard was Rolf's son. She had never said anything about it to Rolf, but it was obvious whenever they were in the same room. At least to her. No one else seemed to have noticed. The final letter was Elisabeth's farewell, dated 1978. They had decided to end their affair, but do all they could to remain friends. Based on what Viviane had seen over the years, they had succeeded in those intentions, something few people ever did. The final folders contained negatives. They poured out of the first one she opened. She picked them up and held them to the light one by one. All of them were from the same period as the photos for the exhibition. Lola at work, Lola with Petite, and Lola in her kitchen with her friends, Susanne, Ulla, Henning, Elisabeth, and Esther. Rolf behind the camera, a constant presence, but out of sight. Now that she knew, she could see the love between Rolf and Elisabeth. The way he photographed her, the way he aimed his lens at her face as it caught the light in Lola's kitchen. Part of Viviane felt compassion for him. It couldn't have been easy to sacrifice himself, to give up his love for what was right and proper. At the same time, she felt jealousy tearing at her breast. She had never felt as if she were Rolf's great love, not compared with Esther. and now definitely not in comparison with Elisabeth. The final folder was thin and light. Vivian removed the elastic band holding it together and opened it. It contained only one negative in addition to a quickly developed small-format photograph. She turned the picture over. On the back it said, "Guilt." Vivian had found a copy of the missing photograph. The question was what to do with it, and whether she wanted to do anything with it. Patrick lunged for the phone when he saw who was calling. "I was on a job," said Faraday. Patrick's most recent attempt to track her down had been fruitless. "Yes, I heard. Look, I spoke to Pedersen, and he thought you had something for me." Faraday sighed softly. "Yes and no. I've received various preliminary notifications, but there's still a lot outstanding. You can have what I've got so far." "Okay, shoot." Patrick regretted his choice of words immediately. Given the circumstances, it was tasteless, to say the least. But Faraday didn't seem to notice. "Let's start with the fibres from the nail gun. Silk. Black. I can't provide any more detail than that, but if you find where they came from, then NFC should hopefully be able to match the fibres to a fabric." "Okay," said Patrick, scribbling rapidly. It was no different than with Pedersen. He would receive a written report from Faraday too, but he had made it a habit to take his own notes. He closed his eyes and pictured what Rickard had been wearing on the night of the golden wedding party. A black dinner jacket. Admittedly, almost all the men had been wearing dinner jackets or dark suits. "I'll get Rickard's jacket from the night of Rolf's murder brought in." "Great," Faraday said dryly. "Then there's Rickard's shirt. The blood is from the victims. There's blood from all three of them on the shirt, and the spatter is consistent with the shots being fired at close range. Nothing remarkable in that respect. And we've tested for DNA on the inside of the shirt and only found Rickard's." "So everything indicates that he was wearing it when the murders were committed?" "Yes." "Any trace of gunshot residue on Rickard's hands?" "On the shirt, but not the hands. But he may have been wearing gloves. Not entirely logical, given that he didn't protect his shirt, but from what I've understood, he was extremely intoxicated. I've seen drunk killers do weirder things. Alcohol has its own logic." Patrick knew that Faraday was right in that respect, but it was yet another piece in the puzzle that didn't really fit. "The bullets, Pedersen said they were in good condition?" "Yes, none of them had been badly damaged. There was clear rifling, and NFC should be able to match them to the murder weapon if we find it. The bullets have been added to the system, and a search against other crimes has been initiated, but it'll probably be a week or so before we have a result. I've double-checked with our gun expert, and it's a Walther PPK, 7.65 caliber, as you said." "Which isn't all that helpful," said Faraday, though Patrick thought he detected the sound of satisfaction. "One of the most common guns out there. But again, if you find the gun, then we'll be able to match the bullets to it." "I'm not at all hopeful on that front," said Patrick. "If I were the killer, I would have chucked it in the sea. We've had divers looking, but you know what the waters are like in those parts." "Deep, dark, and murky," said Faraday. "I'm inclined to agree. But hope is always the last light to go out, right?" "True," said Patrick, examining his notes. He had written "gun" in large letters and underlined it. "Anything else?" "No, I'm afraid that's all I've got at the moment. I don't know if it's given you any leads, but it may help to tie the murderer to the crime somewhere down the line. And Rickard Bauer seems to be an excellent candidate, right?" "Oh yes, I'm with you on that. Everything points to Rickard. He had both motive and opportunity, and the forensic evidence seems to point to him. But you're not completely satisfied." said Faraday. Patrick was silent for a moment. Then he said, "No, and that's probably the best way of putting it. I don't feel completely satisfied." "Well then, we'll have to keep going. And if I get a match on the bullets, then I'll call you right away." "I'm counting on it." Patrick hung up. The most tangible task he'd got from talking to Faraday was that he needed to secure Ricard's dinner jacket. He would have to go out to the island again. He grabbed his coat from his desk chair and went down the corridor to get Gösta. The man was always angling for a boating excursion. Erika edged forward in the car, searching for the right number. She pulled onto the driveway of the house in question and parked her Volvo next to a gleaming navy-blue Bentley. She opened the car door carefully to avoid knocking against the other car. Scratching it would probably cost her a year's salary. Luis opened the door. Erika had been surprised when her friend had replied to her text almost immediately and had asked whether she could come round. Erika wasn't sure what to expect. She'd never been very good around the grieving, and if she was honest, she felt uncomfortable in settings that included members of the so-called upper classes, which most definitely included Luis's parents. Erika had only met them in passing at the party, but she saw them frequently in the pages of the Women's Weekly magazine that Christina gave her uninvited each week. If they weren't at the races, it was a gallery opening or some royal wedding. Judging by the pictures, Luis's mother owned a vast selection of small, chic hats. Erika wondered whether she herself owned any hats, and concluded that there was a rather tatty sun hat on the top shelf of her wardrobe. "Come in," Luis said, stepping aside for Erika. Erika looked around. The interior was bright and tasteful, a long way from her own salmon pink. "God, this is lovely," she said impulsively, immediately regretting it. It sounded far too materialistic, given the circumstances. "It's beautiful," Luis said tonelessly, leading the way to the living room. "Oh, hello there," chirped Luis's mother, Lucien, who leapt forward to greet her. Her father, Pierre, also came over and pumped Erika's hand. Being famous came with its advantages. There was a frisson of excitement for people from all walks of life in meeting her. "Do you want coffee?" said Lucien, guiding Erika towards the sofa while Pierre began to tinker with a big, shiny coffee machine. "How are you feeling?" said Erika, studying Luis. Luis didn't reply at first. It broke Erika's heart when she saw the state she was in. It was as if she had become transparent. That was the best description Erika could think of. She didn't look like she'd washed her hair in days, and her clothes were hanging loosely off her body as if she had lost several kilos from her already slim figure. "It's hard," Luis said finally, her gaze wavering. "I don't really know where to go. Peter and the boys were my home." "We've said we'll stay with her as long as she needs us," Lucien said, touching the pearls at her throat. Erika was always fascinated by people who dressed up at home for no particular reason. Her own domestic attire looked like it had been stolen from a homeless person. "Henning wants me to join him and Elisabeth on the island," Luis said in her lifeless voice. Pierre deposited several coffee cups on the table and then sat down. "I'll probably go in a couple of days," Luis added. "How are they doing?" Erika said gently. She took a sip of her coffee and had to stop herself, sighing with pleasure. This was completely unlike her usual cup of coffee at home. "I've spoken to Henning, but not Elisabeth. I don't think she's up to it. But Henning, well, I guess he's like a lot of men of that generation. Strong, silent, teeth gritted, focused on the job. Lucien sighed. "At first, Pierre and I thought that Henning and Elisabeth must be innocent," she said from her corner of the sofa. "That dreadful man Ulla must have deceived them. But there's been so much in the papers now that I don't think you should be mixing with people like that. It brings shame on your father and me." "They're my family too," Louise said in a low but clear voice. Lucien snorted, but after a sharp glance from Pierre, she turned back towards Erika. "Has your husband said anything else about Ricard? I know the police aren't meant to talk about their cases at home. Pierre's uncle was a chief of police in Stockholm in the 80s. But maybe the rules aren't as strict out here in the sticks. Has Ricard confessed? Your husband paid us a visit with a charming female colleague, although it feels a little strange to see a woman in a police uniform. It somehow doesn't seem quite natural. You know, we're not as strong as men. That's how nature created us. So if I were a man, I wouldn't feel nearly as safe with a female officer at my side." Pierre cleared his throat, and Lucien lost her train of thought. "Oh, sorry. What I was asking was whether Patrick had said anything about Ricard. The most compassionate thing he could do for us would be to confess." "Us?" Louise said, pursing her lips. "Yes, we're actually part of this family too," said Lucien. She pointed to her cup, which she had drained, and then looked at Pierre, who went over to the machine. "He must be the one who murdered Rolf too. How dreadful! But then again, you always hear about these serial killers in America. Thank goodness we're spared such things here in Sweden. All we have are the gang shootings. It feels like they're brandishing guns on every street corner. Good God! It makes you wonder why we live here, doesn't it? It's like Rwanda." "Well, they had a civil war in Rwanda, not gang shootings," Louise said wearily. Lucien glared at her. "You know very well what I mean. The socialists have ruined Sweden. Not to mention Reinfeldt with his open your hearts thing. We're seeing the results of that now. I've told Pierre umpteen times that we ought to leave the country for Spain." "Spain's crime rates are much worse than Sweden's." Louise turned to Erika. "In case it's not obvious, my mother has been a Friends of Sweden voter for a number of years." Louise raised a sarcastic eyebrow. Erika felt the sudden desire to get up, get into the car, and drive home to her cosy kitchen with its Roman arch and salmon-pink cupboards. This wasn't a home. It was an icebox. "I'm afraid we have the same rules out here as in the big city," she said. "Patrick can't share anything about his work at home, so I don't know any more than you do." That wasn't quite true, but she had no desire whatsoever to reveal anything to Lucien. "Then I must ask." Lucien's voice suddenly became vivacious, and she took both of Erika's hands in hers. Erika had to fight the impulse to quickly withdraw them, instead managing to carefully prise them loose on the pretext of reaching for her coffee. "What case are you working on for your next book? I'm a big fan, and it's such a luxury to be able to ask a famous author like you direct questions." Louise rolled her eyes at Erika, who winked back. This was her bread and butter at every social gathering she attended. "It was actually Viviane who tipped me off about the current case, and I can't guarantee it'll turn into a book. I'm still in the research phase, so anything can happen. But it has a connection to the exhibition Rolf was meant to be having here in Fjällbacka. He took a series of photographs of trans women in Stockholm in the 80s. One of them became one of his closest friends, Lola." "Lola?" Louise said, looking at Erika. Lucien snorted loudly. Dearie me, I don't think we need to give their kind too much attention. Say no more. She got up and made for the kitchen. Pierre followed her, and Erika could hear them muttering to each other irritably. She guessed he was lecturing his wife on how to behave. She hadn't thought this kind of narrow-mindedness existed in the present day, even if Lusson voted for Friends of Sweden. "But I want to hear more," said Louise, leaning in towards Erika. "Tell me about Lola." So Erika told her what she knew about the fire, about Petite, and about her meetings in Stockholm with people who had known Lola. And Rolf's exhibition was going to be about Lola. Lola and her friends in the trans community. But Lola also had other friends. You know them. Through Rolf she got to know Henning, Elisabeth, Susanne, and Ulla. And Esther, Rolf's first wife. I think their club is probably a play on the title of Christa Stromholm's photo book, Friends of Place Blanche, which was about transgender people in the Pigalle district of Paris. It's not too much of a stretch to suggest that the name is probably a tribute to Lola. From what I understand, they were very close. "They've never said anything about it," Louise said in a low voice. She turned to her parents, who were still muttering in the kitchen. "Hey, pull yourselves together. You're embarrassing yourself in front of Erika. We're well into the 21st century now." She turned back to Erika again. "I think it sounds like a great idea, and I'd love to read more about Lola. Based on what you say, she sounds like someone the world deserves to get to know." Warmth had come back into Louise's voice, and Erika smiled at her. "Yes, that's the way I feel, too." Erika had come to admire and like Lola based on what she had heard, and that feeling only intensified the more research she did. She glanced at the time. "You'll have to excuse me. I have an appointment in Tanumshede, but I can pop back later if you like." She reached across the table and took Louise's hand. "No need. It was nice of you to come by for a bit. But I was going to ask you a favour." "Anything," said Erika. She meant it. Louise hesitated. "I'm going to stay here for a few more days, but then I'll head out to the island, as I said. But could you give me a lift? You have a boat, right?" "Of course," Erika said in surprise. Louise had never asked for a lift before. "I'd appreciate the company. It will be hard to see it all again. You won't have to stay on the island long, but it would feel easier if you were there." Erika patted Louise's hand. "Of course I will. Just give me a shout and I'll take you out there whenever you like. Weather permitting. I'm not a good enough captain to pilot my boat through a storm, so calm conditions, please, if I'm taking you out." "I promise I'll arrange that." Louise smiled and stood up at the same time as Erika. She escorted her to the door and leaned against the doorway. Her face was pale and drained. "I'd love to hear some more about Lola sometime, and I'd like to see the photos from the exhibition. I could do with something else to think about." "Talk to Viviane. I'm sure she can make the arrangements. And if there's anything, call me. I'll be straight round." "I promise." Louise blew her a kiss and closed the door.
"I don't understand why Louise doesn't just come here. In a week or so, she says."
Henning snorted and furrowed his brow as he bit into a warm scone from the plate Nancy had set down on the table. It was almost 2:00, but his body still felt drained. He and Elisabeth had each taken a sleeping pill the night before, and he could still feel it.
"We have to give her the time she needs," Elisabeth said in a low voice.
Henning looked at her with concern. She was getting leaner by the day. She barely ate, and now she was merely nudging her food around the plate.
"Of course, but she's also got a job to do. She made a commitment. And we need help with the burial. What's more, we need to plan for the first onslaught from the press when the Nobel Prize is announced, and then for the awards ceremony itself."
Elizabeth didn't answer. She spread more jam onto her scones without making any attempt to eat them. "Why don't we go to the mainland and try to see Richard?" she said at last. Henning finished chewing before he answered.
"I've spoken to the lawyer. Jakobsen advises that we should keep our distance. Given that the media circus has finally begun to die down, it wouldn't be the best idea to give them anything new to write about. Visiting Richard would almost certainly be turned into a negative."
"He's our son."
"He's in safe hands. Jakobsen is handling the situation."
Elizabeth didn't answer. Nancy came in with a pot of fresh coffee and put it on the table. "Can I get you anything else?" "No, thank you, Nancy," said Elizabeth. Nancy gave her a concerned look. She'd made all her favourites, but nothing seemed to be whetting Elizabeth's appetite.
"I need to order some tails,"
Henning said, reaching for another scone. He spread it thickly with butter and enjoyed the sensation of his teeth sinking into the melting butter and then the freshly baked dough. "How can you think about that now?" Elizabeth stared at him. He wondered what had got into her. She'd always been his champion. Every success with his books, every literary prize, every positive review from Dagens Nyheter to the New York Times, Elizabeth had always been right behind him, applauding. He shared her grief over Peter and the boys, and Rolf too, for that matter, but surely it was possible to hold two thoughts in your head at once. Wasn't that the mark of a civilized human being?
"I think Peter would have been the first to say that we shouldn't let a crazed madman deprive us of the joy at what we have achieved over a long career. The Nobel Prize in Literature is the crowning glory on the work of decades, thousands of hours of blood, sweat, and tears. Peter would never have wanted to deny me that. Nor would Rolf."
Henning pointedly got out his iPad. He had no desire to carry on talking to Elizabeth if this was the mood she was going to be in. He pulled up the Expressen website. It had been a tremendous relief to see the headlines about Blanche falling further and further down the page as the days went by. People's memories were short. The scandal would soon be forgotten. When the home page loaded on his screen, he stared at it in horror, unable to process what he was seeing. "What now?" said Elizabeth. Henning turned the screen towards her. It was the lead story. "Reliable sources say Henning Bauer will be announced as the winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature tomorrow. Is he a worthy recipient?" He swallowed.
"Someone's leaked to the media."
"This isn't good," Elizabeth said in a low voice. Henning grimaced.
"No, it's not."
28. Wednesday, a week later. Erika and Patrick were sitting at the kitchen table, staring at the computer. There was an unread email. The blood test results had come back more quickly than they had expected, so now they were sitting here a week after Erika's visit to the maternity clinic in Tanumshede. The email was right there in their inbox. "I don't want to open it yet. Let's eat first," said Erika. "Okay, you're the boss." Patrick pushed the laptop aside and Erika opened the oven. "The potato gratin's ready. You lay the table and I'll plate up." "You just want to take the credit for cooking it. Typical. I've been slaving away over a hot stove, putting my soul into it, only for you to steal the glory at the last minute." I thought we were both acutely aware that I'm incapable of making a dish like this. Erika smiled as she gestured to the tenderloin stew with its honey and balsamic sauce simmering away on the hob, and the potato gratin she had taken out of the oven. True. Are the kids settled? Erika glanced towards the living room. The twins were indeed sitting slightly too close to the TV watching a program, while Maya was on the sofa with her iPad binging YouTube videos. She was currently obsessed with The Swedish Family, which followed family life with the kids Alma, Harry and Laura. Right now, that meant Erika and Patrick were hearing so much about that family that it was like living under the same roof. So, when are we going to get started on the kitchen renovation? Patrick pointed to the arch as he put out plates and cutlery for himself and Erika. The children had already eaten. Erika and Patrick had been craving a grown-up dinner in peace and quiet for a change. I've almost got used to it. Erika laughed and turned off the hob. But, joking aside, this spring I can check with Dan and Anna. Patrick gave a thumbs up and held out his plate. At first they ate in silence. This was a favourite meal. Herb Garden Beef Tenderloin was the name of the recipe, and it had become a classic in their household. How's the investigation going? Erika said between bites. Patrick shrugged despondently. We're plodding along, but the prosecutor believes Ricard is the killer, so we're pushing towards charges. Everyone is satisfied that we have an answer. Except you. Erika reached for the salad bowl and added some to her plate. Yes, except me. And I don't have anything concrete to go on, except that we didn't find anything to tie Ricard to Rolf's murder. He hasn't managed to give us an alibi for the murder, and he certainly may have had a motive. But I must emphasize, it's only may have. He also denies that Rolf knew about the blackmail. You haven't got anything else due in from forensics that you're pinning your hopes on? Yes and no. The bullets haven't yet been matched to anything in the database, but it can take ages to get an update from NFC. And the fibres on the nail gun didn't match Ricard's jacket, and we can't round up all the guests' jackets like this after the fact. Why only jackets? Erika said, serving herself more potato gratin. She was constantly hungry now. There was no stopping once she had started eating. What do you mean? Patrick said, putting down his cutlery. Well, you found black fibres, high-quality silk. Why does it have to be a jacket? Not many jackets are made of silk, are they? Isn't it likelier the silk came from a dress? Which guests were wearing black dresses? You're right about that, said Patrick. Bloody hell. I'm drawing a blank on what people were wearing. I would have remembered if they were naked, but their clothes... No, nothing. You've already collected pictures from the party. You checked them to confirm alibis, so you could take a look to see which women were wearing black dresses. I remember a few dresses that weren't black. Louise was wearing blue, Susanne's was green, and Elisabeth's was red, so you can start by ruling them out. Then all you have to do is peruse the photos. Patrick cleared his throat, picked up the ladle and added more sauce to his plate. He loved drowning his food in sauce, while Erika was much more sparing. Have you heard any more from Viviane about the missing photograph? No. It almost feels as if she's avoiding my calls. I'm not quite sure what's going on with her. What about you? How's work on the book going? I'm going up to Stockholm in 2 weeks' time to see the publisher. They like what I've sent so far. Of course, they're pretty keen for the book to end with the killer finally being caught. Isn't that almost impossible after this much time? The case is colder than a freezer. I've got an idea. It's pretty far-fetched and crazy, but I don't think it's completely impossible. But it's the same as it is for you. I'm waiting. Everything always takes way too long. Now I'm hoping Frank will get in touch with some exciting news. By the way, did you see the actual news? The Swedish Academy issued a strong denial that Henning Bauer is in the running for the Nobel Prize. Yes, I saw. You have to feel sorry for Henning. I know it's only a prize and he's lost so much more, but it must still smart to have been so close, to effectively have something taken away from him before he'd even got it. And from what I understood of Henning, the Nobel Prize would have been of infinite significance to him, for many reasons. Vanity, for one thing. I can understand the Academy's position, Patrick said, taking even more sauce, despite Erika raising her eyebrows in amusement. After the debate that's been raging, it would have been impossible. People see the Literature Prize as theirs, as Sweden's prize. They want the recipient to be worthy. Well, I think it was pretty dubious from the start. It stank of nepotism. They're so entangled with each other. Susanne has a clear conflict of interest. It wouldn't have gone down well. But the books are supposed to be great. You haven't read them? No, they've been on my list of books I ought to have read for ages. But I always plump for a good thriller or a feel-good novel instead. What are they about? They're a tribute to womankind. 9 parts. The series is considered to be the biggest and most beautiful tribute to woman in the modern age. There's a rumour that there's going to be a 10th, but I don't know. It's been 7 years since the last one, and Henning has always been reticent about whether there will be a 10th or not. Erika's phone buzzed, and she picked it up to read the message. Louise just asked if I'd take her out to the island first thing in the morning. We discussed it earlier. Why you? Patrick said in surprise. I was wondering the same thing, but I think she wants the company of someone she feels safe with. It's the first time she'll have been back to the island since after what happened. Well, I guess that's reasonable. Why don't we pull the plaster off now? Patrick took Erika's hand and stroked it with his thumb. She hesitated at first, then she said, Okay, let's look. Patrick reached for his computer and opened it. The sunset over the inlet to Fjällbacka was incredibly beautiful. Dashes of orange, pink, red and purple blended into broad brushstrokes across the sky as the sun slowly descended behind the bare archipelago islands. In spite of that, the sunset wasn't as beautiful as it was when witnessed from Chalaronne. Nothing beat that. It was almost time to return there. Louise was almost done with what she needed to do. It was a process. It always had been. So many people couldn't see the big picture. They lived their lives with their sights set solely on individual pieces of the jigsaw. She had always been good at doing whole jigsaws. Patience. It had been a watchword throughout her life. She had never taken hasty decisions on impulse, weakness, or what she wanted in the moment. Instead, she kept her eye on the prize and approached it step by step. She thought back to her childhood. She had often felt like a prisoner with Lucien and Pierre. All the rules, all the requirements, all the expectations she had to live up to. Yet she had given them what they had wanted. She had been the daughter they wanted, even though they had so little in common. Well, that was over now. A flock of seagulls passed by outside the window, noisy, loud, and constantly hungry. William had loved the gulls on Chalaronne, and to Henning's chagrin he had fed them the moment he got the chance. He'd even named them. Quite how he could know which was which, no one had ever managed to determine. But William had merely shrugged and said, "They look different." Louise thought the gulls looked identical. Sometimes she felt the same way about people. There was so little that separated them. Their pettiness, their selfishness, their greed, their pursuit of whatever it was that formed their currency: money, honor, power, sex. People were small, narrow-minded, with a few exceptions. She felt no compassion for people. Everyone chose their path, even if they didn't realize it, and every decision had consequences. Even hers. But she was strong. She had been forced to be. Nothing worth having was easy to get. That was what the people around her had so much trouble understanding. The flock of seagulls swept past again. It sounded as if the birds were laughing at her. Maybe they were right to. Perhaps she was someone who ought to be laughed at. Lucien always had done. In her eyes, Louise had never been good enough, no matter how much she had followed the rules. Louise smiled wryly as the gulls sailed on towards the harbour. No matter what happened, she was still the one who'd had the last laugh. 29. Stockholm, 1980.
Wow! A freestyle! Thanks!
Petite flung her arms around the neck of first Henning and then Elisabeth. After bouncing up and down with joy, she sat down on the floor to open the packaging containing a yellow Walkman and headphones.
"It's too much,"
Lola said, but she couldn't help smiling when she saw her daughter's happiness. Henning winked and ruffled Petite's hair. "We're rich. Well, my wife is. I'm just a struggling author." He nudged Elisabeth in the side, and she snorted. Petite threw herself onto the next present from Ulle and Susanna, and hooted with joy at that, too.
"A Rubik's Cube! They're so cool! Sigge, look!"
Petite held up the multicoloured cube to show Sigge, who was sitting shyly at the kitchen table.
"I'm going to learn how to do it in record time," said Petite, reaching for the final present on the table, the one from Rolf and Esther. It was more of a card than a wrapped-up parcel. Petite held it up to her eyes and slowly tried to read it. It took her a while to get through the letters. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy! I'm getting riding lessons!"
She stood up and hugged Esther and Rolf ferociously. Lola sighed.
"How am I supposed to find the time to take her there?"
"That's the beauty of it," Esther said with a tired smile. She'd seemed run down lately. "Rolf and I will sort it all out. We'll pick her up here, take her to the stables, which are near us in Enschede, then we can eat at ours and give her a lift home. It's all part of our cunning plan to snaffle more time with Petite," Rolf said.
"Transparent, but nicely done."
Rolf pulled out the camera and took a couple of photos of Petite, who was now sitting on the floor, turning her Rubik's Cube in intense concentration. Then he turned the camera towards Lola, who immediately straightened up.
"You have to warn me before you take a photo. A girl's got to have her posture and pout just right."
"The best photos are always when the subject doesn't know they're being photographed."
"Maybe.
You've actually taken a couple of great pictures of me and the girls," Lola said, blowing a kiss to Rolf. She clapped her hands together.
"Right. Cake. Petite asked for princess cake, and that's what we're having. Sigge, could you fetch spoons? Henning, would you mind getting the plates off the top shelf?"
Soon everyone was gathered, and Petite blushed when Ulle gave her a piece that wasn't on its side and told her it meant she was going to marry. She immediately toppled the slice over.
Sigga and I are never going to get married, but we'll still live together and have children.
Sigga's face went bright red.
That's the right attitude, petite,
said Ulla, high-fiving the birthday girl.
What are you doing that for? You're married too,
Elisabeth said, helping herself to a slice of cake.
I mostly thought how great it was to see the new generation being so much wiser.
Susanne slapped his arm. Budge up, so that I can get you all in shot. Rolf held up the camera and directed the others to move in closer and closer. Say cheese. Cheese! Petite laughed, and even Sigga smiled. Lola swallowed a lump that was forming in her throat. She'd lost a family, but gained a new one. She'd finally come home. 30. Thursday. Erika hadn't slept all night, and she didn't think Patrick had either. They'd been up until 2 o'clock, talking it over from every angle without reaching any conclusion. In the end, they'd gone to bed and lain back to back, each staring at a wall. Increased likelihood of defects. We recommend you contact a doctor for further examination. The mere thought of that email gave Erika the chills. She was so tired she barely knew her own name, and she and Patrick had embraced almost in desperation before he had gone to work. His face had been completely ashen. The boat, an old wooden jig that had been Erika's father's most prized possession, was moored in the harbour by Bad Holmen. Most people had already taken their boats out for the winter, but Erika and Patrick always managed to leave it until the last second. Louise was already waiting for her when she arrived. She looked freshly showered, her damp hair in a ponytail at the back of her neck, her face bare with no makeup. There was a small bag next to her. "You're travelling light," Erika said, hugging her friend. Even through the autumn coat, she could feel how thin Louise had got. "I don't need much." She held onto the mooring rope as Erika climbed aboard. "Thanks for taking me," Louise said, throwing her bag into the bottom of the boat before smoothly jumping in. She held onto the rope until Erika had got the motor going, and then pushed gently against the quayside so that Erika could reverse out of the mooring. "No wind," Louise said, pointing towards the horizon as they left the harbour with Fjallbacka at their backs. "As per your request." Erika managed a laugh in her spot at the stern of the boat with the tiller in her right hand. "I'm not a bad captain, but I still don't like high seas." "They're not nice," Louise said, closing her eyes as she looked up into the sky. There were small drops of seawater spattering her face. "How do your mum and dad feel about you going back to the island?" "They weren't happy," Louise said, without looking at Erika. "Especially not now, after the latest stories. They wanted me to go home with them to Skåne." "But you didn't want to?" "You know what they're like." Louise smiled wryly, and Erika didn't reply. She undeniably had a point. Erika would have gone mad after spending a day in the same house as Lucien. "How's Henning?" Erika had to shout to be heard over the sound of the water. "Shit, or that's my impression. There's nothing he's wanted more than to win the Nobel Prize." "It must be awful to come so close and have it wrenched away when it's within reach." "Yes, terrible." Louise still had her eyes closed. "And Elisabeth?" "I don't think Elisabeth gives a fuck about the prize. The boys were her world. With them gone—" Louise's voice changed and became muffled. She shuddered and crossed her arms. "Elisabeth has always supported Henning in everything. Why, I've never understood. He hasn't been anything like as loyal in return. And he was a nobody when he met Elisabeth, a poor, unknown author of pretty mediocre short stories, while she was the daughter and heir to one of Sweden's most important and richest publishing families. I can see what he saw in her, but I can't understand why she fell for him, except that I've seen a couple of old photos, so I know he was very handsome. I'm glad that she at least found some love elsewhere. You mean Rolf? Eureka couldn't conceal her curiosity. Yes, Rolf. I've read her love letters to him. Viviane found them this week, along with a whole bunch of Rolf's photos from back in Lola's day. She called me and asked me what I thought she should do with them. She didn't want to contact Elisabeth. She thought it was too sensitive. I was so intrigued that she photographed some of them on her phone and sent them to me. Did she find the missing photograph too? Eureka said excitedly. Why didn't you say anything? It's none of my business. I told Viviane she should contact the police. I don't know what happened after that. She hasn't been in touch. Do you mind if I tell Patrick? And do you have the photos and letters? Could I see them? Sure, Louise said. Tell Patrick that Vivian has what he's looking for. She also found some anonymous letters sent to Rolf airing Blanche's dirty laundry. Wait, I'll call him. Her call didn't connect. The reception was terrible. Eureka swore and quickly sent him a text instead. She crossed her fingers that it would be able to send. It did, and she stuffed her phone back into her pocket. So what did Viviane say? Did she work out who sent them? And what was the photograph of? We'll get on to that in due course, Louise said, pointing to Charleroi, which was rapidly approaching. We're here. Eureka was almost gnashing her teeth. She wanted to know now. But she knew from experience that it rarely paid to push people who weren't ready, and she guessed that Louise was occupied processing her emotions ahead of her return to the island. Shit! Stop! Louise said, standing up. She pointed. That's William's lobster pot. I don't want it to be left out here. He was so proud of it. It might go missing. Eureka steered back towards the lobster pot. Once she was close enough, Louise hauled it in and tipped it into the boat. Any takers? Eureka asked. Louise shook her head. No, it's empty. She pushed it underneath the seat and sat down again, gazing towards the island. Eureka glanced at her friend. She couldn't imagine what it felt like for Louise to return, but there was no going back now. Sleep badly? Paula looked at Patrick with concern as she sat down in the chair in front of his desk. Yeah, rough night. He rubbed his eyes. Everything okay? Paula continued to look at him, but Patrick waved her question away. He didn't want to think about the results, about Eureka's tears, about their worries. Oh, just one of those nights. It's probably a full moon. Right. What do we have here? Jester and Martin have gone to a house where there's a cleaner complaining about a bad smell. One of those ones by Bardis. She says it smells as if something died in there. It's probably some rat in a corner festering away, but best they go and check it out. And Pedersen and Faraday have both been trying to get hold of you. They couldn't get you on your mobile. One of my little bandits pulled the charger out last night and used it for her iPad instead. Patrick pulled his phone from his pocket and plugged it into the charger by his door. Can I borrow your phone for the time being? Paula handed over her mobile. Do you want to be alone? Patrick shook his head as he pulled up Faraday in the contacts list. No, stay where you are. Paula directed her gaze out of the window to try and give him a little space. Patrick smiled and tapped on the display. "All right, it's Patrick. You wanted to talk to me?" "Yes. I've got an interesting development in the case. You know the bullets I sent off for analysis?" "Yes, from the murder of Peter and the boys." "Exactly. From a Walther PPK. We've got a match." "You're kidding." Patrick sat up straight so quickly that his chair scraped against the floor and made Paula jump. He tapped on the speakerphone button. "My colleague Paula is here. She's listening in. You said you had a match for our bullets. From another murder?" "Yes. The rifling is identical to 2 bullets from a murder in 1980. Victim was one Lars Berggren, a trans woman found in her burnt-out flat together with her daughter," Patrick said, staring at Paula, who frowned at him uncomprehendingly. "Yes. How do you know that?" Faraday said in confusion. "She was called Lola, and the daughter was called Petite. There are connections between Lola and the people involved in my investigation." "The odds of that being a coincidence are incredibly long," Faraday said. Patrick bit his lip. "You haven't found anything else out about the gun?" "No, there aren't any other hits. Only the murder of Lars Berggren. But I hope that's of use." "Probably. I don't know how right now, but it will be. Pedersen has been trying to reach me too. Seems I'm Mr. Popular today. I'll call him right away and see what he wants. The ketchup effect." "Yes, that's often what happens. Call Pedersen and I'll keep you posted if anything else turns up. I'm still working on getting a better identification of the fibers we found, but the material isn't sufficiently unique. It wasn't a match to Ricard's jacket. My sensible wife pointed out that since they were silk fibers, it was more probable they came from a dress. I think it was probably me who got waylaid by the idea that they came from a jacket." "Of course. Your sensible wife is obviously right. And that gives me an idea. Let me check and get back to you." "Do that. Be in touch. And thanks." Patrick ended the call and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Thoughts were bouncing around his head, but ever so slowly he was beginning to see the contours of something in his consciousness. He couldn't really put his finger on it yet, but he knew that this piece of the puzzle was of crucial significance. Ricard had been a small child when Lola had been killed, and couldn't have shot her. Admittedly, he could have found the gun used then and used it now, but that seemed far-fetched, and there were other, more likely possibilities. "Call Pedersen before you get too wrapped up in your thoughts," said Paula. Patrick shook his head to collect his thoughts and then looked up Pedersen's number. Pedersen picked up on the first ring. He got straight to the point. "Good thing you called. I've been taking a look at the autopsy reports you sent over on behalf of Erika, and I think something must have gone wrong." "Wrong?" said Patrick. He was on speakerphone again, and the phone was between him and Paula. "Yes, you said it was a trans woman who would be shown in the report as a man, and her daughter that died." "Yes," said Patrick, feeling impatience beginning to creep in. If only Pedersen would hurry up. "You must have got the wrong end of the stick. The bodies belong to a man and a boy." Patrick's jaw dropped in surprise, and he stared at the mobile where it lay. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. "Be careful, it can be slippery," Louise said as she got out of the boat. She pointed to the rocks where the jetty ended. "Hey, this ain't no Stockholm-dwelling city girl you're talking to," Erika said, snorting as she moored the boat with a bowline. Louise clutched her bag in one hand and the lobster pot in the other and waited for Erika. "Are you okay?" Erika said gently once she'd caught up.
I'll survive,
Louise said, but Erika could see that she was gritting her teeth. They made for the main house. Louise walked around the end of the building, put down the lobster pot, and then seemed to hesitate, with her hand on the door handle. After taking a deep breath, she entered, with Erika on her heels. Henning came towards them in the hallway. His usually well-kempt hair was standing on end, and his knitted waistcoat was buttoned up unevenly. Erika realized that he was hammered, even though it was still early in the morning.
"Louise! Louise!"
Henning flung himself around her neck, and she stood there stiffly, her arms by her body, before she responded to his embrace.
"Where's Elisabeth?" she said gently, looking around.
"She's resting. She's always resting these days,"
Henning complained. He went back to the living room and straight to the bar.
"Whiskey?"
He proffered a bottle, but both Louise and Erika shook their heads.
"Well, I'll have a snifter,"
he said, filling his glass to the brim with whiskey. The liquid was only contained by surface tension.
"Nancy, Louise is back."
Nancy was standing in the doorway, wringing her hands. She looked at Louise with pleading eyes, and Erika saw Louise deliberately turn away. Henning pointed to Louise and Erika.
"Didn't I say we'd eat lunch early once they arrived? Is it ready?"
He turned to face them again.
"I've asked Nancy to make grilled mackerel with boiled potatoes and spinach sauce. You love that, don't you, Louise?"
He swayed slightly on the spot.
"It was Peter who loved it," said Louise.
"Well then, we'll have mackerel with spinach sauce because Peter loved it,"
Henning said, waving his arms about so that some of the whiskey splashed over the rim of the glass.
"Sit down, everyone. I'll fetch Elisabeth. We're going to eat together. All of us. I can't get my head around that modern nonsense of sitting in front of the television to eat, or eating in shifts. Families should sit down to eat together. Families and guests. And today we have a distinguished visitor, a visiting author. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll win the Nobel Prize."
He almost lost his balance as he bowed to Erika, and even more whiskey splashed onto the floor. Erika writhed with discomfort, wishing she was far away.
Well, hardly."
"Never say never. If anyone had told me as a young writer, when I managed to get my first work published, that one day I would have been in the running for the Nobel Prize in Literature, I would have said it was impossible."
He took a few unsteady steps.
"Why, there you are, my dove."
Henning pointed to Elisabeth, who had entered the living room without them hearing her.
"It was thanks to her that I won, almost won the prize. They ended up giving it to that Asian no one's ever fucking heard of, but still, I was close. It was when I met my dove that I got my inspiration, my muse."
"How much have you had to drink, Henning?" Elisabeth grimaced.
"I've drunk as much as I want. Just as much as I want. For the first time, I'm doing exactly as I please. Not what you want or what your family wanted."
He wagged a finger at Elisabeth. Her reaction was immediate.
"What I want? What my family wanted? Have we been living on the same planet? Throughout our marriage, we've only done as you wanted. Both I and the children have adapted to you in everything. The great writer, the grand man of letters, above all the trivial concerns of daily life that the rest of us have faced. You couldn't be troubled with such things. You needed to write. You shut yourself away, hour after hour, day after day, week after week, year after year. You sat in your study while the boys and I sat outside longing for your time, for your love."
Henning took a few gulps of whiskey.
"The boys were fine," he said, waving the glass about. "And you had exactly what you wanted. You could show me off at your salons without being ashamed. On the contrary, I elevated your status even more in literary circles. The star publisher and her star author of a husband. The power couple."
"Let's eat. Maybe you'll sober up."
Eureka glanced at Louise. It was a little too early for lunch, she thought, but nothing seemed as it should be in this house any longer. It felt as if she'd stepped straight into a war zone. They sat down at the large dining table. Henning put down his whiskey glass with a clatter by his place at the end of the table. Elisabeth had taken her seat at the other end, and Louise and Eureka sat opposite each other on the long sides. Eureka felt as if she were at a dinner with her dysfunctional parents who were on the brink of divorce.
"How's Richard?"
she asked Elisabeth in order to break the uncomfortable silence.
"He's really not doing well, if I'm honest," Elisabeth said, her face softening. "He's innocent. You know that too, don't you, Louise? That he's innocent."
Elisabeth's voice was pleading. Louise sat in silence before turning to Henning.
"Do you know that he's not yours?"
Eureka started.
What was Louise up to? Not even Patrick had wanted to bring this up with Henning. Certainly not until they knew whether it was relevant to the murder inquiry. Henning would probably have found out sooner or later, but here and now?
Eureka looked at Louise in confusion, but she didn't meet her gaze, staring fixedly at Henning instead.
"Of course I know he's not my biological son," said Henning, looking down into his whiskey glass. "I've always known that. I'm not as stupid as they think. I saw the looks. It was actually quite touching. Elisabeth probably thought it was love."
He laughed, and Elisabeth gasped. Her eyes filled with tears.
"You knew? But why—"
"Why didn't I say anything? Do you want to know? It was rather amusing, if I'm honest. Your game, your little lies, your little subterfuges, like little children. And Richard, well, it fitted nicely with the picture we wanted to project to the outside world. Elisabeth and I and our 2 boys. Raising someone else's bastard was a small price to pay. But it was very obvious that he wasn't mine. He was weak."
"You're—"
Elisabeth's words failed her. Her hands were gripping the table tightly.
"After everything I've done for you,"
she gritted out. "You've been holding that over me for all these years," Henning said, raising his voice. "You have my balls in a vice, and yet you have the gumption to claim that I was in charge."
Eureka shifted her gaze between Henning and Elisabeth. She understood nothing of what they were saying, but Louise was completely calm, sitting opposite her. She was even smiling slightly. Eureka didn't know how to compose herself. She picked up her phone to see whether Patrick had replied to her text message and to distance herself from the hellish lunch she'd been forced into. Reception was temperamental in the islands, to say the least. She mostly had 0 bars, occasionally 2. No reply from Patrick. On the other hand, she had received a text from Frank.
"Don't know if this is what you asked for, but have managed to pull up 3 hits from the period you specified. Photos in your inbox."
Eureka felt her heart beat a little faster. She pushed her chair back, mobile in hand, and excused herself. Sorry, I have to check an important email. I'll be right back." No one seemed to take any notice of her. She headed for a room that looked like a study so that she could check her emails in peace and quiet. The reception was lousy here too, and she realized she ought to have requested the Wi-Fi password. Yet slowly but surely, the email with its attachments began to load.
3 images, just as Frank had said. The first 2 were completely unfamiliar, but the third face made her gasp. Time slowed down. Everything came to a standstill. Everything she had known, everything she had believed, was turned on its head. She tried to call Patrick, but it wouldn't connect. Frustrated, she sent him a brief text message and forwarded the email she had been sent. Then she put her phone back in her pocket and tried to compose her features before reluctantly returning to the dining table.
"Patrick!" Paula came running into his office. "You know the call-out Martin and Josta responded to? We have to go there. The bad smell in the house by Bardis. I'll explain in the car. Come on!" Patrick grabbed his coat and ran after her. When they'd almost reached the car, he ran back inside, pulled out the charger and picked up his phone before hurrying to the car park. Paula explained briefly what she knew, and Patrick's face was grim as he pulled onto the driveway of the familiar house by Bardis. "Shit," he said as he turned off the engine. "We didn't make the connection to this address. It was you 2 who came here to talk to them," Martin said apologetically when he came to meet them by the car. "How bad is it?" Patrick got out of the car and looked up towards the white house. "As bad as you can imagine, and then some." Patrick swore again and followed Martin towards the door. He stopped there without entering. "Faraday? They're 5 minutes away. We've secured the crime scene. Only Josta and I have been inside. The cleaner called us in the second she smelled it. She didn't dare go in any further." "Good. Let's wait for the team," Patrick said, trying to maintain his composure. Part of him wanted to see what they were dealing with right away, but his rational side knew how important it was for their work to keep the crime scene as pristine as possible. While they waited, Patrick pulled out his phone and entered his PIN. At least it was now charged to half full. The messages began to roll in. 2 were from Erika. He read them quickly and felt panic rising. He followed the instructions in the second text and checked his emails. When he saw the photo she had sent, his pulse quickened. At that moment, Faraday and her forensics team arrived, and he ran over to her. "Can I come in with you?" She hesitated before agreeing. "Put on an overall and use your common sense." She pointed towards the car containing the equipment. He quickly donned the same protective gear as the forensics team and followed them into the house. The stench hit him in the hall. "The bedroom!" Martin shouted from outside, pointing to the left. They came to a halt in the doorway to the bedroom. Then Faraday began to issue orders in a low voice. Patrick was paralyzed. "If you're going to get in the way, then you'll have to go," Faraday said, shoving him gently to one side. He took a few steps back until his back was against a wall. He stood there, his brain trying to process what he was looking at. It was a bloodbath. Lisson and Pierre were in their bed. Both appeared to have had their throats cut, and someone had also stabbed them countless times in the chest and head. The rest of their bodies weren't visible as they were under the covers. The blood had gone everywhere. On the bed, the walls, the ceiling. The violence was so excessive that only someone with tremendous, vengeful fury towards the couple could have done it. Patrick's mouth went completely dry as he forced away the nausea that was threatening to take over. He tried to gather his thoughts and get his facts in order, but the blood kept blanking everything else out. It looked like a Jackson Pollock, one of the few artists he was familiar with. And the stench. Good God. Lisson and Pierre seemed to have been in the bed for a good while, perhaps as long as a week, judging by the putrefaction. The nausea welled up again, not only because of what he was seeing and because of the smell. No, it was because of the theories that were running amok in his head, leading him to one single conclusion. Erika was in danger. Unable to stop himself, Patrick rushed away. Outside the house, he tore off his overall and ran towards the car, shouting to his officers on the scene, "We have to go! Now!" Martin and Josta exchanged a glance, but immediately obeyed. They ran towards the police car they'd arrived in, and Paula was already behind the wheel of hers and Patrick's. "I want to drive," Patrick said, sweat pouring down his brow. Paula shook her head, shifted into reverse and floored it down the drive. "Not on my life. You're way too agitated. I'll drive. Where are we going?" "Chalaronne," said Patrick. "We're going to Chalaronne." Erika couldn't tear her gaze away from Louise. She sensed the fury simmering under the surface. "Tell me more about how you wrote the books, Henning," Louise said, her voice louder. "About all the hours you spent in your study, crafting them, laboriously assembling sentence after sentence, all while Elisabeth took care of the chores you didn't want to sully yourself with." She laughed in a way that Erika had never heard before. "Where did the ideas come from? The inspiration? You always say that Elisabeth is your muse. Is that true? Then why no 10th book, Henning? You can't claim there wasn't meant to be one. After all, it is a decalogy, right?" "There are 9 books, Henning slurred, "and there were always meant to be 9 books. "So why have you been sitting at the computer staring at a flashing cursor for years? Can you explain that?" Elisabeth looked at her in shock. "Louise, I don't understand." "No, you don't, because you're naive. Henning is something far worse. Your sin is defending him all these years, cleaning up after him, lifting him up when he didn't deserve to be. He's a small, small man, Elisabeth. You, of all people, ought to know that, having lived with him all these years." "I don't understand where this is coming from." Elisabeth looked at Erika as if seeking an explanation, but Erika could only shake her head slowly. Louise reached for the bag at her feet. Without a flicker of expression, she pulled out a pistol and laid it on the table in front of her. Elisabeth gasped, but Henning didn't seem to understand what was going on. He muttered and refilled his whiskey glass before sitting down heavily on his chair again. Erika looked at all 3 of them. Enough was enough. "Cecily, that was you, right?" said Erika. She met Louise's gaze without wavering. "What are you talking about? What about Cecily?" Elisabeth looked from Louise to Erika. In the silence, all that could be heard was the wind against the window and Henning's muttering into his whiskey glass. Louise smiled as she fingered the gun. "Yes, that was me." "You really must explain what you're talking about." Elisabeth's voice rose to a falsetto. "And why do you have a gun?" "How did you know?" said Louise. "My police contact in Stockholm just sent me a photo. It took a week to dig it up. You were caught in a speed trap in your getaway." Louise nodded. "I remember the flash. I thought that was curtains. But as luck would have it, the police exhibited not even the slightest investigative skill. They were more than willing to write it off as an accident." Erika stared at the woman before her, so unlike the smiling Louise who paced ahead of her on their power walks. She'd never seen the real Louise, not until now. "Why did you kill Cecily?" Louise fingered the butt of the gun gently as she contemplated her answer. Finally, she looked at Erika. "It was my way in. I'd been studying Peter for years before I managed to bag the job at Blanche. When I started there, I had the chance to get even closer to him. After a year, I knew everything. What he liked,
what he didn't like, what he laughed at, his favourite foods, how he liked his martini, whether he was a cat or dog person, his TV preferences, his favourite Bond. I had everything I needed to be the perfect wife. There was only one small detail in the way. Cecily. Yes, he was already married. But that was relatively easy to overcome, and the grief made him extra vulnerable. When he needed someone, I was there. What's she saying? Henning, are you listening to this? Elisabeth was twisting and turning on her chair. Erika couldn't look at her. If she saw her grief and despair, she wouldn't be able to continue her conversation with Louise. But Louise continued without Erika having to say a word. It was as if she wanted to get it all out into the open, her burden of many years. She was so predictable. She went running on the same route every day she was in the country. All I had to do was wait until she was alone with no witnesses nearby. I waited at the beach at Telegrafbacken 3 days straight. The first 2, there were cars coming at the wrong time. But on the third, there wasn't a car. So I floored it and ran her down. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Louise might just as well have been talking about the price of a pint of milk. And when Peter began digging into it, you killed him. Elisabeth gasped for breath. No, you don't understand, said Louise. It had nothing to do with Peter's inquiries. My plan was always to kill Peter and the boys. Now Henning came too. He looked at her over the rim of his glass, struggling to focus. Elisabeth? Did she say she killed Peter? And Max and William? Yes! Tears were pouring uncontrollably down Elisabeth's face. She made to get up, but Louise picked up the gun and waved it in her direction, ordering her to sit down. Elisabeth slumped back onto her chair. Erika tried to surreptitiously check her phone. Louise looked at her almost in amusement. It's okay. You can check your mobile. Then I will, Erika said, pulling it out. She had several missed calls and messages from Patrick. Her pulse was pounding in her ears as she read what he'd said. How had she ended up in this nightmare? In her mind's eye, she saw Maya rolling her eyes as Noel and Anton were at their rowdiest, and Patrick's intense gaze as he leaned in to kiss her. She stifled a sob. From the corner of her eye, Erika saw Louise watching her. They've found your parents, she said. Her voice faltered slightly. Louise nodded. Yes, I guessed they would. The cleaner was due. But I'll get to that. It has to be told in the right order. There was another flash on Erika's display. After glancing at Louise, who gave her permission, she tried to pull up the message. Her palms were so sweaty it took several attempts. Finally, she was able to read it. She frowned. That couldn't be right. What? Said Louise. Elisabeth made another attempt to stand up, but Louise merely waved the pistol at her without a word, and Elisabeth sank down again. I asked Patrick to get an expert to review the autopsy report for Lola and Petite. And? Louise cocked her head to one side. There seems to have been a big mistake, if indeed it was a mistake. Yes? Why don't you tell your rapt audience? She pointed the gun at Elisabeth and Henning. Elisabeth was visibly trembling. Petite's body wasn't a girl. It was a boy. The room fell silent. The truth was slowly beginning to dawn on Erika. Looks like we've got company, Louise said languidly, pointing through the window.
Erika stifled a sob as she spotted the lifeboat mooring and Patrick, Jöster, Martin and Paula coming ashore. Soon this would be over, one way or another. "You know who killed Lola?" said Erika. "Yes, and that's why you're here, so you can write your book with the whole truth about Lola. Henning, I think you should tell us who killed Lola." Henning looked tired and dejected. He looked at them with watery eyes. "It was me," he said. "I'm the one who killed Lola." 31. Stockholm, 1980. "It's not a party if you don't have a breakage," Lola said cheerfully as she swept up the remains of the wine glass Ulla had knocked off the kitchen table in his eagerness to assert that Stieg Larsson's The Autists was a new advance in literature. The debate had been so heated that the shards had lain there until everyone had calmed down. "Thanks for a wonderful afternoon. I ought to stay and help clean up, but I was due back at the office ages ago," Elisabeth said, moving a kitchen chair that had ended up in the doorway to the hall. "And I need to drop in on my writing group," said Henning. "Who knows? Maybe I'll turn out something big one of these days." "You will," said Lola. "I'm sure of it." "We'll join you," said Esther, nudging Rolf. "You've got a studio session in half an hour." "I'm selling my soul for money," Rolf said dramatically, but he still stood up. Before they left, they all hugged the happy birthday girl, who had left the grown-ups when they started talking about books and authors. She had gone to play with Sigge in the living room. Then the flat became quiet and empty. Lola returned to the kitchen, happy and satisfied. What a party! The doorbell rang as she tipped the pieces of glass into the bin. She hurried to open it. Rolf smiled at her. "Sorry, beautiful," he said, proffering an envelope. "Esther told me off for forgetting to give this to you and Petite." Lola took the envelope. What could it be? "Open it," Rolf said, still smiling. Lola couldn't hold back her tears when she saw what was inside. "Rolf!" There were a number of photographs of her and Petite that Rolf had taken that day in the playground. Petite swinging ever higher towards the sky, Lola's eyes closed, her face towards the sun, and Lola with Petite in her arms. Photographs where they were smiling at the camera, photographs where they were smiling at each other and where Lola could see the love between a parent and her daughter, between Petite and Lola, her father. "I don't know what to say." Tears were flowing now. "Rolf, what you capture with your camera, it's so... Thank you so much." She hugged him. "It's nothing," Rolf said offhandedly. "Must rush or Esther will lose it." "Give her my thanks, and thank you again. For everything." Lola closed the door and wiped away the tears with the back of her hand. "I'm such a drama queen," she muttered. "So maudlin." She'd barely made it back to the kitchen before the doorbell rang again. "Did you forget something?" Lola said when she opened it. And there he was, the man who was the light of her life, her everything. "Hello," said Henning. "I don't think anyone saw me." She didn't know why he was back. They hadn't agreed anything, but she was grateful for every moment in his presence. Lola took his hand. Touching him was like grazing a force field. He made her thrill with joy. "And now that you're here, you can help me tidy up the kitchen." Lola washed up the final bits and pieces, constantly aware of Henning's presence. After returning the last cup to the cupboard, he wiped his hands on a tea towel and hung it on the oven handle. He went over to Lola. "I've been longing to kiss you all day." His hands made their way under Lola's hair to her neck. He pulled her close, and she felt as soft as putty in his arms. "Can't we send the kids off somewhere?" he muttered, his lips against hers. She shook her head while the tip of his tongue sought its way into her mouth.
"No, I can't. I've promised them popcorn and a story. Another time."
"I have such a hard time resisting you," Henning said, caressing the outside of her panties.
Lola groaned.
Soon, she said, tearing herself loose. "I'm going to heat some oil on the stove for the popcorn. You have to help me keep an eye on it. It'd be a pity if the whole flat burnt down."
Hot," Henning said.
He stood behind her at the hob, put his arms around her and began to kiss her neck.
"Down, boy,"
Lola said, laughing as she wriggled free from his grip again.
"Why don't you go to my wardrobe and fetch my present for Petite? It's next to the grey army box, a purple parcel. I decided to give it to her after everyone had left."
"Okay, then," Henning murmured, giving her a final kiss on the neck. Lola stiffened.
"What was that? It sounded like something from the hall."
"I didn't hear anything."
"I thought that... I suppose it was just Petite and Sigge."
"Probably. I'll get that present." Henning wandered off, and she heard him rummaging through the wardrobe. The oil in the pan was beginning to get hot.
"Did you find it?"
No response. She went after him.
"What are you doing? You have no right to look at that."
Henning was sitting on the bed with the grey metal box in his lap, reading the first of her blue notebooks.
"This is incredible," he said. "Why haven't you shown us these?"
It was as if she were wading through a mire as she moved towards him.
"I haven't given you permission to read that."
Lola tried to wrench the book from his hand, but he pressed it to his chest and laughed as he held her at arm's length.
"You're so touchy," he said.
"And why do you have a gun?"
Henning pointed to the pistol, a Walther PPK, which had been slipped in among the notebooks in the box.
"It was my father's. I took it when I left. He and the rest of the family taught me that there are people who hate people like me, and I wanted to protect myself. Now put everything back in the box."
Henning continued to laugh. He grabbed the whole bundle of blue notebooks teasingly, stood up and waved them around.
"These are the ones I'm not allowed to read."
"I said, give them to me."
Suddenly the tears were flowing, just as they had done when she had seen Rolf's photographs. But now it was out of anger and sadness, maybe even out of horror. The books were her life's work, and she didn't want anyone to read them before she was finished, not even the man she loved. There was a hissing sound from the kitchen, and Lola realized to her horror that she had forgotten the pan of oil on the hob. She catapulted herself towards the kitchen with Henning on her heels, making it to the hob just in time to prevent the oil from catching fire. She moved the pan off the ring but left the gas burning. She turned to Henning, who was holding the notebooks over his head while smiling at her provocatively. She jumped and tried to take them from him, but he was a good bit taller than she was, and she had no chance of reaching them.
"This isn't funny,"
Lola said, stamping her foot. She grabbed hold of him in order to reach higher, but that didn't help. The blue notebooks were out of reach.
"Suck me off and then you can have them."
"Don't be stupid. The kids are at home."
"They're probably in Petite's corner behind the drapes. They won't see." "Come on, Lola."
"Stop it! Henning, stop it!"
Lola tried to reach the books again, but he only held them higher. In her frustration, she began pummeling his shoulders and ribs with her fists.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
Henning's smile had died away, and something dark had appeared in his eyes. He held the books in his left hand and pushed her with his right. Lola momentarily lost her balance, but then righted herself and struck his stomach even harder. She landed her punch, and Henning groaned. Anger made her eyes flash. She hit him again, hard. Then he twisted his right hand and curled it up. The fist hit her jaw with full force, and she fell backwards, her head bouncing off the hard metal edge of the hob. Everything went black. 32. "It was an accident," Henning said, his voice trembling. Erika could only stare at him. She had been thinking of nothing but Lola's fate for weeks and wondered what secrets she was hiding. Good God. A stifled exclamation from the doorway made everyone turn that way. Nancy. The housekeeper was holding her hands up in an appeal to Louise, who brandished the gun indifferently as she said, "This has nothing to do with you. You're free to go. But tell the cops that only Patrick is to come inside. The others have to stay outside or I'll shoot Erika." Erika's whole body stiffened. When she saw the darkness in Louise's eyes, she couldn't help thinking back to when she and Louise had first met, at the playground on the mainland. The sun had been shining, and Maya and William had laughed in the way that only kids could laugh as they competed to see who could go highest on the swings. Nancy hesitated for a second, then she did as Louise told her and headed for the front door. "I didn't mean to hurt her," said Henning. "I was just fooling about. There was no malice intended. But she got so bloody angry." "Those books were her everything," said Louise. "She wrote in every spare moment she had, and she was almost done. She only had to finish that last book, and then the series would be complete. She didn't want to show it to anyone until she was done." "Could you really not respect that?" Louise's voice cracked, and Erika was suddenly certain that her suspicion was true. "You're Lola's daughter," she said softly. Henning and Elisabeth stared first at Erika, then at Louise. Louise's uncannily blank face contorted. "Yes. I'm petite." That can't be right," Elisabeth gasped. The front door slammed, there were footsteps, and then Patrick appeared in the doorway. "Nancy said I was allowed to come in?" Tears pricked Erika's eyes as she met his desperate gaze. "Calm," she wanted to say. "Calm." "Yes, come in," said Louise. "And there's no need to worry. I'm not going to harm Erika. I need her to tell the world about what happened. I want her to write the book about Lola. But she has to know everything." "She killed them," said Henning, sounding almost sober. "She killed Peter, Max, and William." "Is that true?" said Patrick, and Louise nodded almost imperceptibly. Patrick pointed quizzically at the chair next to Erika's, and Louise allowed him to sit down. Patrick took Erika's hand as he sat down. They squeezed each other's hands very tightly. "I'm assuming that you weren't foolish enough to bring your gun with you," said Louise. "That's correct. But I do have to ask," he said, staring at the pistol in Louise's hand, "where did you hide the gun? We searched the whole island." "Erika, have you figured it out?" said Louise. Erika frowned. Her pulse had slowed down at the mere sight of Patrick, but her thoughts were still racing. How was she supposed to know where Louise had hidden the gun? She had no idea. Then she recalled their journey there. The lobster pot. The gun was in William's lobster pot.
That's right. I rowed out and put the gun inside it. Then when we returned today, all I had to do was fish it out. Pretty slick, even if I do say so myself.
And Ricard? Patrick asked. The blood on the shirt?
Louise snorted. But that's not hard to work out. I made sure Ricard and Tilda took plenty of sleeping pills so that they slept heavily. Then I sneaked in, put Ricard's shirt on over a long-sleeved top so that I didn't leave any DNA, and then wore it when I fired the gun. Then I dropped it in the laundry basket.
But why? Cried Elizabeth.
Louise looked at her, almost pityingly. I never meant to hurt you, Elizabeth. You're as innocent in all this as Lola was. Peter and the boys were innocent victims too. And Cecily. Even Ricard, despite being an utter shit. The only person who isn't a victim is Henning. And I needed to do to him what he did to me. I wanted to deprive him of everything. But first I had to get close. And that's why you married Peter, said Erika. It was my ticket into the family, Louise confirmed. And it was even easier than I'd thought it would be. Men love their own reflections, so I became Peter's mirror image. And with Cecily gone, that was easy. Then I made sure that I became indispensable to Henning. I became his right-hand woman, the daughter he'd never had. And you never suspected a thing, did you, Henning? You loved having someone who was at your beck and call, who made sure your life was frictionless and who flattered your ego. Louise nonchalantly waved the gun around. Elizabeth let out a sob, and Erika squeezed Patrick's hand even harder. You're so talented, Hen. You're a literary giant, Henning. You're a divine writer, Henning. Louise mimicked herself in a shrill voice. Henning's head was lowered, his gaze on the table. Louise continued in the low voice she'd been using since she'd pulled out the gun. Only I knew you for the imposter and liar that you are. Not just a killer, but a thief. You not only stole a life, but a life's work. And Elizabeth, you never suspected a thing, did you? My God! You of all people ought to have known that he has zero talent. Henning, what's she talking about? Elizabeth said in confusion. Yes, what am I talking about? Are you going to tell her, Henning? Or shall I? Go to hell, Henning said in a low voice, refusing to meet her gaze. Louise smiled her warped smile at everyone around the table. I'll take that as a request to go on with the story, she said. Let me tell you what happened that day, my 6th birthday. After my birthday party, the whole group left our flat. But you came back, didn't you, Henning? You wanted to be with Daddy. You thought I didn't know. But children see everything. I didn't want Sigurd to hear what you were doing, so I told him to hide in the trunk. He thought it was a game, and he got in and closed the lid. I put a stick through the loop so that he couldn't open it until I wanted him to come out. Then I pulled the drapes around my bed and curled up there. My new freestyle was in my rucksack, so I got it out and turned on the music at top volume so that I didn't have to hear. But after a while there was a bang, and I could smell burning from the kitchen. I got scared and ran in there with my rucksack in my arms. It was horrible. The stove was on fire. There were big flames licking the ceiling. Daddy was lying on the floor, completely still. There was blood everywhere, and her eyes were open. I screamed and screamed, but she didn't wake up. I tried to drag her into the hall, but she was too heavy, and I hurt my knee on Daddy's pistol that was lying on the floor.
The smoke from the fire was making my eyes sting, so it was even harder to breathe. I realized I had to get out of there. I put the gun in my bag and ran down the stairs as quickly as I could to get help, but no one saw me, or wanted to see me, even though I was crying and shouting at the top of my lungs in the street. But someone must have called the fire brigade, because fire engines came blaring up and pulled over by our building, and I thought they'd help Daddy. But that didn't happen. Flames and smoke were bursting out of the windows of our flat. I stood there, trembling in a doorway across the street with my rucksack in my arms, and I saw the firemen come out and shake their heads. I was only a kid, but I understood. "Where did you go?" said Patrick. "I'd been given a card by Daddy's sister, Lucien, when she came to visit, and she and Daddy had a fight. She gave me the card and told me to call her if I had any problems. It was in my rucksack, where I kept all my most important stuff, and I called her from a phone box. She told me to go round the block, and she picked me up in her big car. Then they arranged everything. Did you know that you can arrange anything if you've got money and contacts? Especially back in 1980. I wasn't Petite anymore, or even Julia. I was Louise, Lucien and Pierre's adopted daughter. Pierre's uncle was a chief of police in Stockholm, and he used his contacts to ensure I got everything I needed for a new identity. I don't know the details, or at least I didn't know the details until I got Lucien to explain before she died. I've seen what you did to her. That was a lot of anger, Patrick said in a low voice.
What do you mean? What's happened to Lucien?
Elizabeth's voice broke. Louise looked at her calmly.
Lucien and Pierre are dead. I killed them.
My God, said Henning.
After being unmasked, he'd slumped over and looked completely absent. Erika wondered whether he'd taken in what Louise had said. Now he downed a big gulp of his whiskey.
Lucien and Pierre bribed Sigurd's grandmother to keep her mouth shut about Sigurd dying in the fire. He was only reported missing a few weeks later, and no one connected it to the fire. They kept the autopsy results quiet. Money, contacts, power. No one ever questioned who I was. And we never talked about Lola. It was strictly forbidden. The whole family was ashamed of Daddy, even after she died. That's why Lola left them and never looked back. But I couldn't leave. Where was I supposed to go? I didn't have anyone else.
You had your grandmother, said Erika. She wanted to feel sympathy for what had happened to Petite, but when she saw Louise's cold gaze, she just couldn't.
I was 6 years old,
Louise said in that peculiar, emotionless tone that had subsumed her voice. I didn't know what my grandmother was called or where she lived. I had no way of finding her. I was stuck with Lucien. And it was terrible. She was terrible. Their life was terrible. But I learned everything I needed to become the right wife for Peter when I grew up. And I had the right background and family tree to be admitted to the Bauer family. Lucien was overjoyed at my good match. She didn't understand a thing. Stupid old Lucien. And she got what she deserved in the end. Louise's gaze shifted to Henning and her eyes narrowed. Just like you, Henning Bauer. You're an evil, bitter, narcissistic man who built his life on a lie. You were a gold digger when you met Elisabeth, a talentless dilettante of an author whose ambition exceeded his ability and who changed his last name to that of his famous wife.
You knew right away what you had in your hand when you read Daddy's books. You knew what a goldmine they were, and you wanted to make it yours."
She raised the gun and pointed it at Henning.
"And now you've got what you deserve, too. I've taken everything away from you. Your sons, your reputation, your prize. You have nothing left."
Henning lifted his head and stood up unsteadily.
"You little whore," he hissed.
Louise began to laugh.
"Now the mask comes down, and everyone can see you for who you are. I shot your son and your grandsons with the same gun you used to kill Daddy. Symbolically worse, like a Greek tragedy, as you'd say at Blanche."
"What do you mean?"
Henning swayed on the spot as he stood at the end of the dining table.
"I pushed her and she hit her head."
"But that's not what killed Lola," said Patrick, and Erika started. She pictured the preliminary investigation file lying in front of her. Why hadn't she thought of that? "Lola died from 2 gunshot wounds, fired from the same weapon that killed Peter and the boys."
"Lola was shot? No.
Henning sank back down onto the chair.
"I didn't shoot Lola," he whispered.
For the first time, Louise's terrifying indifference cracked.
"If Henning didn't kill Daddy, then who did?"
Louise looked around wildly. Her eyes were so wide that the whites were glistening. No one replied. Eventually, Elizabeth cleared her throat. Hectic red spots had begun to form on her cheeks, and she looked oddly defiant. Then she began to talk. 33. Stockholm, 1980. Elizabeth had crept back into Lola's flat. Now she stood hesitantly in the hallway, pressing herself into the coats hanging there. She wasn't sure what she was doing, but the uncertainty had been gnawing at her for so long that she could no longer take it. Henning's excuse about his writing group had made her desperate. She knew the group didn't meet today. She had discreetly followed him to find out, and her heart aching, she'd seen him return to Lola's flat. Elizabeth could hear his and Lola's voices from the kitchen as she crept along the hall. She saw what she had been dreading. Her husband kissing another man. Because that was the truth of it. They might all say Lola was a woman, but Elizabeth knew you couldn't paper over biology with words. The nausea rose, and she blinked away the tears that were stinging her eyelids. Another woman would have been bad enough, but another man was more than she could bear to think about. She'd loved Lola as much as the others, but that was before he had got into bed with her husband. The mere thought of their bodies, naked, close, Henning caressing Lola, it gave her the shivers. She could barely take in the betrayal and the humiliation. The disgust made her body shake. The disappointment in them both. She had thought Lola was her friend, and Henning, her husband, her beloved. She moved silently further into the flat and looked around carefully before going into the living room, where rays of sunshine were forming patterns on the large red carpet and the trunk by the wall. Petite was nowhere to be seen, but the drapes around her bed were drawn and there was a faint thump coming from within. Good. The girl was occupied. For a long time she stood there quite still. Her rage made it difficult to think clearly and rationally. Why was she still in Lola's home? She had wanted to know, and now she knew. She was done here. but she padded across the room to the other doorway into the kitchen, where she peered around the frame. Henning was holding Lola. They were flirting and kissing each other. His hands were caressing Lola, and she was moaning like a cat in heat. Elisabeth was on the brink of bawling at them, throwing herself at them and hurting them as much as they were hurting her. But a clicking sound startled her, and she backed away. Nothing happened. Lola said something to Henning, and then there was silence. After waiting for a while, Elisabeth ventured another peep into the kitchen. It was empty. Then she heard agitated voices, Henning's and Lola's. Henning rushed back in. He was holding something above his head, something that Lola was trying to get at. Elisabeth heard Henning ask Lola to suck him off, and fury dimmed her vision. Suddenly Lola hit Henning, pummeling his chest with her fists. Henning raised a clenched fist and struck Lola clean on the jaw. Her arms flew out, she staggered backwards, and the back of her head hit the hob with a loud crack. The silence afterwards was horrible. Lola was lying on the floor, lifeless, and Elisabeth saw her future passing before her, prison for Henning. Their 2 sons would grow up without their father. Shame brought on her good family name. She couldn't let that happen. Henning was weak, but she was strong. She crept back into the hall, past the kitchen, and to the front door, which she opened and closed with a slam before rushing into the kitchen where Henning was.
My meeting was cancelled, so I came to help Lola clean up. My God! What's happened?
Henning was standing next to Lola's body like a statue, his face ashen. She fell, he said, a sob catching in his throat. There were several blue notebooks strewn across the floor. I changed my mind too and came back. We were arguing about her diaries. I read one and saw she'd written about her fantasies about me, fantasies that might be misinterpreted in the wrong hands. Elisabeth wondered whether Henning could see her disgust.
Take them, leave, destroy them, I'll take care of this.
But
do as I say,
Elisabeth said sharply.
Get out, destroy the diaries.
Henning nodded. He picked up the books from the floor and almost ran out of the flat. Elisabeth looked around. All the evidence had to be destroyed. Nothing could lead back to Henning. There was a pan filled with oil on the gas hob. One of the rings was still on, and Elisabeth leaned over to pick up the saucepan, but she screamed when a hand grabbed her ankle.
Henning,
Lola rattled, sitting up. She put her hand to her head.
Where is he? He hit me.
He's gone, Elisabeth said, half choking. What was she going to do now? Lola stood up laboriously. She limped into the bedroom and over to a box on the bed. It was grey and fairly large. Elisabeth followed her. When Lola opened the lid, she peered over her shoulder curiously. Inside the box, there was a gun.
He's stolen them. Stolen what?
Said Elisabeth. The rage was coming in waves. She didn't know how to handle everything she was experiencing. Her old love of Lola was mixed with her new hatred of her.
My books,
Lola said through gritted teeth.
I'm sorry, Elisabeth, but I'm going to call the police and report him.
Lola limped back to the kitchen. Elisabeth looked down into the box again at the pistol. She couldn't think straight. Everything was simultaneously crystal clear and murky. Her right hand reached out for the gun of its own accord. She grabbed it and made for the kitchen. Lola had the receiver in her hand and she had begun to dial. Without trembling in the slightest, Elisabeth raised the gun and fired. 2 shots. Lola looked at her in surprise. Then she slumped to the floor. Elisabeth wiped off the gun with her skirt, laid it beside Lola, and then poured the oil from the saucepan over the kitchen counter, the hob, and the still-ignited flame. As she left the flat, she heard the flames crackling. She hurried away. Then she stopped mid-step. "Petite!" But she kept going. It couldn't be helped. What was done was done. 34.
You've let me think for all these years that I killed Lola.
Henning's face was red and blotchy. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow. Elisabeth looked as if she was shrinking.
I couldn't do anything else. You had left, and I couldn't go to prison. It was better for you to believe that. And we were lucky. Nothing happened. No one wanted to investigate the murder of someone like that.
"Someone like that," Louise said through gritted teeth. "Daddy was someone like that. And I've always believed Henning was the murderer." She slumped over on her chair. Then she raised the gun and took aim at Elisabeth.
"I should have hated you for all these years. Both of you. I'm glad I killed your son and your grandchildren, Elisabeth. You hear me?"
Elisabeth pressed her hands to her face but said nothing. Patrick squeezed Erika's hand and quickly asked Louise, "But what about Rolf? Why did you kill him?" She lowered the gun and looked at him blankly. "I didn't kill Rolf." "But who?" Patrick said in confusion. "I killed Peter and the boys because Henning loved them, and Cecily to get into the family. But Rolf? I had no reason to kill him." Louise rose from her seat and stood behind Elisabeth, who was sobbing with anguish. "Daddy loved Henning, and Henning betrayed her. But he didn't kill her."
"You did."
Louise put the gun to Elisabeth's temple and wrapped her left arm around her throat. She leaned forward and spoke very closely in Elisabeth's ear.
"Why did you have to kill Daddy? To protect Henning? You didn't even love him. You loved Rolf. I've read your love letters. And Henning didn't love you. Was it for the sake of your reputation, Elisabeth? For the family name? Because word couldn't get out that your husband had slept with someone like that? A freak. That's what Lusson called Daddy, before I killed her. Imagine calling your own sibling a freak."
Louise pressed the pistol harder against Elisabeth's temple, and Elisabeth whimpered.
"It wasn't luck that no one investigated the murder. It was Lusson and Pierre using their contacts. If Pierre's uncle, the chief of police, didn't want something to be investigated, then it wasn't. No one cared about Daddy. No one."
She moved the gun in a circular motion against Elisabeth's temple. Tears were pouring down Elisabeth's cheeks.
"You realize that Henning deceived you too. The notebooks he took weren't diaries. They were the books he later published under his own name. Henning shouldn't have received the Nobel Prize. Lola should."
"Why did you wait so long?" Erika asked. She was now sitting so close to Patrick that she could feel the warmth of his body. She needed that comfort. "I've been waiting my whole life. Time means nothing. The only person who ever meant anything to me was Daddy, and I'm the only person who ever cared about Lola. I thought it was Henning who killed her. But for my revenge to mean anything, he needed to have as much as possible to lose.
When I found out he was going to win the prize he'd been longing for his whole life, I knew I was ready. I knew all my years of preparation were at an end. I wanted to take everything that mattered to him. His family, Blanche, his honor. Was it you who sent the papers to Rolf about Blanche? Yes, Louise replied. He had started asking questions about Blanche, and I realized he'd become suspicious, so I gave him what he needed. It was the perfect opportunity. Did you know why he was asking questions? Said Patrick. No. Maybe he was just sick of all the bullshit. He was dying. Elisabeth gasped, and Louise tapped the pistol against her head. Patrick continued, Rolf only had months left to live. I think he wanted to come to terms with the past, and I think the exhibition was part of that. So there was someone who cared about your father. Don't forget the names of the pictures. Innocence and guilt. I received the missing picture from Viviane on my way over here, and you've already seen it, haven't you? Louise nodded. Can I pull it up on my phone and show it to Henning and Elisabeth? Why do we have to see that awful picture? Elisabeth had suddenly straightened up and was trying to free herself from Louise's grasp. Shut your mouth! Louise pressed the gun into her again. Then she ordered Patrick, Show it. Patrick pulled up the photo on his mobile and showed it first to Erika and then held it up to Henning. Henning's gaze, however, was frozen, and the corner of his mouth was twitching. Then his body began to shake. His eyes rolled upwards, showing the whites. Before anyone could do anything, he fell to the floor. The convulsions intensified as he lay there. It looked as if he was frothing at the mouth. Henning! Elisabeth cried out like a wounded animal. Patrick lunged towards Henning and then shouted at Louise. He needs help! Louise stared at Henning, loosened her grip on Elisabeth's neck and lowered the gun. Elisabeth reacted in a flash. She wrenched the pistol from Louise's hand and shot her in the chest. Louise's eyes widened. She stood there for a few seconds, swaying, before she collapsed. Erika, get help! Patrick shouted, rousing her from her shocked reverie. Erika dashed out of the dining room, away from the blood and screams. Paula, Martin and Josta were standing in the space between the houses, and she told them to call for help and then go inside to help Patrick. Not until she was alone did she notice that she was crying. It took a while for her to calm down enough to return to the dining room. She stopped in the doorway. The scene before her made her gasp for breath. Henning lay where he'd fallen. His body was still spasming. Martin was clutching his head and trying to clear his airways. On the other side of the table, Patrick was kneeling beside Louise and pressing his hands hard against her chest. Even so, the puddle of blood under her body was growing. "The chopper's en route," said Josta. "It's 5 minutes out." "Let's hope they make it in time," Patrick said grimly. Paula had disarmed Elisabeth, who was standing still, her arms limp at her sides, staring at her husband's body. "I took care of everything for all those years," she whispered. "The kids, the house, his career, while he sat in his study, writing. He was the artist, the genius. He took the applause and the credit, while the kids and I lived in his shadow. And it was all a lie." "You lied too," Erika couldn't help herself saying. "You let him believe he'd killed Lola." Elisabeth seemed oddly calm. "True. But doesn't that make his lie even worse? He stole the work and the credit from someone whose life he thought he had on his conscience. He's a weak man. I see that now. I should have seen it sooner. Although, I suppose I've always known. Henning has always been dazzled by shiny things. My name must have been an irresistible temptation to him.
A damp patch spread across the front of Henning's trousers as he lost control of his bladder. Elisabeth's face contorted with disgust. She walked over to the sideboard and poured herself a large whisky. Outside, there was the sound of a helicopter on approach to Chalaronne. Patrick stared out to sea through the terrace windows at home. The view was infinitely beautiful, but he couldn't take any of it in. He was still filled with the fear of what could have happened. Recent events had once again shown how fragile life was. He could have lost Erika on the Bowers Island. Erika was his life, his everything. Well, so were the kids, but he and Erika were the foundations. It was out of their love that the family grew. He would be lost without her, and Louise could have taken her from him. "Food in half an hour." Erika's voice made him jump, and then her hands settled calmingly on his shoulders. He automatically put his hand over hers to feel more of her warmth. She squeezed it, but then sat down in the wicker chair next to him. "I was so scared," he said. "Me too." Erika took a blanket and draped it over her legs. "I can't seem to shake the fear from my body," he said. Erika shivered despite the blanket and looked at him tenderly. "We've been here before," she said, smiling gently. "It'll pass, eventually. One day you'll have nothing to worry about except how we remove that bloody Roman arch." Patrick squeezed her hand. "I hope you're right, but it just feels like it gets worse over the years." "Have you heard anything from the hospital?" she said. "Louise is out of surgery. No one knows how it's going to pan out. Henning is going to survive, but they don't know how bad the brain damage is." "Jesus Christ." Erika sighed and tucked her legs under herself on the chair. "Imagine living alive for that long." "Are you talking about Louise or Henning?" "Both, really. Louise spent her whole life shape-shifting into the person she needed to be to get into the Bauer family, and Henning took the credit for an oeuvre and talent that wasn't his." "The newspapers are already devouring it," Patrick said glumly. "They'll love it when they find out all the details." "Don't read all the crap." "What are you going to do about the book? About Lola?" Erika took a deep breath and looked out to sea. "I think what's happened makes it even more important to tell Lola's story. I spoke to Viviane earlier. She's going to let me use Rolf's pictures from the exhibition in the book, and she's going to hold his exhibition, but she said she'll wait until I release the book. The photographs are amazing." Lola was amazing. They sat in silence for a while as the sky blazed outside. Soon the sun would dip down into the sea. Darkness arrived ever earlier at this time of year. Erika squeezed Patrick's hand. "Are we going to talk about the elephant in the room?" "You mean the bun in the oven?" It was a weak attempt at humour, and Erika didn't smile. She merely nodded. He leaned forward and stroked her cheek. She was right. This wasn't a conversation they could postpone any longer. 35. Stockholm, 1980. "Damn it!" "What?" Esther replied in response to Rolf's sudden outburst. "I left my scarf at Lola's." "Pick it up next time. You've already gone back once."
No, it's blue, and you know what Lola's like. If she likes it, then it'll vanish into the black hole that's her wardrobe. Okay, but hurry so that you're not late. The client doesn't like waiting.
The client, Rolf muttered. He hated the commissions he had to take to keep a roof over his head and put food on the table. Prostitution, that's what it was. This time it was the board of a major company being photographed. Serious men in double-breasted suits who wanted to radiate money and power as much as they could. Utterly disgusting. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time and had to stop outside the door to calm his breathing. He wasn't as fit as he had once been. He tried the door handle carefully. He didn't want Lola to notice he was there. If Lola got talking, he'd never leave. The scarf was on a hook in the hall. For a brief moment he pressed it against his cheek. He couldn't tell Esther the real reason why it was so important for him to get it back, but he wondered if she knew anyway. There'd been something up with her behavior lately. Elisabeth had given the scarf to Rolf. Sometimes he thought he could still smell her scent on it. It smelled of love and sorrow, a mixture that made his heart ache. He missed her so much, but it had been necessary for them to break it off. Love couldn't be built on lies and betrayal. He loved Esther, and Elisabeth loved Henning. Not in the same way they loved each other, but the wounds that would be torn open if they sought divorce would never heal, and maybe they would never be happy together. You couldn't build your happiness on someone else's unhappiness. Sometimes, when none of the others were looking, Elisabeth would give him a look filled with so much emotion that he felt dizzy. And Ricard was a constant reminder of their love. The fact that he was Rolf's had been obvious the first time he'd seen the boy. But Henning would never survive that truth, so Rolf had buried it deep within himself, just as he had hidden her letters. Rolf involuntarily took a few steps further down the hall with the scarf in his hand. That was when he heard a sound from the kitchen. He looked in through the doorway and started. Then he carefully raised his camera and fired off a series of shots. His heart was pounding in his ribcage. Henning and Lola. It would crush Elisabeth if she knew that she and Rolf had sacrificed their love for something that was a lie. He paused to see whether he was angry. No, he couldn't be angry, because what his lens had captured was pure, unadulterated love, like his and Elisabeth's. Lola's face shone when it was cupped between Henning's hands. Her lips opened longingly under his when he kissed her, as if they were the only two people in the world. It was impossible to feel anger. Love was love, in whatever shape it took. Rolf slowly lowered the camera and crept out of the front door. Lola and Henning's secret was safe with him. 36. 2 weeks later. The appointment had been made. The results from the amniocentesis test had meant that after much anguish and discussion, Erika and Patrick had agreed it was the only sensible option. They had neither the time nor the energy for another baby, let alone a child they knew might face difficulties in life. Yet she was shocked at how hard the decision hit her. When the train pulled into the station in Stockholm, Erika realized she had spent the entire journey watching the landscape outside whiz past the window without seeing it. Her first meeting was with her publisher. The taxi stopped outside the stately doors on Sveavägen, and she stood there for a while, clutching her small suitcase. Lola's story had taken an unexpected turn, and the story she had thought she was going to tell had turned into something else entirely. She hadn't yet decided what to do about it. The case had succumbed to the statute of limitations since Lola and Sigge had been killed before 1985. No one could be convicted for those murders. The press still hadn't caught wind of that part of the story, but Louise's face had been plastered across the front pages. She had survived the gunshot wound to the chest and confessed to the murders of Cecily, Peter, Max, and William, as well as Rolf's murder, even though she had initially denied that. Lola hadn't been mentioned at all. That would all change when Erika's book came out, and she wasn't sure how she felt about that. There was one person she needed to talk to before she could make her final decision. After her meeting with her publisher, she strolled to her next appointment. Her publisher had been concerned and somewhat unsympathetic about her hesitation, but she had provided no explanation. This was between her and Elisabeth. Erika hesitated for a moment before ringing the bell. The flat was on Strandvägen and was in the same building as Svenskt 10. The whole stairwell exuded money. When Elisabeth opened the door, Erika was immediately uncertain. She didn't exactly have a plan for what she was going to say or what she was going to ask, and Elisabeth looked as cool and unmoved as she had done at the golden wedding celebrations. Her outfit was expensive and elegant. Each strand of hair was perfectly positioned. It was as if the scene in the dining room on Chalaronne had never taken place. "Come in," she said, showing Erika towards a huge living room with one meticulously manicured hand. Erika had to force herself not to gape open-mouthed. This wasn't a flat. It was an apartment. It was enormous and perfect in every respect. There were no Roman arches to be seen. "Coffee? Tea? Something stronger?" "Coffee's fine, thanks." Elisabeth motioned discreetly to a woman Erika hadn't even seen until now. Nancy. Erika greeted her in surprise. "Henning, we have a visitor." Elisabeth spoke loudly and clearly as she headed for an assortment of soft white sofas. Erika drew breath sharply. It was a shock to see Henning. She hadn't seen him since he'd been on the floor of the dining room back on the island, having suffered what had turned out to be a stroke. "He can hear and understand everything we say, but his movement has been severely restricted as much of his body is paralyzed," Elisabeth said in a soft voice. "He can't talk anymore, but like I said, his brain is all there." Elisabeth leaned over the wheelchair and wiped some drool from the corner of Henning's mouth with a handkerchief before she sat down on the sofa, carefully smoothing her skirt. "Thank you, both of you, for seeing me," Erika said as Nancy handed her a cup of coffee. The housekeeper had set down an overburdened tray on the coffee table. "Biscotti?" Elisabeth gestured towards the plate of Italian almond biscuits. "No thanks," Erika said, clearing her throat. I've just had a meeting with my publisher." She glanced at Henning, unsure how to express herself in his presence. She had honestly been expecting to speak to Elisabeth alone, and now she wasn't quite sure what she dared or wanted to say. "You can speak quite freely in front of Henning," Elisabeth said, as if reading her thoughts. "We have no secrets from one another any longer, do we, darling?" Once again she wiped drool away from the corner of his mouth. "Well, there are a few things to discuss in relation to my new book," Erika said, her gaze wandering between Henning and Elisabeth. It was like being in a bizarre nightmare. "The publisher is completely on board with me finishing it based on what I now know, but I'm not sure." "What does Louise say?" Elisabeth sounded businesslike. "Louise wants Lola's story to be told as it is, as it happened." "There you have it. Elizabeth said, holding out her hands. But, Eureka stammered, it'll be very hard on you. Won't you contest the publication?
No,
Elizabeth said, taking a sip of her coffee. Eureka looked at her in bewilderment. Then the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, one by one. Something has been bothering me ever since we were in the dining room with Louise, she said. I haven't been able to put my finger on it, but there was something you said, something along the lines of, do we have to look at that awful picture? How did you know what it was of, if you didn't see it that night at Rolf's gallery? Elizabeth smiled and reached for a biscotti. Then she turned and pointed to the wall behind Eureka. Beautiful, isn't it? I'd go so far as to venture that it's one of Rolf's best. What do you think, Henning? Eureka turned around and looked in the direction that Elizabeth was pointing. A huge print of guilt was hanging on the wall. I bought it from Viviane. The negative, too. Thanks to the sale, she can afford to keep the flat. She was very grateful. Eureka turned her gaze to Henning. His left eye was twitching, and he seemed to be trying to say something, but all that was audible was a low groaning. I didn't know Rolf was dying, so I couldn't understand why he wanted to ruin everything, for all of us. You went to the gallery during the party? Yes. I was drunk and a little angry that he hadn't come to the party. He'd become an increasingly morose old man, and I suppose I wanted to tell him off. Or, like always, it was just an excuse to see him. You still loved him? I've always loved Rolf. Elizabeth said this with her gaze fixed on Henning. But I thought I was sacrificing our love for something that was bigger than us. I thought I was sacrificing love for a great man, that Henning had something permanent to leave as his legacy. In my own conceit, I wanted to be part of that. And what Henning went on to write, what I believed he had written, it was so beautiful, so perfect, so full of love. No author had ever captured the female being so perfectly. Then she snorted and shook herself, as if trying to rid herself of something sticky. Henning always said I was his muse. How could I take that away from him? She stroked his hand. Then she turned her gaze to the photo again. When I saw the photo in the gallery that night, I pleaded with Rolf not to exhibit it. You didn't want Henning's affair with Lola to become public? Elizabeth shook her head. It would have brought disgrace on us, and scandal, but that's not why. Look at the photo. What do you see? You have to look beyond Henning and Lola. Eureka looked at the picture again. She didn't understand what Elizabeth meant. Then she shifted her eyes from the kiss, from Henning and Lola, to the background. And suddenly she understood it. It was only when the photo was blown up to a large format that you could see it. You're in the picture. Yes. Rolf must only have seen that when he enlarged it. Not even Louise saw it when Viviane sent her a small copy. But if Henning saw the enlarged photograph at the exhibition, then he would realize I had been lying, that I'd been in the flat far earlier than I had let on, that I had seen them together. He would put two and two together. I couldn't let that happen. So you shot Rolf with the nail gun to keep the photo a secret. But your dress was red. They found black fibers on the gun. Elizabeth smiled again. You missed the fact that I changed later that night into a wonderful Oscar de la Renta. In black. So why is Louise claiming to have killed Rolf? Elisabeth stood behind the wheelchair. She put her arms around Henning and caressed his chest.
Louise and I have cut a deal. Lola's murder and the child's have timed out. It doesn't matter what you say in print about my role in that. I'll simply deny everything. Your word against mine. Rolf's death would see me go to prison. I would never survive. But I can live with shame. So she's taking the rap for Rolf's murder in return for me not preventing the truth about Lola being told. And I'll personally ensure the 9 books are reissued under the correct author's name. Won't that be nice, Henning? Lola will finally have her name on the cover.
She was speaking quietly into his ear. He made a few guttural sounds, but nothing comprehensible. Erika stared at the couple. There was something grotesque about the whole situation. She felt as if she were appearing in some grisly horror movie. Just to be absolutely clear, you're saying I can tell the whole truth about Lola in my book, and by extension about all those of you who were around her? Elisabeth slowly stroked her husband's head.
Yes. I'm not going to prevent you from telling the truth. Why would I? It's all gone. Peter, the boys. Ricard is... Ricard. Blanche is closing its doors. The board at Bowers have made it known that they'd like me to retire, or, as they put it, I should enjoy my autumn years. Although I'll tell you this much, there's a sense of freedom in no longer having anything to lose. And we have each other, don't we, Henning? Isn't that right, my sweet? We have each other. I'm your muse. Till death do us part.
Henning gargled something inaudible. Erika thought she could see panic in his eyes, but it was hard to tell since his facial movements were irregular and jerky. A small part of her felt sorry for him. He was going to stand naked and exposed to the world. Then she thought about Lola, and her sympathy was diminished. Lola had considered her friends as family, and they had betrayed her. The only thing Erika could do now was tell the world about Lola. When Erika emerged back onto the street, she glanced up at the windows of the apartment one last time. It was no longer a home. It was a prison. A note pinned to the black door read, "Closed." Ricard Bauer carefully tried the door handle before taking out a key and unlocking it. He looked around before entering. Not that it mattered if anyone saw him, but he wanted to retain the feeling that he was slipping under the radar. He didn't want a soul to know where he was. It was strange being at Blanche when it was closed. He had only ever visited the club when it was full of life and movement. Now it was deserted, and in the pitiless daylight the joint looked seedy. All the imperfections and dirt were visible. No place suited him better right now. The public spotlight had been shone on every part of his life and that of his family over the last few weeks, revealing their sins. Now there was nothing left to expose, nothing more to lose. Tilda was at home in the flat. She didn't even know he was back in Stockholm. She had called him countless times, but he hadn't been able to bring himself to answer. That part of his life was over. She was part of who he had been, not what he was now. Ricard entered the austere office that Ulla and Henning had shared with Louise and looked around. Everything was untouched. It looked like the owners had simply walked away, leaving everything behind, which was admittedly more or less the case. And none of them would ever return. Blanche would never reopen. No one would ever sit in this office again, because the veil of secrecy had been lifted and exposed them all. He retrieved some cushions from the sofa in the anteroom to the office and laid them out as a bed in a corner. The armrest cushion and a blanket served as his pillow and covers. Slowly and stiffly he lay down on his side. He was completely exhausted, but every time he closed his eyes he saw Peter and the boys. He saw them alive, he saw them dead. He didn't know which was worse. A wasted life was a heavy burden to bear, he reflected. His time in custody had forced him to examine his own self for the first time in his life. What he had found filled him with shame. Without expensive watches, fast cars, and lavish holidays, he was nothing. He had no skills, owned nothing that was his or that he had created, because everything had been served up to him. And he hadn't even been able to see the value in that. In the cells, he'd realized that he didn't miss the evenings with the boys in Ibiza, his handmade Italian shoes, the slap-up dinners in smart restaurants, or the shopping sprees with Tilda. He hadn't given them a single thought. What he missed were the moments with Max and William, seeing Peter's face light up when he was looking at his sons, the trips on the boat to Chalaronne with sunshine and salt water on his face, or falling asleep to the sound of screeching seagulls. Thousands and thousands of things that had nothing to do with money and extravagance. Sooner or later, he had to get a grip on his life. The terrible thing, and what scared him, was that he knew what he didn't want, rather than what he wanted. He was a middle-aged man who didn't know who he was, and there was no one left around him who could help him to figure it out. Everything was in tatters. The only thing he knew with any certainty was that he would have given anything for another moment with Peter and his nephews, a spell on his belly on the rocks with bait on a crabbing line, with William's and Max's laughs and excited chatter in his ears as they slowly reeled the line in, now covered in tiny crabs. He would have given a kingdom for a single moment like that. The Bowermen didn't cry, but tonight Ricard cried himself to sleep. "Bertil!" Rita shouted from the bathroom. Bertil dropped the wooden spoon he had been stirring the stew on the hob with and ran to her, closely followed by Ernst. "What is it? What's happened? Are you unwell? Are you in pain?" He stared at her in panic. She held out a hand to him. It was full of hair. "It started," she said, and he could tell she was fighting to hold back the tears. Bertil pulled her close and she shook against his breast, shedding the first tears she'd cried since getting the news. "Let it out. Cry all you want," he said, stroking her back. Bertil's top was damp all the way down his front by the time Rita pulled away from him and wiped her eyes dry with her sleeve. "Sorry," she said with a sob. He looked at the woman he loved and was filled with so much love that it pushed aside his fears. "Don't apologize. It's crazy to play the hero. I know you want to be strong, but you don't have to be for me." "You're right. I know that. It's just so hard. My hair." Tears welled up again, and he wiped her cheeks. Then he opened the bathroom cabinet, took out his shaver, and stood behind her in front of the mirror. "You know, I've always thought Demi Moore as G.I. Jane is one of the sexiest things on legs." "I don't think you've ever mentioned that before." Rita laughed through her tears. "I'm sure I have. Many times. See? You don't listen to me." Rita shook her head and wiped her face again. "So why don't you do old Bertil a good turn and give him some G.I. Jane?" he added. "In a relationship, it's the give and take that matters, and sometimes you have to stand up and be counted. I must warn you,
that I'll probably have the horn, but I think you'll just have to live with that.
Bertil! Rita slapped him on the shoulder, but she was laughing instead of crying. She looked in the mirror. There was a bald spot at her left temple where the clump of hair had come out. "It's coming off one way or another," she said. "We might as well get it over with." Bertil carefully ran the shaver in one long sweep from the crown to the back of her head. Large hanks of hair fell to the floor. Rita's lower lip trembled, but there were no more tears. Afterwards, he kissed Rita's bare head and hugged her for a long time. Then he turned the shaver on and applied it to his own head. "Bertil, what on earth are you doing?"
"You think you're the only one who's allowed to be sexy in this family?"
"You're crazy," she said, but she grinned as he shaved his head. Eventually, his head too was completely bare. He put his cheek to hers and said, "Two sexy devils." Rita gave him a long look before turning towards him and taking his bare head between her hands. She kissed him hard on the mouth. "I love you, Bertil Melber. Never forget that." He kissed her back. There was nothing about Rita that he could ever forget. Erika had saved her visit to Birgitta for last. After saying goodbye to Elisabeth and Henning, she had visited Lola's old neighbour Okja and had then seen Johan Hansen at his colourful studio where they had both cried over Lola's fate. But the visit to Birgitta was particularly special. Erika didn't know how much the old lady followed the news, and she'd considered calling first to prepare her for what she was going to hear. But in the end, she'd decided she wanted to tell her face to face. Christ was staring at Erika from every direction as Birgitta invited her into her home again. Erika was clutching the box of photographs she had been lent. All the images had now been scanned and carefully filed on her computer. "I don't know if you've heard. Do you follow the news?" Erika said cautiously. Birgitta shook her head.
No. All I need to read is the Bible. There's so much misery on the news, and hearing about war and famine and people behaving badly leaves me so depressed."
"Then you don't know," Erika said, nervously smoothing her trousers. The feeling that she might say something that Birgitta classified as a miracle made her shiver. "I found out what happened to Lola," she said, "and Petite."
"Oh, my goodness gracious,"
Birgitta said, putting her hands to her throat.
"I think I'm going to have to sit down before you tell me. I'm just going to check on Victor. He's learning his numbers at the moment. He's so clever."
Birgitta disappeared into the kitchen, but returned almost immediately.
"He's fine. Tell me."
"It's a long story, and I'm going to tell you the whole thing. But I want to tell you the most important bit first. Monica's child, your granddaughter, is alive." Birgitta gasped.
No, I don't believe you. It can't be."
Erika put her hand on Birgitta's and told her everything from the beginning. As she spoke, tears flowed down Birgitta's cheeks.
"The poor thing. The poor thing. How hard it must have been for her. Of course, that doesn't excuse what she did, and she'll have to answer to the Lord. But still, I've got a lot of sympathy for Louise, too. She was only a child when everything was taken from her. I think she would be pleased to hear from you if you thought you could bring yourself to get in touch. Maybe even visit her. I know what she did goes against everything you believe. The thing I believe in most of all is forgiveness, Birgitte said gently. If Jesus could forgive Judas for his betrayal of him for 30 pieces of silver, I think I can find it in my heart to forgive the sins of Monica's little girl.
Eureka patted her hand lightly, and they sat there together quietly. The silence felt healing. She had no idea how long they sat there, each woman absorbed by her own thoughts. But in the end she turned to Birgitte and asked a question. "Do you mind if I help Victor for a bit, with his maths?"
"Please do," the older woman said, wiping tears from her cheeks. "He talked about you for days after your last visit. He'll be so happy."
"Thank you," Eureka said, going to the kitchen. Victor beamed when he saw her.
"Hello. I don't remember your name."
"My name is Eureka. Can I take a seat? Maybe you can teach me some maths. It's never been my strong suit."
"I'm great at maths,"
Victor said exuberantly, pulling out the chair next to him for Eureka.
"This is an 8. You can make it using 2 circles next to each other, or you can do it without even lifting your pencil. Look."
He proudly demonstrated an 8, and Eureka praised him.
"If you take 2 4s and add them up, it makes 8, he added.
"You're great at counting."
"I know,"
Victor said, colouring in a number 4 with a purple pencil.
"I'm great at lots of things. I know numbers, I know letters, and I've learnt to swim."
"Wonderful," said Eureka.
"I like you,"
Victor said, putting his arms around her. Eureka felt the warmth of his hug spreading through her body, dissolving all that had been difficult and all that she had been grappling with. Suddenly, what had been complicated became very, very simple. 4 plus 4 made 8, and 1 plus 1 made 3. Author's afterword and acknowledgements. As ever, there are many people to thank. Above all, I'd like to thank my husband Simon for his constant support. I'm also eternally grateful to the rest of my family, who are always there for me. My publisher, Jon Hagblom, is my rock and a joy to work with, and the same goes for the rest of the gang at Forum, headed up by Pia-Maria Falk and Clara Lundström. Thanks to Lena Sandfridsson and Rebecca Cronston, who read the manuscript with eagle eyes. A big thank you to my agents at Nordin Agency. Fact-checking is a very important part of my work, and I've had a lot of help making sure things are right. Thanks to Anders and Annika Torevi for keeping me on the straight and narrow when it comes to Fjällbacka's intricacies. Kelda Stag, MSc, a crime scene investigator with the Stockholm Region Police Authority, has helped me to get to grips with all matters forensic, ensuring as much accuracy as can be achieved in a crime novel. It has also been of the utmost importance to me to understand and accurately describe trans history and the trans community insofar as this is possible, and I must acknowledge the first-rate assistance of Sam Hultin in this respect. Eleonora von Essen and Lena Lackberg-Iverson read the manuscript and offered valuable feedback. There are many people in my midst who are sources of joy, inspiration, and motivation when it comes to my writing. It would be impossible to name them all, but I would like to particularly mention Henrik Fexeus. Dialectal words and expressions are always tricky to render correctly. With regard to Chalaronne, I chose to base it on the Norwegian origins of the Bohuslän expression "scheller." Sometimes, as an author, in spite of rigorous research and fact-checking, you have to be a little elastic with the truth for the sake of the story. All errors are therefore my own. Camilla, 'Camilla' 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 ' That was The Cuckoo by Camilla Lackberg, translated by Ian Giles, read by Philip Bird, a HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright 2024, published by agreement with Nordin Agency, Sweden. Translation copyright 2023. Production copyright 2024 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Camilla Lackberg asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.